every team can still avoid relegation and even make playoffs.
Where did Giants Gaming go?
Nuestro objetivo ahora mismo es no quedar últimos.
I think everything is possible right now. We just have to win more games.
Rocket, we felt could be a top 4 contender, is just not finding the magical ingredient.
Meet your makers need to be very, very careful.
The whole team has a new motivation right now. I think I can save the MIM season.
The team that at week 1 were expected to be top 2, top 3.
It's only gonna work if you actually improve the issues we have.
5 wins, 9 losses, out of playoff positions.
But with just 4 games left to play, every win counts. Welcome to the European League of Legends Championship Series Spring Split. We're coming to you live from Berlin, Germany, where just moments ago, everything started to get underway here as the fans were lining up to take their seats and enjoy all the action we've got lined up for you today. There's the Fisho giving a tour to some Danish fans, but a lovely group of guys looking in here in the crowd as well, checking out the analyst desk and everything. Gambit there, Diamond. Well, these guys have a lot to think about after IEM. Pinoy is always happy, but they'll have to prove themselves on the Rift after that tournament. And here, of course, MYM, they cannot lose their first game versus Gambit coming up here. I'm Ifje Shogzaportra here with Trevor Quickshot Henry and our guest analyst for the week, OG World Champion Lauri Cyanide Haponen, as we get into the first of the final 2 weeks before the spring playoffs. Welcome, gentlemen.
Greetings.
Good to see you again, Cyanide, as always. And before we get to today's games, let's recap last weekend's action at the Intel Extreme Masters World Championship in Katowice, Poland. It wasn't the best tournament for EU. I mean, we got to come straight out and say that. First up, SK Gaming, who won versus the Yowie Flash Wolves initially, but then dropped the games to both GE Tigers and the Yowie Flash Wolves, and their weaknesses were exposed.
Yeah, that's the main thing about SK, is they've had these glaring weaknesses that we've actually highlighted multiple times throughout the course of the split, but the teams at IEM just exploited them to near perfection. The vision, the lack of, winning laning phase, and I also think Enrated had a particularly poor tournament. That Lulu was banned out. He didn't show up on Annie. So we need to see if SK can work around their weaknesses and improve before we get to playoffs.
Yeah, and our other European representative at IEM, Gambit, they were 0-2. They lost to CJ Entus and Team WE, and it wasn't as much the other teams exploiting their weaknesses as them, to me, showing really a solo queue attitude in the game.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. Gambit just didn't show up. I actually really like what they tried to do against CJ Entus. They had this heavy engaged composition, Lee Sin, Twisted Fate, and even a Jarvan in the top lane. But the problem is they didn't play around the comp. I felt that Eddie in particular, he had these early mobility distortion boots and he just didn't roam enough. Gambit didn't find ways to make the team comp work, and they ended up going 0-2, getting knocked out early.
Yeah, definitely fell apart there. But in the end, the North American team solo mid reigned supreme, taking home the #1 prize at the end of the tourney after a dominant 3-0 sweep of Team WE in the finals. Fantastic performance there from them. And even here in Europe, we chant for TSM. Now let's bring it back to the LCS with a look at the standings. At the top of the table, we have Fnatic, H2K, and SK Gaming. Fnatic and H2K, they are tied for the 2nd place playoff bye to the semifinals. And then right under that, we have the Copenhagen Wolves versus the Unicorns of Love, the matchup that's coming here later today. That will be so important in that playoff battle.
It really will be. But for me, my eyes is in the bottom half of the table with Elements, Rocket, Giants, and MYM. Interestingly, because of how difficult it's going to be for Elements and Rocket to make those playoff positions, and who's also going to take that 9th and 10th position between Giants and MYM. 10th, auto-relegation down to Challenger Series.
Yeah, every game counts. And finally, this week's games will be played on patch 5.5, where the big changes, of course, are new Cinderhulk jungle enchantment. And while Kassadin will be enabled, Bard will not. And we have a fantastic jungler here with us to talk us through the changes. What have been your impression of the changes? What do you think they will do in LCS?
So I hope the Cinderhulk will bring some variety to the jungle that we have been looking for a long time now. It's been the Jarvan, Lee Sin, Rek'Sai for such a long time right now, and I'm getting bored of playing those champions. So I hope the competitive teams, they will bring some new junglers out, and I think Rek'Sai and Nidalee will still be tier 1, but we might see some tanky junglers as the tier 2 picks, especially since teams are attracting a lot of jungle bans right now, but it might take them some weeks to get used to the new meta and seeing what's good first, and then before they have the guts to pull out the new picks.
Yeah, we'll see who has the guts to pull it out here. Well, with so much potential for a shift in the meta, we want to hear what you guys think. Tweet at LL Esports with the hashtag LCS and let us know which champion do you want to see played by a pro on patch 5.5 and why. Lodi.
For me, it would be Volibear because I'm a huge fan of him, but I don't think he will be picked because literally every tier 1 support counters him like Morgana. You get binded, Thresh, you just get boxed and you can't do anything. But I think one champion we might see is Zac. He got a bit buffed, and I think the new jungle item suits him even better. Like late game, you're just an unkillable monster, so that's something I hope to see.
Yeah, me as well. Well, we'll probably see those jungle changes right away as we start the day with Gambit and Meet Your Makers, who have no choice but to win if they want to stay in the LCS. And then the Copenhagen Wolves and the Unicorns of Love will go head-to-head to break the tie in the middle of the table. Finally, Elements will face H2K later today as Odoamne and the rest of the team look to tie Fnatic's win streak record with their 9th straight win. Now, if you want to look ahead at the last matchup of the Spring Split, head over to lolesports.com, and there you'll find schedule, standings, and the latest worldwide power rankings to see how the teams stack up on a global scale. And we got a little look into that at IEM. It wasn't that good for Europe, sadly. It's time for us to take a look at our first matchup of the day, though, as Meet Your Makers goes up against Gambit. Let's start by taking a look at the lineup for Gambit Gaming as we know it, of course. Cabochard, Diamond, Betsy, Pinoy, Edward, and Leviathan. Before they went to IEM, they went 1-1 the week before, and they lost to H2K, which is a very good team, of course. But to me, I'm quite worried about them because they looked disjointed at IEM, and I don't know how much of that they will bring into this playoff race.
Yeah, like at the start of the split, we saw Gambit was just struggling to get any wins, and they were like on this full tilt streak. And then after that, they went on a good spree, and now they again got crushed at IEM. So I hope it doesn't completely break their morale.
Yeah, Diamonds was particularly disillusioned after his performance, and he said in an interview, I think European junglers are the best, maybe after Koreans. He did get beat out by Ambition and Spirit, and for him personally, it was not a good experience.
It really wasn't. Part of the reason that Gambit had such a good sort of week 3 to week 7 performances and they strung together all of those wins was because of how well Diamond was playing. There was some jungle changes that come in. Diamond had some good impact on lanes, but at IEM, he may as well have not been on the field. His Nidalee in game 2 of the tournament, he picked up a skirmisher. Saber Crumbs in particular was super disappointed with the itemization. And I think for Diamond, in the interview, he did say he played terribly, he played poorly. We'll see if he can pick it up. There's only 2 weeks left before playoffs, and Gambit needs every win they can to make it in.
And in theory, a new patch with Diamond, he should be able to look at that. But of course, they had a little less practice because they went to IEM. Talking about team morale, though, also Edward, he tweeted after the loss at IEM, I'm really bad at this game. I need to step up or GTFO from League. Very harsh words, Signet. What does that tell you about a player that's been around for so long and can't seem to find his groove?
Yeah, I just feel like he was really emotional after the loss and was just venting through Twitter.
Yeah, one thing I want to highlight about that, yes, you know, Eddie was venting and he has been a fairly vocal player, but Eddie's not been as dominant as he once was. The Thresh Prince, that title is, I think, long gone. At the tournament, even the god of Mad Life wasn't living up to historical performance. So for Edward, I think it is a very fair statement. He needs to find a way to get that impact back that he once had. Even just earlier in this split.
Yeah, and whatever it means, the team just has to come together right now. They play Elements after this, the Unicorns of Love, SK to end the split, so they have a super, super heavy schedule. And now they're up against MYM. They did beat them in week 5, but I feel like MYM could really have an in here. But let's first take a look at the lineup for MYM. Of course, in the top lane, JWoww, then Horo, Corey, Mr. Ralls, Noxiac, and Yamato Cannon. They absolutely need to win. If they lose this, they are out of the race entirely. And we did see Noxiac in the preview right now, and he had some really strong words. I
absolutely love that. Noxiac saying, I believe I can help fix MYM's auto-relegation. I think it's a fair statement. Since Noxiac's come in, MYM seems to have some more cohesion. His aggressive support plays, Leon in particular, stands out. And if the team can get behind both him as well as Corey in that mid lane, maybe they can pull off some surprise wins, push Giants down to number 10 and get themselves into the promotion tournament.
Yeah, because they did win versus Giants last week, and although that might not seem that much, those are the games you absolutely have to win to stay in the race. Talking about things that have been good for this team in all the bad stuff, actually, this season, Horo continues to impress. He also had a great week again. What do you think he can do more for the team in these final crucial weeks?
Yeah, I think Horo is a really good jungler, and it's saying a lot because when your team doesn't perform, it's really hard to shine out as a jungler, but he's done a really good job and is for sure one of the better junglers in Europe.
Yeah, so, well, positive points for MYM there all around. Do you think they have what it takes to beat Gambit, even with, well, maybe with Gambit now being a little bit under the weather?
I still think Gambit is the better team, and I think they will win, but you never know how much improvement MIM has had during these weeks they had to practice.
Yeah, and the one thing it also plays into MYM's favor, the fact that they've had a couple extra days on 5.5. So we'll see whether or not they can find something to settle in to unsettle Gambit.
Yep. Well, without further ado, it's time to hand it off to our dashing duo at the caster desk to get into picks and bans.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Devin Pyrotechnics Young, and I've been here keeping the desk warm with my co-caster now, Martin Deficio Linga, coming back from his week in Poland. It has been a little lonely here in Berlin without you, man.
Did you survive, or did you really miss me that much?
I did a lot.
Wow.
But yeah, you know what? It was nice to see you step back off the plane, so glad to have you back.
I didn't see you in the airport, but kind of scary if you were there looking at me.
It was a pair of binoculars.
Oh.
I was waiting, counting down the time. Anyways,
Beautiful.
We're getting ready. I've also been counting down the time for this game, man. We're back into week 8 now. Every game counts, as we heard Shock say in the opening of that one. And I'm really excited to see what happens here, because Meet Your Makers, again, it's must win. They still technically can make playoffs. Gambit Gaming, they may be a little off tilt after IM, but, you know, they had a really strong run prior to that, even last week when there was some less conventional picks. I'm really excited to see what happens here in the 5-5 patch.
I think this is a pretty good setup for Gambit to really get the confidence back facing Meet Your Makers, who is still considered the weakest team here in Europe. So yeah, despite them having a poor IEM performance, you come back here. If you win against MYM, then tomorrow you play Elements, another team who struggles. Pick up a 2-0, you're guaranteed then to be in the playoffs, and instead you're fighting towards the top 2 spots for Gambit here. So I think they're going to be okay. But yes, this is a massive patch here, and really the big story coming into these games is which team can adapt to all these changes here, and who's going to try out a lot of new things. Is it going to work for them, or are they going to suddenly be surprised about a certain pick? I mean, there's so many new viable junglers at the moment. And also just top laners. There's big tanky top laners. We got still the carries. We have the early game focus. We got the late game. I mean, it's very, very tough to see or to say exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, and it really is not just hard to say with new patches in general, but with the week off too, we've had a lot of, the teams have had a little bit more time to like kind of read up and prepare. These pick bans are going really fast though. You can see there's a Sejuani taken away, a lot of speculation that not only is it already a strong pick prior to this patch, now it's especially strong, especially with Diamond.
Yeah, I think Sejuani is going to be the best tank jungler and really one of the strongest jungle picks in the current meta. Rek'Sai Nidalee is of course still up there, that's why Nidalee is banned, and Gambit is setting up for a first pick Rek'Sai here if they still want it for Diamond. But Sejuani is going to be banned a lot, especially against Gambit, because they've already played it beforehand.
Oh, yeah.
The rest, I mean, a lot of target bans here from Gambit. Leona, we saw Noxiac played so well last week, or well in week 7, when MYM managed to pick up a win against Giants. And then obviously Graves against Rallis, not one of his standard ADCs here. Rek'Sai banned instantly. He's one of their newer picks in Europe. FLICKR been locked in.
Yeah, that one is locked in for now. Meet Your Makers have a little bit of time to see what they want to do, but it really does seem like Gambit is taking this pick ban phase lightning fast. There's that hover for the victor. Corey did have a game on it, wasn't incredibly impressive.
True. Well, against Fnatic, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. It was against a very tough team, admittedly.
The entire team kind of fell apart, but Victor is a very tough champion to play if there's so much focus on you as the mid laner, because he's so immobile in that lane. He's very easy to gank, and that's exactly what Fnatic did against Meet Your Makers. So I'm not sure they have to first pick it here. He's not a champion we've seen Betsy play. Either he's more the assassin style than Victor straight up. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him change it and save that Victor for later.
Yeah, I think I agree there. Meet Your Makers definitely taking their time, but you can see, unless they change it up last minute, they're really thinking about this Victor, and then of course what Horo's going to take. They do finally lock not only that, but the Olaf in for Horo. So we did speculate a lot about jungle picks, but this was one I don't think we really expected to see a ton more of.
Just look at the pick and ban phase here. For Europe, this is very different. This is, of course, some of the top picks we've seen from other regions. Like Victor has been played a lot. It was IM. We've seen Korea obviously use it a lot as well. So it is a fantastic pick. But FLICKR as well is not a champion we've seen too often here in Europe. I still think it's a bit of a flex pick. Gambit could put in the jungle as well for Diamond if they want a different top laner for Cabochard, but we can talk more about that later once we see the pick coming in from Diamond.
So Gambit goes ahead and they take the Lulu and the Sivir. That's a little bit more normalcy for us, but the Lulu also flex pick too. As you mentioned, Betsy's is still a little bit more of the assassin-focused player, but we have seen a number of mid-Lulus so far this season.
Yeah, and this, I feel like these two picks are more takeaway from MYM. You're looking at the lineup and say, well, they have an Olaf. We don't want to give them Sivir with the ulti. We don't want to give them the likes of a Lulu for speed up Olaf, so he can just go crazy on our backline here. So by taking all this mobility away, you more set up for you. We'll see Pinoy here. He's always in a good
feeling
mood.
Confident.
Always. But we see Gambit here on their setup here, on their lineup. They have the ability to kite from the Olaf with the extra mobility or the movement speed, Or what they can do as well is they can turn around and say, we're going to ignore you and we're going to dive your backline instead. We got the FLICKR, we got the Sivir with her ulti, and we can get very, very fast towards Mr. Rallis, who's just picked a very immobile AD carry. He's going to be the target for Gambit with these first few picks.
Yeah, the Kog'Maw, it's a little bit risky here, and you see there's so much mobility and chase already on the side of Gambit. A lot of speed-ups, self-speed-ups, and team speed-ups. If they don't properly frontline, and they don't really have a full tank right now on Meet Your Makers, Rallis is going to have a really tough game.
I mean, they do have Olaf as the big tank, yeah, but Olaf doesn't really fit in too well if you want to protect your AD carry, because he doesn't really offer any protection himself. He doesn't. All he does is dive the enemy backline. Like, that's what he does. So he's going to look at like the AD carry and say, okay, let's one-on-one. Here we go.
But it's a Sivir too.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point.
That should be able to get away from him.
Well, even as a champion, just by popping her ulti, she's done enough almost for her team to at least get to the backline of Meet Your Makers. So I don't really understand Olaf together with a hyper carry and a Victor. In this sense, I would have preferred a jungler adds a lot more CC to the table to really just peel backwards. Gonna be the jungle Hecarim.
Full assassination. Yeah, jungle Hecarim. We've got the top cannon, and we've got the Diana. We're starting to see a little bit more of those.
Really like it.
This is a very aggressive composition.
Diana is a very... Came a little bit tricky against Victor early on in the laning phase, but you start flasking 3 potions, so you should be able to sustain through it. Get to your level 6 point, and then you just dive Victor. You knock him back, and the Hecarim comes in, and that's a dead Victor nearly every time. Gambit, very standard for them. Fantastic team fight. A lot of AoE wombo as well. Hecarim cannon coming in. Mr. Rallis, if he does not position himself perfectly, and he does not have the help of Noxiag in these fights, he's gonna die very, very easily. And again, that's where this Olaf is not really gonna offer anything. You could have talked about a Zac, a Nautilus or whatever, if you wanted more CC to peel for your hyper carry and for your Victor, because MYM have very mobile carries, which is gonna be the targets against double tank. So it's gonna be some tricky fights for them. Gambit has so many options of getting to the backline to Rallis and Corey, and not a whole lot to protect him from MYM's side with this Olaf pickup.
Yeah, I agree. It's a little bit strange, a little haphazard, I feel. I'm curious to see what they do in lane with the Nami, especially, because there's going to be a decent amount of poke, but I mean,
yeah,
Gambit, they can be very aggressive. They can end the lane phase early if they want to. I mean, how confident can you be as Noxiag? He said in the beginning, yeah, I think I can bring this team back, but it has to start now. There's no chance of playoffs if they lose this one.
And when we have seen him perform, it's been on champions where he could roam around. You don't roam on Nami. She's way too squishy to really roam in.
Especially not with Kog'Maw carry.
No, definitely not. So the 2-2 lane is fine for MYM, especially once you hit like level 5, you get 3 ranks in W. For Mr. Rallis, that's fine. The lane is not bad at all for them. Problem is, you can't really roam. You need to sit there, as you just said, with your AD carry. You need him to be fed, and then you need to find a way of protecting him against a Sivir ulti and so much AoE and dive and like everything. I want to see how MYM plays it. I'm not sold from the pick and ban phase.
Yeah, well, Yamato Cannon didn't seem to have too many troubles. Smile on his face there as he shook hands with Leviathan. It's definitely going to be a tough game. Gambit, you can never really predict exactly what they're going to do, whether it's a good day or a bad day. But why don't you guys let us know your predictions? Let us know if you think Meet Your Makers can pull off the perfect run through the end of the split and keep their playoff hopes alive by tweeting us at LOL Esports with the hashtag GMB win or MYM win. We'll check on those results. But for now, the crowd is pumped up. It is the start of Week 8 of the European LCS, and we're under the rift.
We already see again, Olaf was played before here in Europe, but obviously now with the Cinderhulk, it's gonna be a fairly strong, champion in itself. Question is just how much can Horo add to his team here?
That is the question indeed. We'll see how this one starts off. So far, looks like we could be in for some standard lanes. Edward going a little high up as they fan out in the formation. But as this one gets underway, we did take a little bit of time beforehand to catch up with Betsy regarding his recent performance in the LCS.
In the beginning it was really good because I went like 10-0 or something on Ari, and I got so much messages after that. But now I feel like I'm not playing that well compared to before, so I need to step up.
A few doubts there. We'll see if he can pick this one back up. I mean, he's in a little bit of a tricky matchup in this time around.
He is, but he should be fine. He's not starting Flask though on Diana, which again, against the Victor, you're gonna take a lot of poke damage in this lane, so let's see how he plays it. A lot more aggressive from Betsy, but his IM performance, he played Twisted Fate in both the games, and honestly, it didn't work out too well for him. But it's also Gambit as a team who struggled a lot. Now Eddie and Pinoy invading in, getting a deep ward to spot if anyone is starting here on the Wolf Camp, and yeah, they see the that Jawa on Maokai was trying to set up for an early level 2, and they managed to stop it just by placing this ward, so they prevent. Good start from Jawa.
A lot of trinket wards popped to begin this one.
So Jawa can still do the small raptors over here, or give them over to Corey in the mid lane, just by throwing down one sapling, and then potentially like an E from Corey. That should be enough for him to clear out the camp. Oh, the small ones. You always leave the big one, so it gives him... There we go. Just as you can see, about 40% XP towards level 2, and he can still return to lane before any minions dies. Any of the minions dies. Here, one of the strong things about Maokai. And also, even better in this patch, honestly, with Righteous Glory being buffed, now gives 150 more HP, so 650 in total. So that's great for Maokai players. Yeah. And also, it is a good pick into cannon, because you got your ulti to counter his ulti, and at the same time, if you can engage on the cannon, he will never get to your back line, and you can simply lock him down with the Maokai. So I like that pickup at least by more.
Yeah, we'll see how that matchup does go on. For the time being, though, we're going to take a look at the middle and the bottom. Betsy taking a little bit of abuse from Corey to start this one off. He is returning it back with a couple of those Crescent Strikes, but still, could be some trouble for him going on forward.
Yeah, we see him replace the lane early on here. He really want to push it into the tower. Again, he's not running Flask and Potions like we normally see in Diana in the mid lane. Instead, the Doran's Ring. So it really tells me he's going to play so aggressive, and that means Diamond has to be nearby to protect him. Olaf is...
To be fair, Diamond can be nearby all the time.
Yeah, that's true. He's on Hecarim, so he has a lot of mobility here. He can really move around fast, but we can see Betsy just keep pushing the lane. Olaf prefer normally to sit and farm to level 6 to get your Cinderhulk and you become a bit tanky. But you can go in and punish her down as she's immobile, land one axe, she's slowed down, and then Corey can deal a lot of damage. Yeah. See Betsy again, he's pushing in the lane.
He's trading okay right now. And meanwhile, on the bottom, it was for a while they were pushing in pretty hard too. Pinoy and Edward were making it a little bit rough for Rallis, but he has caught up on some farm. Horo down in the bottom, going to be taking his own blue buff. A little bit slower to clear these things out. We'll see where he does decide to make a move if he does focus on the mid lane, help out Corey. Rallis back in the bottom, still taking some pressure between Edward and Pinoy.
Yeah, the first few levels are going to be in favor of Gambit. Lulu is always one of those supports who deals a lot of damage through the first few levels. But then the damage really starts falling off for her, and it's going to be more about her utility she brings towards the late game itself. So you need a few levels here for MYM before you can really start trading effectively. I think Horo got it.
He did. Barely, though.
Eddie tried to steal it.
Quick roam there. Corey's the one who's being a little bit pushed back in this lane, but again, he's not really suffering for any farm. Gambit aren't really denying anything here, although Rallis taking a lot of damage now, forced to pop the heal as Eddie chased him pretty far in. Pinoy got himself fairly low in that engagement as well.
Jiro did have a good start to the lane, but now Coppershot with the freeze and Gambit winning the fan vote. No real surprise, I guess.
Yeah, they're definitely the favorites in this situation, despite the IEM results, of course. Getting back into the LCS, they are facing off against the current last place team. And we'll see if that does prove true.
It is funny with MYM because the few changes they have made to the lineup, or the recent changes I think we can say, honestly it's been pretty effective for them. JWoww has been a good top laner, and we have seen Noxic at least in the week 7, had some good games. So I feel like it's been some okay changes. Question is, was it too late? Did they do anything? Because they are still sitting at number 10. They need to win one more game to tie with Giants and Rocket. And that's what they're going for. Noxic, though, he's flashing in.
They were the ones making the aggressive play right there. Pinoy and Edward move back, and actually Horo was a little late to the party. Still, they've got the lane to themselves for the time being, or at least it is a number advantage as Pinoy is going to take the back to base.
And we saw a good back timing here in the mid lane. I think we're going to look more and more for, especially for Corey. He had over 1,000 gold, so he got to upgrade his Hex Core. And at the same time, he managed to get a ward and a few more potions. So pretty good timing for him. Obviously, the Death Ray has been upgraded. And in this case, because there's so much dive in from Gambit, I wouldn't be surprised to see him fairly early trying to upgrade his Hex Core again and get his Q for some more movement speed, because he's really going to be one of the targets. Diamond is going to aim for him every single time. You know Betsy's going to follow. And you got that Sivir ulti to really push in the rest of the team. Question is just if MYM can manage to get the lane control or the map control, then suddenly the Olaf and the Maokai can be the ones to start the fights, and that's a good way of shutting down the likes of a Diana, because if you engage onto her, and you make sure she never gets in range to land her Q on your backline, she won't get the reset on her ulti, and then it's fairly easy, honestly, to kite her around. So Meteor Makers does have some options, but it will require them to do well here in the early game, otherwise Gambit will take over the map and look for these fights. Wow, Pinoy also flashing forward.
Oh, Noxiac. He was a couple slices away from being turned into sushi there. Some bullying pressure from Pinoy. Gonna force the back. Gonna be able to push the wave too. That's one thing Sivir really does well in lane, is push this in, but unfortunately for Gambit, they've timed this, you know, just to the point where Rallis is just about to come back, so he'll be able to freely gobble up all those minions. And again, he hasn't really been pushed back too far, and a champion like Kog'Maw, if he doesn't have too rough of a laning phase, that's usually a good sign for your team.
It's a good start for Rallis on this bottom lane in terms of his farm going towards the Trinity Force phase first. Betsy not been punished in this mid lane. He's been pushing it over and over. No ganks coming in, but Diamond hasn't really shown himself either. That's why Meteor Makers has had to play fairly careful, because you don't want to risk like diving in with an Olaf and then suddenly Hecarim shows up and turns the fight around. So because Diamond had just been power farming, and Horo's been trying to do the same, we haven't really seen anything go on around the mid lane. Losing Diamond here for himself, going towards the Cinderhulk on Hecarim, just going for the tanky route, not a warrior enchant.
Well, the Chilling Smite, though, same can be said of Horo. I've seen a number of different jungle items being picked up. Diamond, of course, at IEM kind of favored the skirmishers, didn't really work out well for him. He was also kind of curious on the champions he picked, too.
Yeah, it's been basically his own style, I think it is, with the skirmishers. And the current meta here, you can do a lot of things that nobody else really does and it can still work, because there's so many viable options. I do like the Chilling Smite on Hecarim because you steal the movement speed, which obviously fits well with your own passive. And again, for him, it's also going to be diving Rallis and Corey in these fights. Eddie here, been poking a bit in the bush. Diamond is down here. He's only on 50% HP, so he needs to be fairly careful if he goes for any ganks. Very easy turnaround. I think he was spotted. NYM can see him now at least. They're pinging him on the minimap, so it's going to be an easy blue buff for them. Pushing that one in. Getting over to Corey, denying that from Betsy.
Yeah, there has been a good amount of jungle espionage this game, just moving sneakily in and taking away buffs, taking away camps, or at least attempting to, and grabbing the vision as well. So Corey, blue buff in tow, heads back to lane, defends the tower now, as Betsy has gone away. Uses the Death Ray, and he is pushing up very far forward with these minions without the wave at his back, but he knows that Betsy's back, so he's not really in danger of being 2v1.
No, that's fairly easy push him for him. Let's see how much gold. He's sitting on 1200, so he can go back to base as well. Betsy is going from a real Nomicon on a Diana. That's a new one. And I don't agree on it. I really would prefer if Betsy right here would just go for Abyssal Scepter into an Hourglass. Because there's a fair chunk of magic damage on the side of Meteor Maker, so Abyssal Scepter is going to do him a lot of good stuff. And then the Hourglass 74 more diving potential. I think that's a lot better than going Morel Nomicon. You don't even need that much cooldown reduction on Diana because you already reset your ulti and your Q drops down to like 6 seconds or 5 seconds, I believe it is, at rank 5 anyway. So I don't really agree with Betsy's build here, but I guess you just wanted maybe their healing reduction against the likes of an Olaf, against the Maokai in this situation. But for now, Gambit setting up for a dive on JWoww, poor guy.
Yep, see if he can make like a tree and leave. I don't think it's gonna happen because in comes Diamond, Cabochard, Betsy around the side. He's gonna force the flash out. He's surely gonna go down, but will it be Betsy going with them? That's first blood, a lot of tower shots tanked, but Gambit get that one and they get out.
MYM will respond with a dragon. Nice little dive here from Gambit.
Eddie though! Eddie. He's down. Noxiac is the one that takes the credit. It's the start of the dragon too. MYM, they could get more out of this.
And they push the mid tower here. The best you can do, if someone roams away from your lane, just hard push in that lane here. You will get so much damage on the tower. And meanwhile, we talk about how MYM's bottom lane here. Once they got a few levels, it becomes a very, very strong lane. And they suddenly pick up a kill. Dragon as well, as you mentioned here. Mid tower down to 50%. A lot of things happening suddenly.
Yeah, MYM definitely came out ahead on that one. When you're going to invest so many resources to dive the top lane, Maokai, your jungler gets the kill too, not Cabochard. Arguably, you know, it's okay to turn it over to either one of those, but I feel like if, you know, you're going to have Kennen be a little bit more of the initiator damage dealers, you kind of want that kill. At this point, MYM are looking pretty good.
Yeah, also just the setup for Gambit took quite a while to set up, or to start, I think we can say, how they were moving from the mid lane, moved around the enemy red buff, through the golems as well. So it was like the long route that to take all the way up to JWoww. That bought a lot of time for MYM to say, okay, what's going on here? Can we push the lanes? Yes, we can. Can we start a dragon? Can we fight in the bottom lane? Because we know the jungle is nearby. Yes, we can. And they just gave them so many options, and they took full advantage of it. And honestly, came out ahead from it just because of the kill they got on Eddie in the bottom lane. Looks like Diamond Wanted that Phage instead with his Ruby Crystal. Again, also the standard we have seen on Hecarim. Not on jungle Hecarim though. Trinity Force is a very expensive item for a jungler.
Takes a while to ramp up if you want to go that route.
But just getting the Phage itself is smart. Because again, it gives you the extra movement speed, which does so well with your passive. So I wonder if he's just going to sit on that for a while and now build tank from here, like we have seen some of the top lane Hecarim players do. Still the first or second jungle Hecarim we see here. I believe Airwax played it a few weeks ago, and it crashed and burned.
Well, Diamond is hoping that that doesn't happen for him as well. In the meanwhile, half this tower and a little bit more has been taken down as Horo and Corey are showing their muscles. Betsy, here we go. Diamond is going to charge in, but he's actually just more interested in the minions clearing that away. Tower has taken quite a lot of damage 12 minutes into this game. There has not been one fallen yet, but we have had some action.
And Horo has been allowed basically to just sit in his jungle and farm. Didn't gank a single lane. He's completed the Cinderhold now. Obviously our new jungle item here on 5.5 for jungle enchant. So you will get that 25% bonus HP, which is so great on an Olaf because you tend to stack HP anyway. And then it makes you extremely strong going towards the late game. Question is just, can the rest of your team follow you? Because you don't really offer a whole lot of protection for them. You are the one diving, the enemy AD carry.
Well, certainly, Rawlers probably won't be the one following. But, yeah, the real question is how well is this going to stack up in the team fight? So far, it's just kind of been miniature skirmishes, lane battles.
Yeah.
And, you know, they've gone a little bit back and forth, of course. You know, only a couple of kills. And still, good presence of mind. There's a lot of wards down on that bottom side, but that first dragon belonging to Meet Your Makers is going to give them a little bit of an edge and some confidence in this one. Betsy now pushing forward in the jungle. Horo's going to sight him out, though, and throws an axe his way. That'll chase him out.
So we have to remember Betsy on this Morel Nomicon. Fairly squishy compared to what you normally see on a Diana. You need some tanky stats. Because the way for you obviously to deal damage, especially in the late game, where so much comes from your passive, where you gotta get these auto tags down, you're gonna have to sit in the fight. You cannot just jump in and out. Once you're in there, you need to get the 3 hits, proc that passive, you get insane amount of burst damage from that. And if you're building a fairly squishy build, it makes it tough for you to really get in there. For sure, of course, MYM has some okay disengage on their side. Even Olaf, I guess, can add some kiting, which is not really ideal for him, seeing as the axe, he won't be able to pick it up if he's kiting and running backwards. And consistently slowing targets. And we see, how, as we mentioned earlier here with Corey, how you can get your second upgrade on your Hex core fairly early if you need to peel for yourself, which he will be doing in this situation. So he already upgraded the second one and obviously gone for Q. So gets that extra movement speed now for Corey in the mid lane. Very early. Double upgrades.
Yeah, and of course, you know, kind of a no-brainer to go for the Abyssal. He's got the magic resist starting already. The Negatron cloak. Pick that one up just to be able to trade a little bit more effectively with the Diana. So far hasn't had too much trouble.
Oh, look at Diamond here again. He's really going fully towards that Trinity Force. It's the makings of a Sheen, unless he wants to go Frozen Heart as his second item. A lot of things going on, but he's not been upgrading to any enchant Cinderhold. That means he's not getting. No, he's not really using gold efficient that item is, depending on which one he wanted. So instead, he's just sitting on the blade, still getting the gold per large minion.
It is a. Let's see if he's able to make something happen here. No, Corey is going to be able to get a teleport. Actually gets canceled. Wow. But Betsy and Diamond have already been chased off. Yeah, I feel like it's really hard to tell exactly what, especially in the build order, what Diamond is going for. Just because he does so many strange things that somehow work out in a lot of ways. But, you know, then occasionally they're going to fall flat. And you got to wonder, we haven't seen Hecarims and we've certainly not seen build path for it. I wonder what he's going for.
Yeah, I just don't think it's a Trinity Force. You have already 3 carries basically on your team. You have plenty of damage. I would much rather see him go from now and be like the big front line for Gambit. Plenty of damage. You got plenty of tools as well of really putting your carries in a good position to kill someone. But if he gets more farm, because he is ahead in farm compared to Horo, and nothing really next 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes, he might be able to get that Trinity Force completed in a decent time. But Betsy now is being chased off. Capuchet is hiding in the bushes. No wards from IM in the river here, so they don't see him, but they do of course know he's not putting himself in the top lane.
They also have the ward, have a lot of those wards placed in the side, so they're going to be able to spot when Gambit's moving through the jungle. And here they go. Cleared out by MYM. Dragon's 10 seconds away, and this might be when we start to see the action happening. Teleport is available for Cabochard, but of course JWoww, he spent his to just try to scare off Betsy and Diamond earlier, so there will be that advantage. She better start running if they want to make this a 5v4. Betsy, though, is going to be the one charging in. Horror doesn't really take any damage, and the Crab is taken down in favor of Meet Your Makers. Looking good for this Dragon.
Got some good deep wards, as you mentioned earlier. Mid tower. This is basically because Betsy had that roam to the top lane where Corey pushed it in, took 60% of the HP on the tower. So it means for Meet Your Makers, even if there is a Dragon fight happening, or maybe if Gambit is baiting the Dragon, Meet Your Makers should be able to very quickly go mid lane, take down that tower here, and at least trade that one. But in terms of the team fights, again, we're going to have Gambit with the dive in, we're going to have Meet Your Makers trying to really kite back at first, and then send in Horror kind of on his own, or maybe joined by JWoww to keep the likes of Cabochard or Betsy busy. But it's going to be tough because they will obviously try and ignore these tanks here. And Betsy is still trying to trade. Remember, he's fairly squishy.
He went in really early. That forced the wild growth. And he's going back in again, but this time the wave's going to be on him. Gravity field coming down. It's Betsy who's taken down by Corey and Diamond. All alone by himself. Tries to get back to the team, but the Death Ray will take him out. It's a 2-for-1 trade as they lost Noxiac in that.
Yeah, fairly easy for Meet Your Makers here to kill Diamond and Betsy. Remember, they're building these fairly squishy builds for themselves. So when they dive in, if MYM just has proper focus, they're gonna kill them, like we just saw here. Took them a few seconds to take down Betsy, then Diamond followed. Dragon now for Meet Your Makers.
That's number 2. I mean,
it is number 2. Mid tower will go down as well. It's one hit. Doesn't even matter who hits it. It's gonna die. And that's even more global goal than for Meet Your Makers. So with these squishy builds here, Gambit suddenly won't really be in a position to team fight. And instead are gonna have to look for these picks, or maybe one-on-ones. Instead, Abyssal Scepter is now completed, though, from Betsy, so at least some of them are coming in.
Yeah, a lot of important item spikes. You see Cabochard's had completed the Zhonya's Hourglass, of course, also in the top lane. JWoww has the Righteous Glory, and I wanted to mention it before the fight broke out, but Rallis is looking pretty good now that he finished his Trinity Force. It was a few minutes ago. I feel like this is the Trinity Force spike, especially on a champion like Kog'Maw, is even more important than, like, you know, say completing the Infinity Edge, just because if you can sufficiently protect him, which so far hasn't really been an issue, it just gets really, really irritating for Gambit to just try and deal with running into a hail of, you know, everything, the Bioarcane Barrage, etc., etc.
Yeah, gives a lot of good stats for him for sure. Also makes him one of the hyper carries who can perform pretty well in the mid game. Not like a Caitlyn who is good early, then terrible mid game, and then obviously strong getting in the late. Horror, he's just back to farming. Giants build picked up. Really trying to use the Cinder Hold, 25% bonus HP passive. Currently, it's giving him about 200 extra HP on this Olaf. They're gonna have to need a Locket though on MYM's side against Diana and Kennen for extra protection. And obviously, we mentioned how Maokai on this patch is even better with the Righteous Glory buffs. It's already been picked up for JWoww. So a lot of tools here for Meet Your Makers to either kite the fight to try and engage in. Obviously, Victor is one of those champions when he's running Ghost and Flash who can follow. And we add him Diamond now. He's going for Corey.
Yeah, he runs right through the gravity field. Corey could be in some trouble. He's going to Flash and Ghost to bail out away. A couple of summoners blown. And that pink ward still lives.
If you want to go into the enemy jungle and clear a ward, have your friends near you so they can help you. Instead, though, Cabochard, JWoww, they're trading. Horror is in the push up here. Not spotted by Cabochard. He does have Flash ready, however.
Uh-oh.
See if he has to use it.
He's got to see notifications are tingling. No! The axe lands right in his face, and he's going to have to Lightning Rush and Flash, but Horo still thinking about chasing. He backs away after the Ragnarok was blown. Still, a summoner utilized in all of that. MYM really on the aggressive so far.
I like it. I like to see a team like MYM. Yes, okay, they're number 10 in the standings, but
They've not got a ton to lose, I suppose.
As we mentioned, with these new changes, it feels like they got a bit of a kick in the butt. And they're like, hey, we can make plays. We are good players here. We don't have to just sit back and wait 20 minutes and then we can say the game is over. No, we can honestly go in and we can challenge you. The 2 dragons, perfect setup. First one because there was a dive, obviously, in the top lane from Gambit. Second one because Gambit dove in with 2 fairly squishy champions at that point. Died. Second one to MYM. Mid tower is still really, really low. Nobody's really walked in there to kill it yet. Corey won't be able to either now with double summoners being blown.
It's an investment officio. They're gonna knock it over whenever and then realize the return.
I really think Corey's he's regretting going for that pink ward in the jungle of Gambit when he had no friends nearby, had to blow both the summoners, meaning he has to be a bit more careful. Now Betsy Once again going towards the top lane, the pink ward will spot him.
Gonna realize that one. You can see JWoww's already backed sufficiently away. Corey
should just take the mid lane here.
Yeah, he's actually moving up top, but he's pretty low on mana here too. And he's got the blue buff, so it won't be a problem in a minute. But Cabochard's set to take the turret down. He does. I'm not really sure why everyone started moving up that way. Looks like they wanted to fight, but yeah, Diamond's just able to bail out. So no problem.
Just take that free mid tower, trade it. Your top tower is gonna die anyway. So I'm not really sure. Corey obviously trying to be the hero here and save his top laner, but not really needed in this case. Diamond, he's been controlling the river pretty well on the top side, getting a lot of extra gold for that one. Still going towards the Trinity Force for himself, which is the standard top lane Hecarim style, but you get a lot more gold in the top lane. Obviously the jungle has been buffed a little bit in terms of your income.
Yeah, but I mean, this is still, by any measure, a fairly late Trinity Force.
Oh yeah, it's a very late Trinity Force. I mean, normally you want to get that around 15, 16, maybe we can say around 18 minutes the latest. That's where you normally sit on a Trinity Force. And that's a good timing. For him, it's going to be about 25 minutes, unless he can buy it right now. He can, he sits on about 1,000 gold, so he should be able to pick that one up.
Yeah, and you know, to his credit, he has been able to get a little bit more gold than his counterpart, but I feel like MYM have made much more use of their jungler so far. Horo's just really been involved in a lot of the power plays on this map. When you see Betsy or Diamond diving in, I mean, he's actually hardly getting touched, so his tankiness is already starting to assert itself. And of course, you know, with the Cinderhulk, he's going to want to be running in as much as possible and utilizing that passive to just deal a lot of passive damage while his team, you know, is able to peel away. Oh, Diamond, careful, there was a bubble. There was a lot of MYM members here, and they will finally be able to take down that pink ward. Gambit a little slow to react. Another 45 seconds till this next dragon, but Meet Your Maker's already securing their vision. Scuttlecrab Shrine is down.
It's the same play though from MYM. As soon as they start setting up for a dragon, they want to have the one ward just behind the red buff in a small banana bush, I guess we can call it, near the entrance to the river from Gambit's side. This time around, Corey didn't walk in on his own, and therefore no summoners was blown. Gambit, on the other hand, are trying to set up some vision on the top side, so they allow Meet Your Makers to take over the dragon, and then have Cabochard push to top lane with teleport, and if MYM takes too long on starting that dragon and start baiting around it, then Cabochard might be able to get a tower, at least some damage on it. So they're basically swapping around the map and saying, okay, you get vision on the bottom side, we make sure we go into your jungle and get it on the top side. Horo, though, he's trading on Betsy.
Yes, he is. See if he can keep him slowed down there. Betsy's going to be dashing in. Oh, there is going to be a big combo as JWoww comes up with a pick, a teleport in for Cabochard, but is it going to be a little bit too late for a Gambit knockback? Horo all low, so is Corey, but he's the one back down to this one. Zanya's Hourglass won't be enough to keep Cabochard alive, and it is a clean 3 for none from Meet Your Makers.
Yeah, again, it's a bit of the same deal. Might not be over yet. Pinoy popped his ulti. Not really going to find any targets here, but it's somewhat the same deal. Again, normally Diana at this point would sit on an Hourglass and an Abyssal Scepter, so Betsy would be able to dive in, pull them all together, pop his Hourglass, stay alive when Diamond then follows up, and you have a fantastic wombo combo. Instead, Betsy went in. He got basically killed instantly. Diamond tried to join after. He got dropped, and then suddenly Cabochard just found himself all alone. Corey will be stopped and...
Oh!
Stays alive. The Q shield.
Okay. Right as the dragon buff goes on him, too. And, you know, I was going to say this before... Okay, we'll talk about that afterwards, because here's the fight again.
So Horo knows he's insanely tanky. He can start this fight on his own. And notice Betsy now. He dives in. This is a good setup. He pulls in 4 targets. This is where he normally would pop Hourglass. And then you allow the rest of your team to join, because by the time Cabochard then comes in here, Betsy's still alive, and you might be able to win the fight. But now, these 2 targets get dropped instantly. We see how with the Ghost, Corey can kite around. We talked about that Q he got earlier, the upgraded one from the Hex Core, give him even more mobility. And simply because their coordination isn't there from Gambit right now to really set up these fights, MYM gets to really kite it around and win them.
Yeah, you can see those timing errors are just manifesting themselves so obviously there. It's a matter of seconds before the rest of the team comes in. Cabochard, if he really wanted to make that teleport play, needed to be there at least 3 seconds before.
Yeah.
Diamond, you know, he pops his ult in, yes, but they didn't have any follow-up damage. You can't take a fight like that without your AD carry, and honestly, without really the serious amount of damage. So, yes, they've kind of hit some decent item spikes, but they're not utilizing them together the right way. They're just not playing with the coordination that I feel like Gambit really, really needs if they want to seriously contest in the playoffs and make a run at this. Right now, they're really not playing like they deserve it.
It's not over yet, though, from Gambit here. Obviously, this bot lane tower will go down. Wallace I've been the guy to join the fights, but he's just been sticking and farming on his own, 255
which is fine for a Kog'Maw.
Which is basically what he needs to do. Of course, and MYM has an absolutely insane late game build up here. You got the Maokai, one of the best late game tanks. Olaf, of course, will become an absolute monster. And then Rales and Corey as well. Those two together, if you don't kill them instantly, they will melt your entire team. So, Meteor Makers off to a great start, keeping it even in gold, got 3 dragons, so no risk of Gambit suddenly rushing towards the 5th dragon and force you into a bad fight. No, that might be MYM who can do that to Gambit themselves. Such a good start for them. And this mid tower is still alive. It is sitting on, let's see, it is sitting on 9 HP.
Still sitting there. And the counterpart tower is starting to get a little bit low, but Meteor Maker is able to push that one back. A lot of members of Gambit up on this top side trying to push in the edge that they do have. Tower's going pretty low. There's a bubble. It's going to be spell shielded out by Pinoy, but JWoww coming on Twisted Advance onto Cabo Shard, who's taking a lot of damage, and they've given him up for broke. Meanwhile, Corey, Horo, can they take him out of the shutdown? That is going to go over to Betsy, but Horo has there. The cavalry has arrived. Pinoy is being chased back, but can he kite it out? There goes the boomerang blade. Noxiac and Rales are still there for the chase. It's so far a 1-for-1, but MYM have defended their tower, and they push Gambit out of their jungle.
Gambit has pretty much the entire game long invested a lot of wards into the jungle of Meteor Makers on the top side of the map. This time it at least gave them 1 kill. There we go, Rales.
There's the tower.
Take down that tower. There's 1 hit.
Some much-deserved gold now.
We keep seeing Gambit go towards the top lane because they always like to play around Copper Shard, so they make sure they ward for him so he can push his lane and play really aggressive. And that's why they could catch Corey in the jungle here. You can see how he was basically dead around the red buff.
But there was so much vision there that they checked into that it was... well, for Gambit, they were able to keep that one on their side. I feel like MYM still knew exactly what Gambit were up to in that situation. They were able to react. They were able to make a 1-for-1, and they saved their tower. Yes, you got shut down gold onto Betsy, which is massive for Gambit. But he was already at 4-1, and it's kind of scary when a Victor and this whole team comp starts to get rolling.
Yep.
Stopping them is going to be a tough task.
It will be very difficult. This Blade of the Ruin King for Rales as well. When you pop that on a Hecarim, if he's already using his E, you steal a lot of movement speed from him to simply kite around. So only Noxiac there to really protect him in the backline leads. And now Diamond is looking for them. Noxiac, he will get him.
Knocks him back. There is the gravity field. He moves out of it. So Dragon's still a ways away. They're going to do some vision clearing and then look to push on the bottom side. They did never take out that bottom first tier turret. It is 2-1 in towers. It actually hasn't been too many taken out this game, despite the action across the map. Meteor Maker still trying to play around the dragon, but the Skull Crab Shrine is in Gambit's favor, so they'll be chased away, as the bottom tower is surely going to fall here.
You can see again Gambit, they change around depending on which lane they want to push. Really try and do a good job at least of allowing your side lanes to get a tower. Cabochard got the first one in the top lane now. They need to be careful because MYM is pushing in. Diamond, he's moving in from behind. JWoww is not here yet. Let's see if Diamond can start the fight. Pinoy though, he's far away, so I guess they just have to force them away.
Yeah.
This should be a top tower now for Meteor Makers because the wave is being pushed in. Unless they don't want to try and risk giving up a dragon.
Or giving up.
Well, you already have JWoww sitting in the mid lane and you have a massive wave coming top side.
Yeah, I kind of think it was a little bit weird. There. They would have had enough time to get back too, and they had a teleport advantage. Or rather, they had the teleport with JWoww. Now Horo, he's still looking to try and find this fight. I feel like Meteor Makers are having a little bit of hesitation here. And even though they got 3 dragons, you know, it's not the end of the world to give one up if you're going to get something for it.
Yes and no. You don't want to give the first dragon, because it's the 6% AP and AD, obviously, to Gambit. And you want to have that 5th dragon as a way of you really snowballing the game. So honestly, what I think they did is they said, we know the minions will do enough work, or at least force someone from Gambit to come and defend. So we're going to let those minions do their job, and we don't want to give up...
Oh, it was so low.
Yeah, there we go.
It's going to take it anyway.
And we don't want to give up dragon control. So honestly, it was the right call from them. Looking there saying, okay, we don't have to, let's go down to dragon instead. They set up the same few wards as always. Cabochard does have teleport ready, and all the ultis are here for both teams. Yeah. Dragon has been started. Diamond is recalling though. So Gambit is going to give it up again. 4 dragons to 0 now.
Yeah,
for
that is really curious. They had an opportunity to make a play, and this time they're even a little more hesitant to even fully push in. You can see they had sent Corey and Noxiac back to defend the tower, so Gambit, they get nothing out of that. Now they're pinging their top tower to defend it. 4 dragons to 0 at 31 minutes into the game. I mean, this is troubling for Gambit. They usually give up some dragons, but not this many.
This was just such a good call by MYM. Allowing the minions to do the work while they secured their 4th dragon. And they might even get back in time. There's nothing Gambit could do to push, because all the lanes have been pushed down towards them, so there's no opening to try and trade for a tower. So really good shot calling here. I think that's been a problem for Meteor Makers all split long. It's been the decision making, the shot calling. Looks a lot better in this game here at least for them. And now we can see how Corey has fully upgraded his Hex core. Currently giving him 156 AP and obviously get his W and his ulti to travel a bit faster.
Yeah, despite the individual, or on top of the individual performance being, you know, pretty good, which I feel like MYM have generally had, I really like the way that they're playing together and around each other as a team and grouping up, especially for these fights. You look at Noxiac, for example. He's got 100% kill participation on this Nami. He has been moving around despite the fact that Rallis has been relatively safe. It's not been because he's been leaving him out to pasture. He's been moving quite a lot back and forth to try and defend every front that they possibly can. And as a result, MYM, I mean, this is why they're up this game.
Because they've been allowed to.
Yeah, that's true. Like, Gambit haven't really...
No, I agree 100% on your point, but
properly, I'll give you that. But I do think they're playing a lot better together than we have seen historically from them as the fight.
For sure.
Get underway. Betsy will flash, but meanwhile, Cabochard, Edward, the rest of Gambit in the middle, trying to chase down Rallis behind the tower. They'll finally get him, but that looks like it could be an expensive play. Edward, he's surely going to go down here. It's a double kill going to Rallis at the end with the Acathian surprise. It is a 3-for-1 trade for Meteor Makers, and man, that was all over the map.
It was, and again, Meteor Makers, they have the map control, so they're the ones starting the fight. You saw how Hori, he went on Betsy, forced him to flash away, so he was completely gone. That removes a lot of the dive potential Gambit does have. Yes, okay, they managed to kill Mr. Rallis, but it took them such a long time that the rest of MYM could just clean up a few kills. Started this Baron here, they should be able to pick it up. Cabochard and Betsy not really able to do anything.
I love how Corey has just been constantly zoning, not just with this gravity field, with the death rate. Noxiac helping out as well. No chance for Gambit to get in here and try to contest this. They didn't have the smite anyways, but let's see how that fight unfolded. That was nuts.
So again, Meteor Makers, they have control of the map, so they're starting the fight first. Mr. Rallis does get caught out a little bit, but now he's just kiting back to his tower. And you can see how everyone from Gambit is trying to kill him. Even Eddie, the support, is running in there to get the killing blow, but that means once the rest of MYM returns, you have nothing left you can do. You have invested everything onto killing one guy. And that's why MYM could win the fight, get the Baron, and they're back and they want to fight again.
Yes, they do. The bubble's not going to land, but Edward and Diamond are a little bit low. All the same, Living Artillery, the wave is going to go up. It turns on Eddie. Horo's going to get the kill, and they pick up Diamond anyways. Meteor Makers just rolling through the jungle, and they should be able to secure another tower here. Baron buff minions as well.
Should be inhibitor for them. And remember, they still got that 5th dragon coming up, so...
Yeah, I mean, that's just icing on the cake at this point. Gambit, they're being shoved in so hard. 34.5 minutes into this game, and you can just see how well they've been able to scale up. Inhibitor, easy peasy, and they continue to control the map.
What a change it's been for Meteor Makers picking up Noxiac here. I'm not sure what these European supports do to you. Kasing joins H2K, they win like 8 games in a row. Noxiac joins MYM, and suddenly they look a lot more decisive. He was the guy making the play in the bottom lane to give the first kill on Eddie as well. So really big change for Meteor Makers, looking a lot better than they've done all split, and they are not out of the LCS yet. This win would tie them with Giants, as long as Giants lose later today, where they play SK Gaming.
Right, they're not as far back as they may have been.
No, suddenly you're fighting here to avoid the auto relegation. If you are number 9 or number 8, you have to play relegation against some of the challenger teams, which of course we're gonna see later on after playoffs here in EU.
Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves, but for the moment, Meteor Makers, yeah, they have a real chance to keep going on this one, and they're really playing like they want it. I mean, again, it goes back to having these changes eventually starting to work out for them, especially finding what it seems like the final puzzle piece in Noxiac. Don't know exactly how much impact he's had on the team's mindset, but it certainly seems to have been a massive positive upswing over the course of these weeks now.
Sometimes getting a new player just gives you some new motivation. He may be coming in with, you know, some different views on how to play the game, some different calls.
Well, and individual play too. The playmaking has been there that it just wasn't previously.
Sometimes just when you make a change and you start winning a few scrims, you get a lot more confidence, and suddenly you start believing in what you're doing, despite being number 10 in the LCS. And that can be all you need. Pick up a few wins, end your losing streak, and then we see Meteor Makers now. should be able to take down Gambit with this lead. Dragon 40 seconds. Diamond though, he's looking to fight.
Leading the charge in, it's Diamond, but do they have the damage to take him out? The Wild Growth to keep him alive, but not for long. Betsy, meanwhile, trying to deal it with Horo and Noxtake on the back. Cabochard in tow, a double kill coming in for Rallis. It looks like they're about to get more. Betsy, isolated, gets a shutdown on Corey, but it's not going to be nearly enough. A 4 for 1. Meet your makers. Dead timer's at 50 seconds now, Deficio. They look like they might want to end.
They're pushing in. They got a few minions here. No super minions yet, but they're coming down from the mid lane. Meteor Makers, they're looking fantastic today.
They've been tanking turrets up too. Horo, are they going to do it again here? It's actually JWoww that tanks it up. Cabochard, they're trying to push him back. Nexus turret starting to go down, but it might be a little bit too hefty for them to take just yet.
Play it safe.
So go back for now. You've still got 2 inhibitors on Gambit. And guess what? Dragon number 5 is looking pretty live right now.
Yeah, go back to that dragon here. So you secure it. You got teleport ready for JWoww. You can see how Gambit now is rushing out from the base. They want to try and stop this one. It's been started by Meteor Makers now. Diamond should be able to get there in time. But JWoww is teleporting back in. Corey's not there. Same can be said for Betsy.
It was a bit greedy to go for clearing out the jungle so far, but they are zoning Diamond away. Look at that. The bubble is on as well. Vengeful Maelstrom for JWoww after he teleported in, trying to keep them from getting in there. They do secure Dragon 5. Now this gets really rough for Gambit. Look at their health bars just evaporating. Diamond can't even get out. Rallis picks up his 5th kill of the game. Pinoy spell shields away the Twisted Advance, but JWoww still closed the gap. Pinoy now trying to run away from everything. A double kill. Meanwhile, comes in as Rallis picks up Edward, and they just keep on chasing. Now they've got them super minions starting to pile in, and with Dragon buff number 5, they've got all the tools to close this game out, Deficio.
They do. They just need the minions. They're coming right there. Super minions.
Up to the end.
Yeah, they're trying. They really want to end this game for Meteor Makers here. They're staying. They have so much damage on these towers, but still 3 guys from Gambit trying to defend.
Yep, they are indeed. Cabochard, Pinoy, and Betsy do it though. Nexus tower number 1, it's going down. The minions have been mostly cleared away. And why I'm still going to play this one a little bit safe for now. They're going to back off for the time being.
Really, we looked at the 2 comps in pick and ban phase, and it looked so risky for Meteor Makers. Like, oh, they have not enough to protect the 2 carries. Corey and, okay, let's talk about it after instead here. Replay coming in. Corey's going to be the target. There's a nice ulti from Diamond. The problem is Corey already has an hourglass complete, so you can just pop it after.
He even chunked.
Oh, but this is a Victor late game. You one-shot people. If there's no tank to keep him busy, which is not on the side of Gambit, he will one-shot someone. And also, of course, pop the hourglass. MYM is so far ahead at this point, they can just clean it up. But again, if you look at the 2 comps, had Gambit not fallen so far behind, they would have been able to dive onto MYM like this and try and pop their carries, but they simply took some wrong fights, and look at Corey.
Talk about that Victor late game. Man, that is some serious damage. But Gambit, they keep on trying, but it's just getting so difficult not to run straight into a face full of laser.
Ulti will be ready for Corey fairly soon. Diamond though, he's looking for more. Stunned it. Come down for Corey, trying to block it. No teleport for Cabochard. MY might just wait for the next Baron before they really start closing it, seeing as the mid inhibitors just respawned. But you still have that 5th dragon, so you should go down and try and force a fight.
They get a bit of a breather in the mid, but not for long, as MYM are starting to push this one, and they can just easily come in and take it as fast as they want. How can Gambit defend this? They've got to worry about their minions being pushed back in the bottom as well. Diamond sent there to deal with it, but easy inhib take. They're moving up to Baron. They own this map.
Look at this here from Horo. Righteous Glory as well. After the buffs, 650 HP, perfect for an Olaf. Giving even more movement speed for the team when they are diving onto Gambit, because they got so far ahead. They've been able to control every objective. Every time a dragon spawned, it was MYM being there first, placing a few wards around it and say, okay, Gambit, if you want to fight, it's going to be on our terms. We can see you the entire time, and we can engage on you with our Olaf, with our Maokai. That's going to be our way of peeling for our 2 immobile carries. And Gambit ran right into it. Got caught out, ended up dying for it. We talked about their fairly risky builds. The Trinity Force on a jungle Hecarim, that's such an expensive item. You would be very squishy. And of course, Morel Nomicon first for Betsy as well. So he didn't have that hourglass for the first few important fights. Full credit to MYM, they played this so well. Corey, sorry, there's the mix again of Horo and Corey together.
It's a good combo so
Corey
far.
and Mr. Rallis have been the 2 carries, like they should do, or should be. They were the 2 carries last year as well for this team. When they had Impaler, when they had Kasing. They're really stepping up here in the end of this split.
Yeah, and just in the nick of time too, if they want to keep their playoff dreams still alive in this one. They are looking very good in that regard. A massive lead for them in every department. However, they were trying to make something happen on the side. A Gambit Diamond just gets melted. Man, Corey is big. Here they go on the tower. The chase is on. Betsy, they can't even get back to Fountain just yet. He's going to dash back in, try to dive the back line. It's Rallis who is his target. However, he's still staying alive for the moment, and Betsy with the Zanyas is not going to keep him up for much longer. 3 members of Gambit down. A tower on the inhibitor now. They're going to be able to push this one in. So many minions here. Gambit Gaming, they're going to be out of this one. Teleport doesn't even really matter. Nexus goes down, and Meet Your Makers could still make the playoffs.
Yeah, on paper, this looked like a game Gambit should win. It looked like a perfect way for Gambit to come back from IEM, you know, pick up a win, get some confidence. But then Meet Your Makers really shows they're not done yet.
They had other plans here.
Oh, yes. Just fantastic individual play all around for Meet Your Makers. And again, the shot calling. We've never seen Meet Your Makers with this great shot calling.
Yeah.
Like the way they handle the side lanes here, the way they set up for Dragon every time, and the way they played around the 2 carries. That was such a good setup.
Oh yeah, no, they did exactly what they needed to. And you can see on the faces of Gambit Gaming here, just stun reactions. They maybe expected to come back and kind of get a little bit of the groove going again, but it just didn't happen. You got to wonder now how much they were shaken up post-IEM.
Oh, we got to wonder, you know, what's gone wrong for Gambit. Is it, you know, is it the strategy that doesn't work for them anymore? Is it the new patch 5.5 here? They had, of course, less time than some of the other teams to practice because they went to IEM and played on 5.4. So only had a few days. We see Yamato Cannon here, the coach for Meet Your Makers, looking very happy and looking stylish as always.
Oh, he definitely looks always stylish, but he doesn't always look at ease. This time he was before the game, obviously after the game. I mean, he definitely knew something was going right with his team, and that was the result there. I mean, it turned so one-sided at the end. Just every advantage to Meet Your Makers. Gambit kept trying to play the fights. And, you know, we said at the Champ Select, it was a little bit really, really aggressive picks and the way they wanted to chase down kills. I feel like they just did not execute that the way they needed to, and that's where the risk comes in when you allow Kog'Maw to become gigantic, for example, and you allow a late game Olaf, a late game Maokai to just start spiraling out of control, and then you can't really do anything to stop them.
In the mid-game where Gambit was supposed to win the fights, that's where they didn't have the right items, and they took, again, a few fights where one guy would go in first, the rest would kind of walk away, and then they would engage kind of half-hearted. And that's again why Meet Your Makers was just simply on the same page in this game here and managed to punish Gambit for it every time. We saw Gambit, they keep putting focus on Kappa Shot. I think that's smart because you can see how it pays off for them. He always gets a tower, he always gets super fed. The problem is the rest of the team needs to be able to follow him in that case, and you cannot be caught out suddenly.
Yeah, and they were out of sync.
It was.
Constantly. It was either the Kennen going in too quickly or the Hecarim going in too quickly. And then people just coming into... I feel like where it really started to unravel was that team fight just upwards of the middle brush. And
the late TP.
Yeah, exactly. The late TP. Diamond came in a little bit after there was the initial engage, and it just kind of seemed like one hero melting, another hero melting, a third one, and it just kind of turned really sour for them after the fact. Also, never really even contesting the Dragons wholeheartedly. They kind of backed off when they had a chance.
Simply because MYM was already there. They'd already set up wards around it, and you can never go face check. I mean,
well, they weren't proactive enough to really do it. It was so strange. Like
it was.
They played the laning phase decently well, and after that, they just seemed lost.
Still have to say for Gambit, they are sitting firmly, at least in the top half of the standings still. MYM, Unicorns of Love and Copenhagen Wolves are now getting closer to them. They're going to obviously play later today. Gambit needs to win 2 games to secure a spot in the playoffs.
Indeed.
So losing this one is not the end of the world for them, and it's obviously still the goal to get this top 6.
Not only that, assuming, I believe, Rocket and Elements both lose, they are secure in their spot in the LCS. So for the time being, they're not looking that bad, but they do need a little bit of help so far. For Meet Your Makers, of course, you know, it's still possible technically for them to make the playoffs, but they're going to have a tough...
To win a lot of games.
A very tough road ahead of them, but, you know, still 3 games left for them. I mean, that was a really impressive performance. It wasn't just Gambit making mistakes. They played together like the way that they've really needed to all season.
Yeah, again, we just saw so many new things for Meet Your Makers here. We didn't really think they could pull it off. Again, good decision-making. They played as a team. They really team-fighted so well, which is a thing that's been a problem because it's been basically new guys kind of coming in and out. There's been so many problems. Mimer got benched at first, but JWoww has stepped up. And of course, Noxiac in the support role has done really well. And it kind of lifted the spirit, it seems like, for everyone. And suddenly Mr. Rallis is back to being one of the carries. A thing we didn't see him do for all split and some of last year as well, once he got all these support changes. Because remember, this is a guy who's now swapped support 5 or 6 times in his
like
entire LCS career, a little over a year. So it's a lot of changes for him. And Corey, of course, on this Victor, really showing why he's still so respected by EU mid laners. They still say he has fantastic mechanics.
Oh, yeah. He showed him off
It's
here.
just not worked for him with his team.
Yeah. This time around, though, it definitely did. Now, that's enough for us, at least. We're going to go ahead and head over to Shox and Cyanide for a closer look at Meet Your Makers win.
Thank you very much, Pyra. We're here with Meet Your Makers coach Yamato Cannon and their newest addition, the support Noxiac. Congratulations, guys. Still in the race. And Noxiac, well, I want to talk to you up front because you said in the beginning video, I am going to save MYM. You guys are now 1 win behind preseason favorites Elements and Roccat. Can you explain to me, what do you see as saving MYM?
Like, first of all, when I joined MAM, I think they were in a pretty bad position, and I just wanted to make sure they are not auto-relegated. But slowly, I think we can maybe even deny the relegations. I think we can have a shot.
Yeah, well, absolutely great game here for you. What was your reaction when you saw that Leona coming out as the very first ban from Gambit, and did you expect it?
That was pretty funny, but I'm usually not a really Leona player. Like, I used to play in solo queue different champs, not Leona. So I was pretty surprised. Since my first performance was okay, I guess, they focused me.
Yeah, pretty good, I would say. Yamato, how much of your team comp was inspired by 5.5?
I think the only portion that was really inspired by was just the Olaf pick. I think he really shines with the Cinderhawk item, and other than that, I just think Kog'Maw in general is really, really strong when Leona is banned, and we know that Gambit's not going to pick Annie.
Yeah, and it was a mean Nami coming out of Noxiac as well.
So you were not afraid to pick Kog'Maw into this type comp? Like, of course, when you picked Kog'Maw, it wasn't really certain what kind of a comp the enemies were going for, but you were not afraid anyway in case they would pick like this kind of Kennen, Diana, and Hecarim, even though it did go well for you. But
like, I would say that comp-wise, I felt in a team fight straight on they should win, but I think our lanes were stronger primarily, and that would just set up for the Drakes, and I think the Drakes was what got us the game in the end.
Yeah, and you guys also were ahead earlier in the game than you should be, I should say, with your comp, because there were some really strange build paths coming out, especially on the side from Diamond. Cyanide, what did you make of the Hecarim into Stalkers, then not going for the Cinderhulk enchantment, going for Triforce first, and it was just really odd.
yeah, I have no idea what Diamond was thinking. Like, I thought at first that he was going for some genius tactic, like, okay, he's gonna go Triforce, and then he's gonna get the Cinderhulk a bit later when he already gets like the benefit of the bonus HP. But then he went like Triforce into Warrior. It was really weird, and you could see it in his score. And on the other hand, Horo was just building brilliantly. He went for full HP when he was facing full mixed damage team. It's like, normally when you are a tank and you are facing an AP, AD damage team, you are like, what can I build because I will get destroyed? But he just stacked HP and it went perfectly.
Yeah, it did went perfectly. We're going to pull up a replay of Olaf totally man-moding and going into the enemy team and actually showing how Gambit was uncoordinated, Laurie.
Yeah, here Horo knows that he can just go in really ham because he's just so tanky, and here Gambit just digs their own grave. Kennen's TP is way too late. Like, anything could have happened this fight if the TP was 5 to 10 seconds earlier, but the coordination just wasn't there, and now Cover Shard suicides 1v4, so they kind of dug their own grave.
Yeah, it really was resemblant of what Gambit was doing at IEM, just being uncoordinated in the team fights as well, but not taking anything away from you guys, still in the race. Fantastic. Did you guys at any point in the game tab rather and see how he was building Diamond and know that you guys would hit your power spikes earlier and communicate that?
Yeah, we just thought it's pretty weird to go Trinity first, since he's the only really engaged in front line of them. So he can engage as well, but he's not really tanky. He has Sonias, but he will die after. So I think it would be better if he went more tanky and more reliable engage like that.
Well, good on you guys. You guys close it out here. Now, tomorrow you guys are up against H2K, another team that had a wonderful substitution and is in the support lane and has since then been on an absolute tear. Noxiac, how are you looking forward to that matchup?
I think I really like Kazing as a player. I played a lot of solo queue against him. I think he's really good mechanically, and I'm lucky to face him next week.
It's going to be a good matchup. Yamato, what does this tell you? Is this the MYM you knew that they had in them?
Like personally, I don't look at the past. I don't even look into the future. I take every step by step, and this is a big step closer to what we want to achieve in the end of the split.
Definitely is. Congratulations, guys. Very nice. Now, coming up next, Roccat will face Fnatic as they look to pull ahead of Elements in the fight to lock in a spot in the summer split. But before we go, let's look at a real Cinderella story, a familiar face's journey from Pulsa to professional shoutcaster.
It's so close to Vishio! Vishio gets it! Double kill for Lulu!
For me, especially in esports, when I see an opening or a chance, I really want to jump on it just to give it a try and do my best to be as good as I possibly can.
We sort of had an eye on him when he was a competitor with the Copenhagen Wolves. He just really understood the game super well, was very articulate, and he was on our short list of people who we wanted to consider for casters.
This is a guy that has more understanding of all of the avenues in competitive League of Legends. And it's just amazing to watch him draw from that experience to give our viewers a deeper understanding and a richer viewing experience.
Riot contacted me and asked if I wanted to go to Worlds and try and help them out with like pick and ban stuff. And I, of course, said yes, fantastic. I get to go to LA, I get to watch Worlds. It ended up being me basically doing pick and bans with Jet, D-Man and Riff at the World Final itself.
It definitely seemed like a mistake their lanes were back to the 2v2s and 1v1s early, because they clearly had the weaker 2v2 and 1v1 lane in both top and bot lane.
The way he was able to explain his viewpoint and discuss pick and ban strategy, discuss team strengths, was so impressive.
I will actually expect to see Renekton banned, especially in the first game.
I was very nervous and just sitting there in my NIP shirt, nothing else, next to these guys in full suit in the Staples Center.
So what a lot of pro players do when they come in to analyze picks and bans is they'll focus pretty heavily on the champion and exactly what that champion will do. But Deficio was able to go one step farther, where he was able to consider the player and how they play that champion, which meshed really well with my current style for pick and bans at the time, and we worked really well together in that way.
I talked to Riot a bit more, and they suggested that I could try and apply for this shoutcaster job because they were looking for another shoutcaster in Europe.
A color caster is the one who sort of drops the knowledge bombs. Their key attributes would be a great understanding of the game, the ability to explain complicated concepts in sort of 15 seconds.
You get 7 spears under 10 seconds, but you do 2,200 because everything does more.
It's just insane. It's just a lot of little things that were very impressive for me. And then if you take it the bigger scale of the LCS games, he just sees a way in a totally different game than all of us do. And it's just a pleasure to sit with him and watch a game. It levels all of us up as well.
They can rotate around the map extremely fast, and you have really no chance of punishing them because they're always picking these champions to do so well. When you become a shoutcaster, you gotta know something about everything, about every role, about every team, about every strategy. You gotta have something you can talk about. And that's why it requires a lot more researching and collecting data.
Deficio's not stopped researching, learning, studying, and I think he's the hardest working caster of the team.
I've always had this try-hard mentality, so when it comes to improving, I really just go hardcore and like fully focus on it. And I don't really mind negative feedback. And like, okay, I'm gonna try and improve on all these things. And now my goal is to turn them around.
Deficio has grown in a lot of ways. He has worked so hard to make his English better and better, but on top of that, the way he delivers his analysis, his ability to focus on story more, his ability to just control his cadence while he's speaking.
There's a lot of things I need to work on in terms of casting, but it's still motivation for me that I can get better and better and better, and it makes me happy because it means I can wake up every day and say, okay, I'm gonna work on lane swaps today. I'm gonna be way better at explaining a lane swap to the audience. And that's just cool because it means it's a lot more fun.
Welcome back to the European LCS, where Roccat is setting up on stage to even the head-to-head against Fnatic, who beat them way back in Week 2. And more importantly, Roccat need every win they can get to separate themselves from elements in the standings. Let's start by taking a look at the lineup for Roccat in the top lane. Overpow, then Jankos, Nukeduck, Woolite, Vander, and their coach, Ducky. Time to refresh our memories of what happened 2 weeks ago. They had a very good game versus Unicorns of Love, running that Protect the AD comp once again. Maokai in there, Jana, Lulu, Kog'Maw for Woolite, and it does seem to be working out for them. I thought they played it correctly and aggressively. We always say, oh, we're going for that comp to protect Woolite late, that it might not be the best avenue, but it seems to be working for them.
Yeah, like at the start they were trying a lot of stuff with like Jinx and stuff, but then they just realized that, okay, well, Koreans are doing Kog'Maw Lulu, why don't we do it as well? It seems to work, and they managed to pull it off because it's actually a working protection comp in the current meta game.
Yeah, really, really strong comp, and also with an AD carry who likes to get caught. Woolite is out of position more times than most AD carries, but it wasn't punished because of how many shields and protections and disengages there were. It was a great game. The question is, was it too late? Can Roccat still string together wins because it's very late in the season?
It is super late in the season. When we had you here actually in the beginning of the season, we already brought it up. What's going to happen? A lot of people thought that the tide was going to turn for Roccat. They have a game plan, apparently. So is it then the players that just still haven't lived up to their expectations?
Well, for me, the problem is all the players have some sort of a problem. Like Woolite is getting caught all the time. Overpow hasn't adapted as well as he maybe should have. Nukeduck is a decent player, but he's not the god that he was hyped up to be. And Jankos is underwhelming this season. Like last season, I was so scared to go against him. I'm not sure if he's just underperforming or the level of the European junglers is way higher this split. In which case, I'm glad I'm not playing anymore because I would be getting crushed every game.
I would be saying more, even not only the level of the European junglers has gone up, but the level of the European LCS has gone up. Yeah. But then it makes me wonder, we did go to Katowice and it wasn't so good, so it all has to be put in perspective.
It does have to be put into perspective. Ironically, the best team in Europe was not at Katowice. And that's HTK, if anyone wants to know. But yes, the teams that went have glaring weaknesses. Gambit, not the most decisive. That's a problem that is shared with Roccat. Roccat as a team had all this potential, all this headroom, and have not played confidently or to their own game. They've been sitting back, they've been waiting, and they've been bullied. Last week was the first time, 2 weeks ago was the first time that they actually stepped up. We'll see if they can do that again.
Yeah, they did go to Katowice as well, not to play, but they had other obligations there, so we'll see how that will work out for them. On the red side of the rift for Fnatic, though, we have Huni, Reignover, Febiven, Steelback, Yellowstar, and their coach, Daylor. They are 6-0 against the bottom 4 teams. We've noticed that they've been developing some versatility in different playstyles, and Amazing actually brought up the thing that could be bad for them is the fact that Reignover and Huni have limited champion pools, or rather things that they love to play and that they will always go back to. How do you think that can influence them, or can they be exploited, Cyanide?
Yeah, Huni is always with the Lissandra and Rumble, but I actually think Reignover's champion pool is pretty good. Like, what does he play? Olaf is even stronger now, Rek'Sai, then Nidalee and Rengar as well. So.
Exactly.
The one thing that frustrates me a little bit in conjunction with the champion preferences for the team is the play style. You know, the one thing that we noticed from Gambit, one playstyle counted. SK, one playstyle counted. Fnatic are in a very similar boat. Their playstyle is fantastic, and I mean, they're sitting in second at the moment, so it's hard to call it out. But against higher caliber international teams, will that one playstyle be as easily shut down as SK's was?
Yeah, and the question is, do they even think about that right now? Because if you're good enough to pull it off, why wouldn't you? With everything set on stage, let's shoot it back over to Pyroficio at the desk to take us into Champ Select.
Thank you very much, Shox. Yeah, this is going to be a pretty important matchup, of course, for Roccat, and I think for Fnatic, you know, they're in a pretty comfortable position, but still, you want to fight for the seeding.
Two different situations here. Fnatic obviously fighting to secure a top 2 spot, so you're straight into the semifinal, don't have to play the quarterfinal. Roccat playing for 2 things. One, you want to make playoffs, but you also want to avoid going down to relegation. And right now, they're sitting together with Giants in the relegation spots, obviously tied with Elements, who's just above them now. Meteor Makers just won the last game, so suddenly you got a group here of 4 teams who are fighting to avoid relegation, and that means you really got to win.
It gets very, very hectic towards the end of the season, that's for sure. And here we are into picks and bans, Roccat versus Fnatic. The Rumble off the board. They've been targeting Huni to great success so far.
And I really like this because Huni's champion pool has mainly been Rumble, Lissandra. Lissandra received another nerf on 5.5 here, so her wave there got hit pretty hard in terms of her Q, which means you're kind of trying to push him out of champions he can play. And when Huni plays tanks, it's not the same kind of style we see from him. He's not the big frontline man. He needs to be in a carry champion to do really well. So I quite like this Rumble ban, and then you might put him on the sound. Don't worry, it's not been locked in yet.
I thought they did, and then I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
There we go. That's what I'm expecting, the Rek'Sai.
We saw the Sejuani ban again. Really, Sejuani, Rek'Sai, and Italy are going to be the 3 top junglers. Jankos is a guy who's obviously played a lot of different ones, but Rek'Sai has still been one of his main picks because he is a bit of a carry type. Raynova, however, we just saw in Olaf. He's played it before. He can go for Italy if he wants the early aggression. Otherwise, there are so many viable tank junglers at the moment once Rek'Sai is gone.
We've been talking about this one quite a little bit leading up to this week, and I feel like it's just going to get so crazy in the jungle. Let's see what Fnatic does here.
I mean, we still have picks, yeah. Lissandra is still a good pick.
You've got to go for that, I feel like, for Huni, if you've got the option.
I think you should. Get Huni on a carry top laner still, because it's the style he likes to play. If you look at like Fnatic and who deals the damage, it's very evenly spread between Febiven, Steelback, and Huni as the 3 carries. Where a team like Rocket, Overpower is sitting on like 15% of their overall damage, while Nuke Dog and Woolite both hit like 30% each. So there's very clear for Rocket, it's double carry, it's Woolite, Nuke Dog. Fnatic, it's spread out between Huni, Febiven, and Steelback, so I like getting him on Lissandra with this Rumble ban here. But this is exactly what Rocket wanted. They want to say, okay, you're going to take a champion who's received a few nerfs lately. She's still good, just not as good as she was before here, and we're going to have to see if you can perform on that champion.
Yeah, so they're kind of daring it out here. But the question is, Fnatic, when they get the comfortable picks that they want, you see them just tearing up opponents left and right. And when they've been shut down, it has been on things that have been very uncomfortable. Huni has obviously received a large brunt of not just the bans, but also the focus on the top lane. Let's see what Rocket does here in answer. And they are going to lock in the Morgana and the Lulu.
Still feel like
AP here.
You're going to see a potential Protect Woolite as a late game hyper carry coming in. We know Nuke Dog, he likes to play Lulu mid lane. Used to do it long time ago when he played for Ninjas in Pajamas as well.
It's a lot of flex pick.
Yeah,
in just not just the Lulu, but also the Morgana.
Morgana, you can swap them around. We know Overpower's not been a carry top laner. He's been trying to play it a few times, hasn't really worked for him. Put him on a big tank or a supportive top lane like Lulu or Morgana, and use instead simply Overpower to protect Woolite in late game. Because Woolite is an AD carry who has some great mechanics, who can deal a lot of damage, but
he needs some saving sometimes.
He needs a lot of saving because he tends to really overextend, get caught out by skill shots, and when you're against a Lissandra Annie, that's just begging to basically be blown up if you're an AD carry who is standing too far forward. But with the Morgana Black Shield, with the shield from a Lulu, you can basically have your AD carry soak up all the damage from Lissandra Annie and still be alive. And that can be the tactic for Rocket.
Oh,
there it is.
We get the jungle zap.
Yeah. Sana talked about it.
Too. Yeah?
Sana talked about it.
So Raynova would be the one to try it out.
So we just mentioned how when Rek'Sai is gone, Nidalee is still a great pick. However, there's so many viable tank junglers now who comes just under the tier 1s of Rek'Sai, Nidalee, and Sejuani. It's going to be Zac in this game. Obviously got a few more buffs. He's knock up now and he's 1 second. That's massive. Because then you time that with your ulti and you can knock up targets for quite a long time. You are a powerhouse in the jungle. You can farm so well. You can clear extremely fast. You don't even need potions after your first clear. You just run around the jungle here. You gain so much HP back from obviously your passive. So I really like Zac on the current patch. And like, look at this Fnatic combo already. You got flash in from an Annie, you got Lissandra diving in, you got a Zac jumping in. There's so much dive in here. The only concern is they are against the Morgana and Lulu, which was picked by Rocket to really protect this back line. And we won't even get to see Willard on a hyper carry. Instead, he has more mobility on a Lucian. So it's going to be hard for Fnatic to take him down, which is why they might change it up and just say, okay, where's the Lulu? Instead, let's pop the Lulu, because everyone is expecting the AD carry to die.
So now, what we are expecting to see is a pickup for Febiv, and just all likeliness, Huni's going to be rocking the Lissandra. They still technically have the option to switch things around, but I don't think that's going to be the case in this particular situation.
No. I mean, he can go for Ahri if they want a bit more dive in. Ahri is fantastic.
Oh, a lot of gap
on this patch
around the way, too.
Aim for some safe wave clear. We know Xerath has been a big pick for him, and there's not a whole lot that's going to dive him.
Oh, the crowd
It's not going to be a team, guys. It's not going to be a team.
I mean, they're hoping one of these days.
One of these days. Well,
there'll be mushrooms covering the rift.
Of all the viable champions and strategies in 5.5, none of them have Teemo in it.
Yeah, but they do have
I'm sorry.
So
they do have Hecarim.
That is going to be the switch around. They're going to send Huni on that one.
Febron on the Lissandra.
But it's curious because he's going to be going up against a Jarvan top lane. So these are two guys that, well, I guess Hecarim is a little bit more viable in the top lane than the jungle from what we've seen, but Diamond was doing some weird stuff last game.
Yeah, Hecarim top lane can go for that Trinity Force and still become tanky. And it is a Huni style. It's a carry top laner. You can split push, you can TP in. We know Huni as a player and Fnatic as a team is fantastic to play around teleports. Hecarim is probably the best top lane in the game at using teleport because, again, you build home guard, you TP in behind, and you just run at them with like 9,000 miles an hour, and you smack into the enemy AD carry or AP carry.
I believe you mean 9,000 horsepower.
Horsepower, sorry.
That's
You're
right.
correct.
Close enough, though.
In an hour. So I really like the pick up here for Huni. Fnatic, their kind of comp here. A lot of dive in, fantastic mid-game setup with the Graves, Lissandra, Hecarim, get the Trinity Force completed. And again, Fnatic as a team, they tend to create the leads around 20 minutes and then forward. That's where they start grouping up. They get the one or two items completed, then they force objectives where they hard engage on you, and they're so good at doing it.
Superior
Yellowstar also can roam around on Annie here, so this is really a Fnatic composition. Question is, can Woolite stay alive?
That is always the question. But this time especially, I mean, he's on a very safe carry. He's on Lucian. We'll see how this one does go. But let us know what you guys think. Hit us up on Twitter at LBL Esports with your hashtags ROCWin or FNCWin. Who do you think is poised to take this one? The crowd, they're certainly amped for it. We're going to see on the Rift in just a moment. Here we go. This is a big one for Rocket and for seeding, also for Fnatic. Starting off onto the Rift.
And we can really see how Rocket here, they know Fnatic are so good in the mid game, so they're going to try and counter it. Jarvan top lane, fantastic in the laning phase. Fantastic once he gets like a Tiamat completed, has insane amount of all-in potential. So that's step one. Okay, you're not going to run over our top laner. Step two, we know Lulu is super safe mid laner, even has decent damage in terms of the mid game.
And they trust Nukeduck on it too.
They trust Nukeduck on it.
The one game that he's had in the LCS, he went completely wild.
And while Lucian gets countered by Graves in the laning phase, once you get out of the laning phase, once you get 2 or 3 items completed, Lucian starts really doing more than a Graves. So Rocket has a good setup in the mid game themselves, and we can see them put a lot of focus on Opa in this top lane. He's on a carry champion.
They're not waiting for the lane to start.
No, he's losing the first one. Huni didn't even buy any potions. He just got a flask, and then he's ready to fight.
Yeah, he got the better of that one for sure. A couple of wards placed down there. So hasn't been too much more action, but now it is going to be Woolite and Vander actually trying to chase out Yellowstar. Is moving in.
Didn't get the ward down. They wanted the ward to spot if Fnatic was starting on Gromp. First of all, if there's a 2v2 lane, it will give you that information. Okay, are they going to get that XP advantage? Do we have to be careful how we play the lane in the start? Because if the enemy team gets Gromp and you don't get a camp, you have to just kind of sit back. Don't push the lane at level 1, because if you start pushing it, you will still lose the race to level 2, and then suddenly you're caught in the middle of the lane. Enemy AD carry is level 2, your AD carry is level 1, you can't trade, and you're forced to move back and away, and you get zoned out. So it's very important you get that information. We can see Vander is going in again, trying to get that ward here to see if Fnatic is starting on Gromp. We just talked about how Graves will beat a Lucian, especially if he gets to level 2 first.
They don't get out for free. A steal back, though. He walks right back in to the Dark Binding to start this one off. It looks like we will see a bit of jungle buddying for just a moment.
Let me see Huni steal away.
He's taking
Rain over.
He's actually taking the Raptor camp himself. So
it's good against the Jarvan.
I agree, but he's going to have to go back, and then I guess he doesn't have to spend his teleport, but he's losing out on so much XP if he doesn't, or so many minions and XP.
Well, he should be teleporting back to lane. You always do, because again, as you just said, you don't want to lose out. And this is why he didn't start potions. So he got 300 gold after he did the Raptor camp. Instant bought a cloth armor, and he still has to sustain from the flask, and obviously he's W. So he did this simply to get a lane advantage for himself. If it's better than having 3 or 4 potions in terms of trading, we're going to have to see for Huni, because those potions do a lot of work for you early game. But he's already looking at Overpower, because Overpower, he's pushing the lane. He was trying to get that level 2 point. Huni teleports in with the Raptor level 2. Suddenly, advantage for Fnatic.
Yeah, Huni is having a blast already to start this one off against Overpower. So we'll see how that one continues. Meanwhile, the rest of the lanes have been a little more quiet. Febiven is taking some damage from Nukeduck, even though there's a level discrepancy now. That quick level up, it is resolved. Febiven not going to check in onto Nukeduck just yet. Still very safe on that Lulu.
And I like this play here from Rainover. Notice what he did. He did one camp, that was the red buff. And then because Raptor had been taken by Huni, then Rainover walked all the way down into the river, killed the Skullcrab here simply to make sure his bottom lane can push the lane. Because you know when you have Annie, she's a very mobile support, and you know you're going to play aggressive with the Graves. If you don't have proper wards, it's very easy for a Rek'Sai to walk down through the river and just gank you, get an early first blood for Rocket. So what they did instead is they double ward the entrances and even take the Skullcrab here to get vision at the dragon. So if Jankos decided to tunnel over the dragon wall, he will still be spotted. So I like that from Rainover. You get some early gold, you get more vision for your team, even though you sacrifice your own farm just a little bit.
Yeah, he has missed out on some of that, but I think they're really going to be a little bit more reliant on him for those fights. You mentioned a lot about the gap closing and the initiation ability and just the tankiness that Reignover is going to bring to that party. But the vision control in the early laning phase, I mean, this is allowing Fnatic to really bully out Woolite and Vander.
And they do. They keep pushing in the lane here. They want to trade all the time. They want to try and deny farm under the tower, slowly chip it away. So simply by that early start, Fnatic can push in the first wave. Now, all the wards has disappeared. And suddenly they got to be a bit more careful, at least until Steelback places his ward and before Fibban gets his own ward ready again. So simple little start, but it means so much when you look at like early warding compared to jungler, because you should always expect the jungler to show up around 3 minutes and 20 seconds. That's why you should sit on a double buff, and that's why you gotta have your wards down, so you know if he's coming for you, and that's exactly what Fnatic did. Now, of course, they've run out a minute later, and Jankos, he's looking towards the top lane.
Sneaky, sneaky for both junglers. Reignover, however, has taken the slower path around. They don't know it's a 2v2, but they're about to find out. Overpow, Chilling smited down. He's going to flag and drag his way to safety. Jankos reveals. And he's going to get the knock-up onto Huni, but they are going to turn it around on him. Here we go, charging Jankos. Why did he go in on that one? Another Chilling smite's going to come down. Okay, that was a little risky.
Yeah,
he gets out.
Overpow and Jankos not on the same page here. You saw how Overpow, he instantly just comboed away from Fnatic, and then suddenly Jankos walked in on his own, and obviously a Jarvan is not able to respond once the combo is down. So just a bit of a poor trade for Rocket in that top lane. Reignover can get another one of these scuttlers in the river, getting some extra gold now. Looking towards Nuke Duck. Rank 2 jump, as you can see from Reignover, his E. So he's going to cover quite some distance once it gets fully maxed.
He's not even having to spend it just yet. There we go. Hops on to Nuke Duck. Level down, but he does get the smite down. Now Nuke Duck is having a little bit of trouble just dealing with him as he's forced out of lane, freeing up the farm for Febiven. Meanwhile, Yellowstar on the bottom. Checks far forward, actually, without the help of Steelback, and takes a lot of damage for his trouble.
See again Reignover placing a deep ward to try and secure his both mid lane and bottom lane, and now you should just go back to farming though in this Zac. Get towards your level 6, you clear your jungle so well. Obviously going to get even more gold here in this river, and once again, even more control for his laners to play aggressive. Because this has been one of the things where we have criticized Fnatic in the past. The laning phase has not always been the strongest, especially not for Yellowstar and Steelback in the bottom lane. But now when they get such a good lane, Graves, Annie, into a Lucian, and they have all these wards placed early, it really allows Steelback to play aggressive and win the lane.
Yeah, so not only does he find himself actually up a decent amount of CS, which he's usually very far down, they've also, the vision control has also allowed them to get this early dragon. They're going a little bit low for it, but all the same, he does get smited down and then taken down. Yellowstar picks that one up. So first dragon of the game going over to Fnatic. They're focusing so heavily on this bottom, but there is a fair amount of mobility on Reignover now, but they've got to be careful. Febiven instantly flashing as he sees Jankos targeting him in his sights.
So got the flash force at least. Reignover back to farming now on Zac. Obviously Jankos got quite a lead because Reignover's been ganking so much. And also taking Dragon obviously doesn't really reward you a whole lot of CS. It does give you the early buffs.
Explain to the team especially.
For sure. For sure.
This is really what Reignover's game plan is in this situation, is, you know, very selfless play to make sure his lanes get ahead and stay ahead.
And look what it's also meant for Fnatic in the bottom lane. Both AD carries went back. Graves could afford a BF sword. Lucian only got a pickaxe on the long sword. That is such a bad situation to be in for Woolite now. He lost the trades before. He's now going to lose it even harder. And he simply has to respect this all-in potential now of an Annie and Graves at level 6. If that Black Shield is not there and he doesn't dash away, he will die to a BF sword Graves in those trades.
Not only that, but you know, the top lane, they haven't fared a whole lot better either. Overpow has been hurting for a little bit of farm, whereas Huni's been perfectly fine in the situation. Reignover, however, could be in some trouble as Jankos Tremor senses him out.
As well.
But yeah, this is going to be another 2v2. Reignover, he's not aware of this one. The ward's down. Now he's going to have to flash, but he could go down here. The gooey chunks are split. Huni's coming in to try and mop this one up. Can he pick up Jankos? That's the question. Ignite already down on him. There's the first blood as they pick up the Zac, but the answer goes in. Meanwhile, Nuke Duck, Overpow now, trying to chase down Huni as the Wild Growth is used. Since they couldn't take him out, I feel that's a worthwhile trade.
Good invade by Jankos, though, at first. This is simply because Reignover has again been playing for the team and he's not really been power farming, so he was fairly low in the jungle. And also Febiven was recalling with 0 mana. So Rocket saw a very good opportunity here to invade safely into that jungle, or they thought it was going to be a safe invade. At least get that first kill, but had to invest everything into it. Nukta couldn't join in time, and it was a 2v2 going 1-for-1. So not the worst situation for Fnatic. First blood, however, did go over to Rocket. I like the strategy though. I mean, you see the enemy mid laner being on basically 0 mana, so you know he's gonna go back to base, so he won't be able to join for a fight. And then you invade in, also with the Rek'Sai to kind of find the Zac, despite not having the deep wards placed already because of his Tremor sense. So I quite like the play from Rocket here. Sadly, the blobs from Zac meant they had to use so much time on killing the passive as well.
Yep. Oh,
there we go.
Flash done. There we go. Turns on to Vander. Here comes Febiven, though. And here comes the pony. Huni dashing in. They pick up Vander. Woolite makes his way out of the collateral damage, but a power play from Fnatic is going to net them a kill and a tower.
We talked about this TP usage from Fnatic and Huni. He will always teleport to help the team. And he got the early home guards. The crowd loves him. What a great start for him. 2 kills now on Hecarim. That is his kind of champion.
Oh, yes, indeed. He did that with just the Phage and the boots with the home guards. That was just a very, very quick horse to start this one off. So, with that said and done, Nuktuk now pushing in on Febiven. But I feel like Fnatic is just being the much more proactive team in this situation. They've got the tower now. Oh, Overpow. He's going to try to make his great escape, but Huni's not going to let him have it. Flash, Cataclysm, lock him up for just a few more seconds. It looks like he'll be able to get away, but here comes Jankos, so they're going to turn this one. Oh! No! He's still dashing away. Can they get him? The Prey Seeker dodging out from Vander. Shut down. Goes to Vander finally, but they invested pretty heavily in that Deficio.
They did. He's a little bit unhappy about dying there. Now mid lane. Not sure why I got excited about the mid lane. They're just playing minions, but
it's exciting, dude. It's an exciting
game. Roaming. That was Vander roaming though. After the bot lane tower had died, he left the lane, walked all the way to top lane. Should be able to get a tower for Rocket up there for them. So they trade at least the bot tower for the top tower now, and they got a kill on Huni as well, who just picked up 3 before. And so a good trade from Rocket at least getting back here. Mid lane was pushed out. Obviously bot lane, nothing really to gain. So at least they respond.
That's true. Rocket has been still making plays around the map, and you can see this tunnel network of Jankos is coming in seriously handy, though he hasn't gone for the Void Rush just yet.
Yeah.
He's got him a good distance apart on the map. And, you know, you've got a dragon a little bit more than a minute away. Obviously, you want to contest that one the next time Fnatic was able to sneak it out. But Rocket aren't too many steps behind Fnatic in this.
No, it's only Woolite being really far behind on this Lucian here compared to Steelback. BF, Sword, and Pickaxe. Now Woolite has to gone for Average Blade simply because he went back, had around 800 gold. He couldn't buy anything. I mean, you don't really want the crit cloak at that point because you need some way of like getting back in the game. So he needs that extra gold now from the Average Blade. So he's really not in a good situation. He needs to sit and farm till he has a BF Sword, the 1550 gold, before he really wants to do anything. That should mean this next dragon will go over to Fnatic, because Steelback is so far ahead. Teleports. Opa will be close, at least, on Jarvan. He has the Tiamat now, as we mentioned before, which is fantastic. However, if Opa dives in at this point, he gets blown up very easily.
This is true. There's your Void Rush, as they look to put some muscle out over by the Dragon Pit. Febiven, though, in the area as well. Rainover already on site, gets the crab cleared away. The Dark Binding is not going to connect. A couple of pink wards in these brushes to make sure they secure some vision. One's cleared out immediately by Rocket, but the rest of Fnatic is now coming down.
Okay.
So is Huni.
Rocket wants to fight it despite having a weak 80 carry. Oh, Yellowstone needs to be careful.
Yeah, he's isolated, actually. He's going to dodge out the skill shots. The chains are on him, however. Tibbers is dropped, but so is Yellowstar. Rainover bouncing all around, and it looks like Fnatic are trying to salvage the situation, but it's a 2-for-1 so far. Here comes Huni. Everyone on Rocket. Oh, so low after the fact. Huni's going to take down Woolite. They have Yanko slow. They turn their attention on it.
Oh, they got it.
Oh, and down goes Yankos. Nuktuk nearly going to be the ace after the fact. So Fnatic comes up with a power play, but they're not satisfied with that just yet. A double kill going over, and for just a second they have the ace.
And that was not even a bad start for Rocket here. They managed to kill the Annie first at least, while Febiven was coming from the bottom lane, while Huni was coming from the mid lane. But Fnatic is just so much stronger at this point. Steelback was just left on his own. Let's see it again. So they're going on Yellowstar. Look at your minimap. Huni's not there yet, Febiven is not there yet. So it's 5 versus 3. Still trade 1-for-1. Now Huni and Febiven joins. Rainover will drop. But Steelback at this point is left completely untouched. Beautiful ulti from Huni, then Febiven coming in, and everyone just melts. There's no damage for Woolite at this point. And obviously the Lulu as well is not going to be the one to carry the fights. You need your AD carry to pull out the damage.
Oh, yes, indeed, you do. That was Fnatic just surgically taking apart Rocket after that. After the engage that really was great for Rocket, they just couldn't quite finish it off in time. So Fnatic, they get that quick ace, they get Dragon number 2. And Rocket are going to have some questions that need answering now on how they're going to start these next fights.
Especially because they need so much time, and even going towards the late game, it's not like Rocket has a better composition. Jarvan's damage really falls off towards the later stages of the game. Rek'Sai is not as strong in teamfights as a Zac. So this is not looking good for Rocket, and I think they might regret this Jarvan pick because it meant they were forced to play standard lanes. You don't want to lane swap a Jarvan into Hecarim because Hecarim is so good at farming the jungle with his jungler, and obviously when he's playing a little bit. But
he's having such a good time. Yeah. He's able to eke out the solos on the way back to base, man.
Jarvan itself needs the laning phase to do really well because he's a lane bully. He's about the mid game. So when you pick him, you go standard lanes, even though there's a Graves into Lucian.
Oh, hello, the Timbers Yellowstar, though, a little bit low, but here comes the horse. Woolite isolated from the pack. He takes down Yellowstar, but he trades his own life for it as Huni comes up with that kill. Dashing in, that is going to be another kill picked up. This time, it goes over to Nukedog, or excuse me, goes over to Steelback as they take down Nukedog and Jankos. A 3-for-2 trade. Fnatic coming up ahead again.
Still two bitter pills, I suppose.
They got 2 kills taken out.
2 kills for Rocket. 2 pills as well, I guess. Whatever. 2 kills at least for them. But Steelback still on this Graves, just standing in the back line, cleaning house, and Huni. 5 kills, 5 assists.
Very big. They're going to jump on him, but still, this is not advised. In a number disadvantage. Vander goes down. Oh my goodness, Overpound nearly follows him. Fnatic rolling all the way through, but Reignover's going to be hopping his way to safety right over the head of Jankos. One goes underground, the other goes over your head.
Everyone backs away. Calm down again. Let's see
how this
fight.
happens.
So, Zac setting up with the Raptor. Yellowstar, as we know, always on the main engage. Flash in. Tippers on Vander, Jankos. Reignover joins. Huni TPing behind them. And again, this start, Woolite dives in, gets a kill on Yellowstar. So support is down, but it doesn't really matter for Fnatic. The carries, or the Steelback in this case, still left untouched. Huni dives in, cleans up another one. Steelback will be able to get Jankos as well. This Graves is really just left on his own. He had a free laning phase. He already sits on Infinity Edge. Zeal being picked up for him now. 4-0 and 4. This guy, he's chasing Forgiven in terms of the best KDA in Europe. Kasing and Forgiven is currently above him. If he keeps racking up the kills, he's going to get very close.
Well, you know, considering a lot of people identified Steelback as one of the weaker parts to Fnatic, especially in their early game, he's been enabled, he's been unleashed. In this game, he's just been absolutely off the hook.
Right.
404 is a great start to him. Huni has been a beast. There's so many threats that Rocket have to deal with now, and also this massive push coming from Fnatic. They're not getting any chance to really breathe.
No, and there was the point before this Jarvan here. Rocket felt like they had to do standard lane, so you had to put Lucian into Graves. That's a losing matchup for the Lucian. We saw Fnatic play around the early wards, the early vision, to make sure the bottom lane could do what they wanted. So suddenly, Steelback has been giving all the tools to win the early game, and he did. He's basically telling his team, we can do this every single time. As long as I get a good start, I can carry already from the first few team fights. But obviously, it's also been about the rest of the team here. Huni had some fantastic engages. Reignover on the Zac here already becoming extremely tanky. I mean, we're 17 minutes in. He's sitting on almost 3,000 HP. This is what Cinderhulk does to you, and why these tank junglers are so viable now on 5.5.
Oh, yes. And he's just oh so mobile. You can just see how he's able to hop, skip, and really just jump from one of those camps to the next. Reignover really has just not had any trouble whatsoever. You can see also Huni, he opts to, instead of finishing the Trinity Force right now, he goes for the Frozen Heart. So he's got even more tankiness. He's got the slowing factor. And when you've got so much disruption in these fights, it's so hard for Rocket to context switch targets effectively and quickly, and this is the chaos that Fnatic's been creating in those engages.
And when the main part of Rocket's composition is involved around physical damage from Lucian, from Jarvan, from Rek'Sai, the Frozen Heart is going to be fantastic. Slow down the attack speed. You can go for Randon's Omen, you can go for Thornmill. Everything that makes Reignover and Huni basically unkillable is going to build around armor. Lulu is not a champion who wins teamfights on her own. She's about buffing up everyone else. She has decent damage, but she's not a massive AP carry. So Rocket is really in a situation where it's going to be nearly impossible for him to kill the front line of Fnatic already. Double tanks. If you fall behind a double tank, it's so annoying to play. I mean, we've all tried in solo queue. La 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 la, win my laning phase, I'm a strong AD carry. Oh, here's a Hecarim, I'm dead. And that's going to happen as well here.
Certainly starting to look that way. And of course, once he finishes that Trinity Force, he'll have quite a lot of damage to complement. Fnatic, grouping 4 here as they do send Huni to the top. Deal it out with Overpow. He has had the better of that so far. I mean, Overpow's just been stuck on half item builds for quite a long time. He's had the Tiamat for most of the game, and he hasn't bothered to finish that one up into the Hydra, instead going for the tankiness because his team really needs it.
Yeah, by Fnatic losing the early game, they lost basically the whole reason for picking the Jarvan, because Jarvan again is supposed to win lane and become like a bit of a split pushing bully who can then push in the lane, then walk down and like dive onto the enemy tower and like just one-shot or nearly one-shot a target. So that's why you normally see like the full damage, at least 1 or 2 damage items on the top lane Jarvan. This case, because they lost the early game, because Fnatic is going to force team fights, Oba has to adapt and say, okay, I'm just going to be a tank now. I'm not going to kill anyone, I'm just going to be a tank. And that's what he's doing. But that's where Jarvan is going to be so much weaker than the standard tank picks we see, because he doesn't really offer a whole lot. So he's just going to try and be a front line for his team, but he's not going to be nearly tanky enough for them to really challenge here. Let's see. Febren is coming in. Notice Huni. He's teleporting from base of home guard.
They stop damaging the Drake for just a moment. Jankos wanted to go in for the smite. The fight is a little bit awkward here. It does get taken secure by Rainover. Meanwhile, here comes Huni, and everyone from Rocket just scatters. 2 kills picked up. Vander, Woolite, both going down. Overpow just bailing away. And now they might have their sights set on the Baron as Jankos Void rushes defensively out. Fnatic, they take a lead, and they start gunning for it.
Absolutely love this game here. So many fights, so much action going on. Doesn't have to be boring just because you can build a double tank setup. Well, I guess Hecarim is not really counting in that case.
Definitely not boring, but
not boring at all.
They're not wanting to give this one up for free, but they might lose their lives as well. Zanya's Hourglass pop, Overpow goes down, straight back to Baron, boys. But Jankos, he's still threatening. He's still got his smite available, but Steelback is making him regret trying to contest it. Baron goes down, Steelback staying alive even after Ignite and Praise Seeker. Fnatic, they get everything.
21 minutes in, 3 dragons to 0.
And a Baron.
15 kills already. 80 carry, 6 kills, your top laner 5 kills. Righteous Glory is gonna come in for Yellow Star, and Huni, he's back. And he's out.
Force the Wild Growth. I mean, Rocket never has these key cooldowns all available at the same time because they're just continually trying.
Look at the minimap here. Huni is sitting in base, knowing there's going to be a fight because Rocket want to try and get 1 dragon and stop this potential 5th dragon. Fnatic, though, they take it, they want to fight. This is a good enough Overpower. He stops the home guard first, but now the entire team is just grouped up in a choke point against the Lissandra, against the Annie. I mean, again, this is the Fnatic style. If they see an opening, they will flash on you, they will engage on you, and they will catch you.
And that is indeed what they did. Grabbed everything they could after the fact with Overpow and Jankos bailing away. Meanwhile, back to the live look here. It's a 9,000 gold advantage with the 3 dragons, the Baron, 4 towers to 3. I mean, that's probably the closest stat with the tower numbers just because Rocket have been able to send Overpow on the split push missions a couple of times. But it looks like that's about to change. Fnatic, a lot of members on this bottom side of the jungle, warding it all the way through. Woolite knows he has to get the hell out of dodge. They can't defend this one.
No, sending 3 guys to try and kill Huni. He has ulti ready. Let's see if he can escape. He should be able to just pop it now, get as far away as possible.
He doesn't even have to.
Doesn't even need to. But again, 4 guys on the bottom lane. Cross-map objective from Fnatic. Super simple setup. You ward the enemy jungle, you push down 2 lanes at once, and if they ever show up in one of the lanes, you know you can take something elsewhere. In this case, it's a peaceful
Woolite, yeah, and that's going to be the tower as well. The inhibitor close to going down. It's just so many people jumping, dashing, clawing their way to you, and there's just no way that Rocket has to stop this one. 80 carries down for them. Looks like they'll turn their sights on the middle. Who needs minions? We can tank this one up. It's Tibbers that's actually doing that job. But now, Rainover, he's caught just a little bit, taking some abuse. He's still tanking as much as possible, and he hops the wall. They'll come back and try this one again. Meanwhile, Steelback slowed up for a second, on the way to top.
Very decisive play using the 2 lanes that push in, Huni in the top lane and the bottom lane before. From the rest of Fnatic. Rocket won't really be able to do a whole lot. There are only 4 guys here. A whole lot had already died. And I mean, watching Fnatic is just like watching a game on double speed. They just never sit back. They keep looking for fights. They keep getting all the objectives. 3 dragons again, as we mentioned before, in 25 minutes or 24 minutes. There's no reason to stop. Go back, buy a few more items. Void Staff completed for FEBIVEN. Walk straight back down here. You've got top lane and mid lane. They should be pushed in. You know the super minions are going to do work in the bottom side. Pushing these 2 lanes. Have Huni in one, the 4 others in the middle. You might even just go for a dive. I mean, you're that far ahead.
Yeah, well, and Rocket can't afford to group right now. Willet's having to be on cleanup duty in the bottom, and then he alternates back over by the red buff. But still, you look at that item differential, too, and not just the scores that have enabled it. Steelback hasn't died this game, and he's just sitting on so much when you compare to Woolite, still attempting to even finish off his static Shiv. That's not looking good for Rocket.
Forced into standard lanes. Completely backfired for them. Now they're going in.
The tower is down.
Yeah, they
got the stun. Overpow is going to be in some trouble. The flag and drag is not up just yet. Inhibitor being fired down. Huni's still just able to cause enough distraction on his own. Here comes the culling, but it just tickles Fnatic, and they grab the inhibitor number 2. Rainover in the middle, bouncing all around. He's exhausted, but that didn't really seem to give him too much pause. Rocket have chased Fnatic out of their base again, but they have done so at a pretty high cost. A lot of minions here. FEBIVEN picking up Overpow as he dashes his way in. Jankos, they're still trying to make plays, but they're a man down now, and the super minions are streaming into the base on the bottom side. This inhibitor turret is not going to last very long, and it looks like Rocket may not either if they keep this one up.
I think you're correct, Pyra. I think you are correct. I don't think they're going to hold on for
They're going to keep trying. There go the chunks, but still, Yellowstar lands the stun. Jankos, Wild Growth, Woolite trying to trade Steelback. Meanwhile, Huni teleporting in. Here comes the horse one more time. Jankos barely makes it out alive, and Vander's not so lucky. Here comes Fnatic to try to wrap this game up. 25, nearly 26 minutes in. The last Nexus turret falls. The Nexus is short to do it, and Fnatic, a dominating performance over Rocket.
$26 minutes. That's all.
That's a quick game.
Fnatic played this so well. Like, everything was just perfect. They got all the right engages. I love watching Fnatic play when they have these hard engage compositions. They're so good at starting fights. I'm just sitting here smiling because this game was played at double speed from Fnatic, and Rocket doesn't even know what hit them.
Yeah. I mean, you can't. That's just a speedy game from them, and smiles all around. They deserve it. That is the type of play that everyone wants to see out of Fnatic.
Oh, yeah.
And you cannot fault them a single bit for the way they played that.
Now, putting a bit of pressure now on H2K and SK Gaming here.
yes.
The 2 other teams fighting for the top 2 spots in Europe. Fnatic is now tied with SK, at least in terms of wins, and SK is playing Giants later, while H2K will take on Elements. So still a lot of action going on here. 2 more weeks.
There's the man.
He can be happy. He can be happy.
Yes. And just for everyone who has any doubts, his horse is amazing.
His horse is absolutely amazing. Oh, well, for Fnatic. So, I mean, Rocket here again. I felt like this Jarvan pick just forced them into play an early game they didn't want to. I'm not too sure what the main strategy was going to be, because normally when you have Jarvan, you pair him with like a very, very, you know, hard engaged composition, or well, a composition that can gank really well early on. So you take like, we saw Gambit pull off a Twisted Fated IEM with the Jarvan, and you just like keep porting to the top lane and gank for him. You have a jungler who just camps that lane because you really want to snowball him. None of that really happened. We could see Jankos tried to. He walked top lane, but Lulu is never really going to follow up top.
Yeah.
So the Lulu pick in that sense didn't really do anything. But the whole strategy just meant we have to do standard lanes. We're going to be in a disadvantage in the bottom lane, and that really hurt us. Also, with obviously Huni picking up these early kills, kind of removed the whole point for Jarvan.
Well, I really think the early game setup for Fnatic was particularly brilliant in the way Rainover was doing. You talked a lot about how he goes and clears at the Scuttle Crab, and then, of course, there was a lot of the warding effort. It just was kind of like a war of attrition with the wards there after the fact that enabled Steelback and Yellowstar to just push in as hard as they wanted.
Yeah,
and there was no help possible. Jankos was a little bit busy focusing up top, focusing around the map, focusing on clearing his jungle out. And by the time he was able to help, the tower was gone.
Yeah.
So from there, it was kind of almost like playing a 5v4 because they effectively neutralized Woolite in really getting involved in the fights. You saw how low he had how little damage he really had at the end when he was trying to force people back. He was culling the entire team, and it did nothing.
It was just a really well-played early game, because when also you have those wards placed on the bottom side, at every entrance to the river, if you don't see the jungler there, you just tell your top laner, play safe. Like, there's such a high chance the enemy jungler is sitting up there. We saw Jankos try, did nothing, because Huni was just, okay, I'm just going to sit back. The invade was good from Rocket on the red buff. Like, the plan was great.
Yeah, I mean, they got the kill.
But that was it. Like, Fnatic, it was all about them in this game. They played the early game perfectly. They played the team fight so well. I love the hiding edge compositions. I love that Huni's picking up FLICKR, because it is his type of champion. He can carry on, he can split push, and
it's tanky, which is something that he didn't have in his other picks.
That too, and you can home guard teleport.
Exactly.
Which looks awesome.
Which he did several times. If you ever want to have a 101 on how to play top FLICKR, well, that was it.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, he did fantastic on that one. And, you know, again, it wasn't just him. Rainover had a really effective performance on Zac, did exactly what he needed to for his team, especially. He had a fairly good kill participation. Obviously, his kills themselves weren't that great, but then you don't need that, because you're just getting in the middle of the enemy team and bouncing up and down and scaring them into throwing summoners on you. You saw how much they exhausted him, and he's just like, everyone focus me. And then it was fine.
Your entire job is to jump in and just die. And then your passive is there, and if they focus your passive, they don't deal damage to anyone else.
Yeah.
And you're basically done your job.
To smite a chunk.
Sure.
Yeah. And you don't even need Chilling Smite for that either.
No, that's true. Yeah. But you have done your job then, so really well played. Love the early game. Love the mid game. Love the late game.
Well, we
didn't really get to.
Did you love the fact that they didn't have a late game?
I do.
Yeah.
I do. 26 minutes.
That was one of the faster games we've had in quite some time.
And remember as well, if you play any support, Righteous Lori is fantastic on her right now with the buff to it. Mentioned already in the last
She's
game.
not quite so squishy at that point, too.
No, she's not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone gets Righteous Glory.
You can see how little there is to talk about in this game, because it was so fast.
It was just like, we can break it down as much
as
we
was your day,
want, but it was wonderful.
Was it?
I got on a train. I came over here. I got to say what up to my favorite co-casters, and you know, get ready to go.
Sounds extremely boring.
Well, if you put it that way.
I mean, anyway, more about Fnatic. Sorry,
dude,
for Rocket now.
It was an amazing game from Fnatic, but for Rocket, what does this mean for them? That's the question.
Yeah, it basically means now you are not even looking at Giants and Elements. You also look at Medium Makers, and you're looking at that relegation position. Just to recap it, I know we've said it many times, number 10, auto-relegated to the Challenger Series, no chance of staying in the LCS. And number 9 and number 8 is playing relegation. That will be the week after the playoffs or the finals here in the EU LCS in Madrid, of course. The week after, we're back in Berlin, we're playing relegation. 2 Challenger teams comes, 2 LCS teams, and then obviously the 2 winners will be in the LCS. For Rocket, this was one of the games where we probably wouldn't say they were supposed to win it. They have a fairly easy schedule left.
Yeah, this was easily their roughest.
Yeah, this was the hardest game they
had. You've got Giants coming up. You've got Copenhagen Wolves and Meet Your Makers.
Yeah,
but of course,
2 of them you should be able to win.
You should, but we've also seen some very surprising play out of Meet Your Makers and Giants.
True.
And you know, and again, the Wolves, they're not exactly slouching either. So it could be a little rougher than it might appear on the surface. Rocket's got some work to do, that's for sure.
They do. Elements coming up later today, obviously fighting with them. And number 7, safe spot. We're gonna have to see who will get it.
Yep. Well, to break that down, and of course to break the game down, let's go ahead and check in at the analyst desk, where Shox is joined by Fnatic's dominant Korean duo.
Thank you very much, Pyrotechnics. Dominant indeed, as we were joined here by Huni and Rainover after they dove headfirst into the 5.5 metagame and won over Rocket in an extremely impressive fashion. Huni, welcome. I want to ask you about your horse in the top lane, FLICKR, and if you would have picked it, even if you didn't see the Jarvan locked in, and why you wanted to go for it.
자르반 픽 안 보고 헤카림 그냥 선픽했는데 뭐 왜 헤카림을 고른 건지.
Because already banned Maokai and Rumble. I cannot play against only Maokai and Rumble, so I can pick blind. I can blind pick.
So you guys did first pick Lissandra. Did you know that this wasn't going to be for top lane for you? And do you think she's viable after the nerf that was on her Q again in 5.5?
리산드라 빠르게 골랐는데 뭐 탑으로 안 쓸 건지 아니면 뭐 그냥 이번에 패치 이후로도 그냥 계속 탑으로 쓸 수 있는지.
Yeah, Lissandra can still use the top because only nerfed Qs some damage, little damage, and it's still same. Team fight is really good, and TP when use TP is really good. Yeah, Rome is really good, yeah.
Even without TP, Febiven was doing some serious damage on Lissandra.
Yeah, so in the pre-show I said that I'm really looking forward to seeing Zach, and I think he will be played. And obviously great minds think alike, but I was kind of surprised still to see you pick Zach when like Nidalee was open. Do you think it's just a better pick or would be better for the combo?
I didn't really have lots of time to practice Zach, but in Korea before, like I used a lot of Zach, and I was like one of the Zach players, so like it was no problem for me to play it. And the new jungle patch is too good, really good for Zach, really fits. And even though if an enemy jungler have Nidalee or Rek'Sai or like really strong jungler in early game, but I can just control the crop, which is really good in early game. I can just give up one jungle camp rather taking crop. Take crop rather like that, and I can just like this game. I buy lots of early game, lots of wards, and then I put on top mid and 3 wards on like all lanes. So Rek'Sai couldn't really do a lot. So if I just pass like before 6 or like before jungle item, then Zach, like tank junglers do way more things in teamfights. So I just pick it.
Yeah. Did you actually ban Kog'Maw because you're afraid of the disgusting Lulu Kog'Maw combo, or it's just because you wanted to play tanks and you know that Kog'Maw shreds them?
Our coach see like how Rocket plays, and then they like last or the 2 games before they played the comp with Kog'Maw, like Lulu Kog'Maw or like something like that, and they were really good with that comp. And it doesn't matter like for me picking like tank jungler against Kog'Maw, but like we just don't want them to play that comp, so we just ban it.
Just ban it out. And you guys, we criticized Fnatic a little bit beforehand. Maybe is there only one style you can play? Do you feel like with patch 5.5 you're able to play the same style you do but better because of the changes?
Yeah, of course. Like I really like playing tank junglers, and like in this patch, lots of tank jungler. I can use like I think maybe like something like people never use, like Cho'Gath or like something else. Like these things would work too. So I'm trying like every junglers. So like maybe if it's good, I can just use like I can just try everything.
Yeah, baiting people into playing Cho'Gath versus you guys. I see what's going on here. Taking a step backwards and looking at the bigger picture, top 3 now: H2K, SK Gaming, and Fnatic. How do you think that guys will change that order in the next 2 weeks, Huni?
Maybe we can win against HK. So we finished second to top 2.
You think you're gonna end top 2?
Yeah.
And then picture for playoffs, Reignover?
Playoff? Like what should I say?
I don't know. What do you want to say? How is it gonna end up for Fnatic?
I think if we just keep up and like practice as we did like before, like if we just don't stop practicing a lot, then like if we just do what we did on scrims and like what we practiced, then maybe we can be the first.
One final question: when you guys set up on the stage, there's always a lot of Huni going on. Are you ever afraid that it will go to Huni's head, the fame?
Again?
Are you sometimes afraid that all the cheering for Huni will go to his head and he won't be able to play?
No, actually, he enjoyed the cheers and like he like waves like hands to like the fans, and like I think he's playing better if fans keep saying like Huni.
Yeah?
Yeah, I agree, yeah. I need cheer.
You need the cheers to do good. And well, it worked out here. Congratulations. Fantastic victory. Versus Rockout once again for Fnatic. For now, we have to take a short break, but we'll be back in a few as the Copenhagen Wolves and the Unicorns of Love duke it out for the 5th place spot in the standings. You won't want to miss it.
This is a big one for Rocket and for seeding, also for Fnatic. Yeah, he's isolated, actually. He's going to dodge out the skill shots. The chains are on him, however. Tibbers is dropped, but so is Yellow Star. Reignover bouncing all around.
Go, here. Go. Lucian. Go, TP. Jump, heal me. Lulu, here. Rek'Sai.
Nice! Yankos wanted to go in for the smite. The fight is a little bit awkward here. It does get taken secure by Reignover. Meanwhile, here comes Huni and Fnatic. A dominating performance over Rocket.
So I think with Soren and Freeze they have now like two really big carries of them who are like most of the times carrying this team to the victory. So the first, I would say, 20 minutes are really strong. So we need to play around the late game and mid game because I feel like the decision making is not the best in the mid to late game. So, and I think that's one of our strongest parts. So we are going to focus on that most likely.
Welcome back to the European LCS, where the Copenhagen Wolves are looking to beat the Unicorns of Love for the second time this season, which of course would all but guarantee the Wolves' spot in the playoffs, Officio.
Yeah, at least be a very good spot for them to be in. If they do lose, however, suddenly there's a big risk of elements of Rocket potentially.
A lot of chances.
A lot of things can happen.
But anyways, let's go ahead and take a look at our starting lineups. With the Copenhagen Wolves, we of course have Youngbuck in the top lane, Airwalks in the jungle, Soren in the mid, AD carry is going to be Freeze, their support unlimited, and their coach, Dentist.
Yeah, and so we like to talk about Youngbuck.
Yes.
Because Youngbuck as a player has shown this split here that you can improve quite a lot. In the start, he had some very awful games, honestly, but now he's been playing better and better, and we have seen how Copenhagen Wolves as a team have tried to help him in the early game and really have Airwax come up there, focus his lane, because Youngbuck is good enough in team fights. He just struggles in the laning phase. So as long as Airwax can help him early on, he can do well.
Yeah, it's a really good point. They've been able to play to what his real strengths are as opposed to kind of letting him sit. Now, Copenhagen Wolves, they have Unicorns of Love, of course. They have Rocket, Giants, and SK left. They definitely have, I would say if you compare it to Unicorns, we're going to see that in a minute, a little bit of an easier schedule going forward to try and make those playoffs.
And they have also managed to beat the weaker teams here in the last few weeks. So they have kind of set themselves as a stable mid-team because they beat the teams under them and then obviously they lose to teams above them, which really has been the story for Copenhagen Wolves. So I feel like they sit where they should be, around number 6, around potentially number 5, if Soren and Freeze can really become the big carries. They have a really good early game. We just heard Power of Evil in the feature talk about how it's not in the early game we're going to beat the Copenhagen Wolves. We're going to have to beat them in the mid to late game because that's where Copenhagen Wolves have had problems. We saw against Elements as an example where Copenhagen Wolves got really far ahead early on, couldn't close the game, gave Elements basically like 2 Barons and like 3 inhibitors, and we had to go to 67 minutes before Copenhagen Wolves got back in that game and won it. That's not good enough. If you win that early game, you need to be able to close it out, and that's what Power of Evil was talking about, how Unicorns here, they can win in mid to late game.
Yeah, and against their opponents, who knows what's going to happen if you can't close it out. It is, of course, going to be the Unicorns of Love looking to trot into 5th place with a win today. That means in the top lane, we have Visit Chachi in the jungle. It's Kikis, Power of Evil, the mid laner, AD carry Vardegs, support Hillisang, and their coach, Sheepy.
Yeah, and the Unicorns, they are still a bit all over the place. They win against SK Gaming, then they lose to Meteor Makers, and nobody really understands what's going on. With the Unicorns, they're still extremely inconsistent, and they have a fairly tough schedule. I'd probably say of all the teams left, they have the hardest one. I mean, you have, okay, so Copenhagen Wolves today, then you got Fnatic, who just look completely on form. You're going to play Gambit, who, okay, have struggled, but this is in the next round of the LCS in next week. And then, of course, H2K, a team that many of us consider to be the best, or at least one of the best with Fnatic at the moment if you look at the current form. You're going to have to see what SK Gaming can do later. But this schedule here for Unicorns is very brutal. If they lose to Copenhagen Wolves, I think they're going to drop out of the playoffs and open up for one of the other teams to step in because of the schedule they do have.
Yeah, I mean, and considering this is, the lineup right now, it's 7-7 for both teams. Just being able to leapfrog forward is really an important thing, too. If Unicorns do get this win, they have a much better shot at it, even though they have a very, very rough schedule.
Sure.
And that's kind of the tough thing, is you got to get that part of it out of your head. You got to say, hey, this is just the game. This is the one that we need to win, or we need to win this game, but it's don't even think about the other ones right now because you just want to win this one to move forward, take it week by week, like Monocannon was saying.
I guess we can say, though, for the Unicorns, it doesn't matter who they're playing. We can never really predict what's going to happen because they tend to really show up against the better teams. I asked Power of Evil why he really thought that was, and he's like, well, if we get a good start and if we really prepare enough for a team, we feel super confident, and then we play a lot better. And we need to get like a good start to get really hyped up. And when they're hyped up, that's where you see the big plays. Now on 5.5, new patch, So many new champions and strategies. This should fit into Unicorns of Love book completely.
Exactly. They love playing all sorts of different things. And into Picks and Bans, we'll see if they decide, or what they decide to take this time around. Bans coming up really quickly. LeBlanc, Nidalee already off the table from Copenhagen Wolves, and they ban the Kalista, the Morgana. Strangely enough yet, we haven't seen the Cassiopeia. Between these two teams, 20 Cassiopeia bans. And there it is.
There it is. Okay, the Copenhagen Wolves. So this is simply because the Wolves don't want to first pick it, and they know Unicorns might take it in the first rotation on their side. And instead they're setting up for potential Rek'Sai for Airwax. Even though Jarvan has been his main pick, we're looking towards Rek'Sai. If a team bans Nidalee and Rek'Sai is open, you would expect that to be the first pick, unless Sejuani is going to come in for him. Airwax normally is the main engage from the Copenhagen Wolves, and that would fit in nicely for him, and it is a fantastic pick at the moment. But look at the bans here, how different it is. I would honestly expect Sejuani first pick, but okay, Maokai can work too.
All right, yeah, with the Rek'Sai banned away. I mean, Sejuani has received a number of bans today. I want to see what they do flesh the jungle out with. So very quick pickup for the Maokai and Youngbuck. And then Unicorns are going to have some chance to answer. They're definitely favoring the Annie right now.
If they don't take Sejuani here, Airwax should lock it in, and then you have one of the strongest front lines you can have on this current patch for the Copenhagen Wolves. That fits in nicely. If you can put your top laner, who's been somewhat of a weak link overall and has been more of a supportive style, on a Maokai, that's like the best champion ever for him, because it's such a simple champion to play, and your job is just to be a big front line. Sejuani coming in from Airwax, Unicorns did not pick it up, took the Annie away from Unlimited instead. I mean, the Copenhagen Wolves are getting everything they want right here. They can go, like, you have Sivir already with the mobility. You're gonna go for Righteous Glory on Maokai. I've even seen it on a Sejuani. If we see double Righteous Glory and a Sivir ulti, you are gonna run so fast into the head or into the face of the Unicorns, and it won't even hurt.
Yeah, this is a lot of chase we've been seeing today. A lot of very fast-paced fights and a lot of very fast chases.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like League's been kicked into high gear for this week in the LCS.
And look at the bans for this game. It's completely different from the other games we've had so far. There's so many different champions viable, so many different strategies from these teams here. And obviously this week, it's going to be so much about finding out, okay, what exactly do we want to play? What do we think is the strongest? Jungle Nunu is another one on the current patch with the Cinderhulk, who's going to be very, very good. Also because late game, how do you kill a tank? You need an AD carry to do it. Buff him with the Blood Boil, use the ulti of Nunu to zone. That's how you can set up your AD carry, but not a Graves. Graves late game is not going to do anything to Sejuani and Maokai. So Unicorns here are really looking at getting a lead in the laning phase, and then into the mid game where they have to be able to snowball it. No pun intended with the Nunu. Otherwise, the Copenhagen Wolves coming late game is just going to roll over them.
Yeah. Well, it's all right because it's an ice ball anyways. But on the other hand, yeah, the Wolves, they've got something a little bit interesting here with the Karthus pickup for Soren. Power of Evil, of course, is going to get to play, we haven't seen as much of it, but I still want to call it a signature champion in Syndra. He had an amazing performance in the opening weeks, and it's kind of been a little bit back and forth. But Karthus is very fragile if you can get him caught.
Well, the thing is, if you look at Copenhagen Wolves, when they pick Karthus, it's because they see Hecarim, and they know Hecarim is going to dive onto our team. So if he dives onto Karthus and kills him, it doesn't really matter because the passive is still there. With the adaptation here from Unicorns taking Syndra, I quite like that in this case, because she's now obviously going to sit in the back line. So now your goal is to pop that Karthus, one-shot him, and then you back away. You disengage away from the Copenhagen Wolves. Basically not allow Soren to do anything. Laning phase also should be heavily in favor of Power of Evil. And I do wonder if we're going to get to see our new mid lane item, Luden's Echo, which is honestly pretty good on Syndra, because she moves around, she spams her abilities quite a lot. And it gives her a lot of extra burst damage as a potential first item. But obviously, we're going to have to see how much gold he has when he goes back, because you need that large rod first before you really want to go for it first.
Yeah, I think we definitely could see it this
time. A lot
of
first, right
But
there.
there's, well, we have a lot of first today.
There's a lot of first stuff
definitely. Now, that's the first. Now we get to the last, at the very least, as we load up into the game. Don't forget to keep tweeting out your predictions at LL Esports with hashtag CWWin or UOLWin. But of course, you're not going to be the only ones. Let's go ahead and hear what the Copenhagen Wolves coach Dentist had to say about that Wolf-Unicorn dynamic right before these two teams last met in week number 3.
Well, I don't know what you saw, but actually we don't like them. Like, have you ever seen a unicorn and a wolf in natural habit not fighting each other? I didn't.
Yeah. That's the start of a rivalry, I would think. The crowd is amped up here. Let's get on to the Rift and find out how these two go head-to-head once again.
Yeah, and let's see if the Unicorns can manage to get that lead early on. Everything about their comp really just signals early to mid-game power from the laners. Obviously, the Nuno here. Not the best ganger, but you can really allow your laners to have a lot of vision control and map control. So if we see Kikis do what Soren's having a bit of a moment there, but if you see Kikis do what Reignover did in the last game, focus on early vision control, you allow your laners to play extremely aggressive like they want to do. And the Copenhagen Wolves, I wouldn't be surprised to see them try and lane swap with this. Maokai is a lot better in a swap than FLICKR, and it would really delay that Trinity Force and also kind of remove the bully potential from an Annie Graves lane.
I think you're going to be right here. You see Freeze backing off, and he's going to move his way up top. So Vardix Hill is saying moving down into the bottom. They're spotted by that ward. And they're going to take their place, but they are going to be facing off against Youngbuck after he finishes his rounds with Airbox. Yeah. So Copenhagen Wolves looking for a little bit more of a sneaky start.
Youngbuck here will get his Raptor, will get his level 2 from that one, or potentially set it off for Soren. Karthus can take the Raptor. If you kill the small ones for him, the Raptor itself, Karthus can take it over the wall, which might be what they're aiming for here, or at least give him the small minions, so he gets a bit of an XP boost in that lane. Because you can see how Youngbuck is standing now with Airwex on the red buff. No small minions for him, instead 3 suddenly for Soren. So small XP advantage for him in the lane. He will need it into the Syndra here, can be a bit of a tricky lane. Already sitting on 6 CS, so perfect start for him to small Raptors and a few lane minions and early level 2 already.
Yeah, if there's one thing I've learned, it's never to underestimate what Soren can do, especially to the start of the game. Meanwhile, Kikis, Visit Chachi, they're going to be duking it out with the red Brambleback to take that buff. And it looks like it goes over to Kikis, of course. Didn't want to give it a Visit Chachi in this case.
Yeah, so this is one of the things for Hecarim top lane is he farms really well in the jungle. He clears it super easy, so that's a way of him kind of staying relevant, despite him normally want to stand at lane, so he gets a fast 24s. You can see for Vishichachi as well, starting longsword, simply knowing, okay, I'm not going to really be in any trouble, I'm just going to farm the jungle instead. So fairly simple start for him, trying to rush towards the 24s, no flask. Meanwhile, the bottom lane, I believe, was frozen from the Unicorns. They were waiting, so they've frozen the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Freeze is trying to do the same in the top. So we have 2 side lanes now pushing towards the AD carries. Let's see what the top laners decide to do. Normally, then what you would do is you take either your top lane and jungler down to the lane and you just like hard push it out, push it into the enemy tower. So the tower kills all the minions and kind of resets the whole wave, and then you meet the middle, and then you can't really freeze anymore. And then suddenly the top laner can get XP, or you take your support if you have a ranged top laner or one who can farm from range, and you put the support and top laner together to just 2v2 lane. Over and over. Maokai can do it with a Lulu, and you just leave Freeze on his own on the Sivir here, but that would obviously open up for Vishichachi to do the same, or will come up and be one-on-one against Freeze.
Yeah, it's also opened up for the Unicorns to try this early Dragon. Not even 4 minutes in, they've got it down to about half its health, but they're not really being spotted by this one just yet. It should go down. Vishichachi tanking up most everything here. Hillsang's just going to go ahead and start his back. Dragon number 1 securely into the pockets of the Unicorns of Love. Really no contest opportunities there either.
This is often what happens when obviously the dual lane from the Unicorns are on the bottom side. They will be stronger. I wouldn't have minded to see Copenhagen Wolves though take Unlimited and move him away from this lane, because he's currently sitting in a 2v0 situation. He's not really doing anything. And move him down towards the Dragon a lot earlier, so you could have prevented that Dragon from happening. But against the Nuno, it's a fairly safe one from the Unicorns, and you need support from the enemy team. You need obviously the top lane and the jungler to show up to really force them away from that Dragon. But now, as we mentioned before here, what Maokai can do is he can team up with the support if he wants to, start pushing in. But now it seems like it's just going to be Youngbuck on his own when this wave here. Vardax needs to make sure it does not get pushed into his tower and reset the whole thing.
Yeah, Hellsang is going on a bit of a deep roam as well. Gets the ward out over by the Gromp. He actually could run smack dab into an Unlimited. The ward's down, so they both know exactly what is up.
And we can see
aggression there, yeah.
It's Unicorn saying we want farm on our Hecarim. He needs that Trinity Force, so we send the support top lane now. We get a few deep wards in, and we basically allow Vishichachi to push at least some of the wave and see if you can get into that tower here and reset the whole thing. The wave itself is not going to freeze that hard down towards the Copenhagen wall, so this is a fine situation. And the reason these deep wards are so important is because you know you're going to be pushing the lane from the Unicorn side, so you're very open to ganks. And that's why you got to get them wards in. Vardax as well now. Freeze has been broken. And Youngbuck will be able to sit and farm with saplings and get quite a lot of farm. We see double Dorans from him for some lane pressure. Would expect him to go Catalyst. Potentially delay the Righteous Glory and just get a few tank items before he completes it, but that also depends on how fast the Copenhagen Wolves really want a team fight.
They don't seem to be in a rush just yet. The game has been, especially compared to the rest of the ones we've had today, pretty quiet, to say the least, but up in the top lane with the jungle. Oop, Hylissang taking a little low. Here's the Requiem. As soon as I say it, something's going to change, and that's going to be first blood. You can't get away from it. And Soren grabs that one from across the map.
Yeah, Karim here, Annie is not exactly the strongest 2-2 lane.
No, it's not.
And Hylissang really not respecting the damage coming from Soren. Clearly, could have flashed the Boomerang Blade from Freeze and obviously stayed alive after. But we did mention how the Wolves have been feeding a bit of extra farm on Airwix, or on Soren, but now Airwix, he's in the top lane for Vizicsacsi.
Yep, Vizicsacsi is going to get knocked, but it's going to be unlimited, taking a lot of tower shots as he has to back away. A teleport onto the same tower is canceled.
Let's pretend we didn't see that one.
No, no one saw it. It's okay. Youngbuck now, he's in some trouble as well. Collateral damage is not going to be enough to take him down. A lot of slaps are traded. Soren could be in some trouble. Exhaust is thrown down. Soren is flashing, and he's going to go down as well. The Dark Sphere, Power of Evil, picks him off.
It is a really tough lane for Karth this year. You're basically forced to just sit back and farm. Power of Evil, he moved around the corner here, so he was out of vision from Soren. That's how he managed to land the stun over the wall from the small bush. He now has 2k gold here. I wonder if we're going to see Luden's Echo as the first item for him on this Syndra. He has enough gold at least to buy the large rod if he wants it. Seems not, though.
And he goes and gets himself a pair of shoes, as well as the Fiendish Codex, so a little disappointing, I suppose, but, you know.
It's okay. It's okay.
Oh, Freeze finds Hylissang. A lot of damage on both sides. Traded Vizicsacsi with the charge in. Limited was there and healthy, though, so they have to back away. Oh, for how back and forth this top lane has started to be. We haven't seen too many kills just yet. Just a pair.
Ooh, Soren is playing this risky now. Going for Tier and Catalyst first, so no instant power in the lane for him at all, while what Power of Evil has done here is by getting early boots, getting early magic penetration, he's obviously going to do a lot more damage, and this is going to allow him to position really easily for his stuns and his Q traits, and also dodge out of Soren's Qs. So he's basically just building for pure lane dominance here, one-on-one against Soren. He won't really be anything Soren can do to him, and he should always be able to get in range to land his spells. One more stun, once that ulti is ready from Power of Evil, and we might see him just go for a kill again. Freeze. His back stopped here. He has farmed up a lot of gold for himself, and no tower's been taken because both lanes, remember, in the swap was frozen at first, and then the top laners walked up there. Vizicsacsi has been able to get some good farm, and sure, he did waste his teleport completely beforehand. Was not been punished for it just yet.
No, and they'll have some time before it's really going to become much of an issue. There's a minute on the next dragon. Unicorns, of course, did grab that one very early. So sub 10 minutes, we've got another one close to coming up. Youngbuck been chased away by Vardags.
And we're going to have a setup here for the Wolves where most of their damage is going to be purely magic from Sora and obviously from Sejuani as well. Freeze is going to be the only one dealing physical damage, and that's where Nuno comes into the picture. Obviously, a Sivir won't really do anything. Very reliant on her auto attacks late game. Nuno can shut that down pretty hard if we get that setup. So the Unicorns might focus on getting a lot of MR and simply just like snowball Freeze, or well, Ice Blast Freeze from Nuno and kind of prevent his damage from there and simply say, we don't care about your Karthus anymore. We can run over you. We can get into these fights because we have enough MR to survive it.
Yeah, that may indeed be the plan now. For the time being, though, the short term is see if they can't bait Unlimited into a bad situation. He's going to dodge away as Soren throws down the Wall of Pain. Dragon, however, is live. And there are a lot of Unicorns in the area ready to start it. Looks like it's actually going to get procced by the Sapling first.
Yeah, I would have much preferred Copenhagen Wolves to swap Freeze down to the bottom lane after he went back to base, because he got an item advantage through the pickaxe, and you wouldn't have to surrender this dragon because you now would have your AD carry on the bottom side of the map to basically make sure it's a 4 versus 4. What the Unicorns did instead was saying, okay, we're going to deep ward because we know your AD carries on top side. We can take a free dragon, the second one of the game now, with our very strong mid-game comp. So this is really going to be about 5 dragons for the Unicorns. if they can't find any other kills or picks. While the Copenhagen Wolves decide to trade, simply take that top lane tower. I guess it's okay. They're simply trading more global gold for a dragon and saying we really want to try and slow down the game. You have to see if it pays off. I mean, normally, Sivir, when she gets a pickaxe extra, she would do fine in the lane. She can always push it out, and you didn't have to surrender it. Instead, though,
they're doing the best to bully. Vizichachi. Yeah, he's able to get out. So an ult for an ult, but this tower's now...
They want the tower, yeah.
Yeah, they're able to push this in, and there's no reaction from Unicorn, so...
They would get it.
They can take this.
Okay, so after the Dragon here, the Unicorns didn't really respect Freeze in the top lane, and also Airwick's potentially joining. Instead, they're going for bottom lane.
Oh, yeah, the Requiem's already popped, and Hylissang gonna go down unlimited. Takes a lot of damage from Vardegs on the offset of that, but they get a tower, they get a kill. And who needs dragons when you can make plays like that?
That's very true. So suddenly the Copenhagen Wolves made a very good trade here. Getting a kill on the bottom lane and 2 towers up here. I'm really sure why the Unicorns didn't expect more people to be around and send like Kiki straight back after the Dragon to defend this tower. But in the end, good play from the Copenhagen Wolves. Still have to see if these 2 dragons will pay off for the Unicorns. Obviously, the Wolves should be able to fight and have Catalyst, or sorry, Rod of Ages completed on Soren have not completed, so we didn't have to wait a lot longer. That's obviously what it does when you trade for global gold. Items is always worth a lot more than, you know, these dragons in itself. And yeah, 12 minutes of Rod of Ages, so it's fairly fast for him, especially with a tier built in.
Yeah, we mentioned it was risky, but I mean, it really is. It's worked out for Copenhagen Wolves so far.
He's managed to basically sit back and just farm, and there's been no punishment from Power of Evil against him. So yeah, it really paid off.
Yeah, the one kill, but
it's never bad. It was just if you already died in the lane and you don't come back with any kind of combat stats, that can be a bit of trouble for you. Instead though, Power of Evil didn't manage to get anything. Youngbuck just flashed away. Kikis, he keeps walking around in this jungle. Keeps walking around here, getting a few wards down. Skirmishes Saper. He's really aiming on just running at Freeze late game. Smite Freeze, 20% less damage or Smite the Karthus can also be the case, but I would assume it's going to be in Freeze. Shoot a snowball in his face, slow down his attack speed, and that's basically going to be Kik's job with this Skirmishes Saber here. Normally,
I mean, it's still tricky though too when you consider. Okay, we'll talk about that in a minute because Youngbuck is getting 1v3'd. There's the Absolute Zero. Eventual Maelstrom, not going to be nearly enough. Youngbuck's going to go down. Vizichachi was taking some serious damage. Meanwhile, in the bottom side, Freeze took down Vardegs and Unlimited. He was found out by Power of Evil action all over the map. But in the end, it's the Unicorns of Love taking a 3-for-1 advantage, and they're going to grab themselves a tower as well.
Yeah, the Wolves tried to dive down the bottom lane, ends up trading 1-for-1. Vardegs died, but so did Airwick. Therefore, it was a 2v1 dive. The whole counterplay from the Wolves were going to be kill Vardegs and take the bot lane tower and trade it for the top lane. They will still be able to get the tower, but had to give up quite a lot of kills here. The Unicorns making the plays
and they
teleport as well.
So tower goes down in the bottom in all of that, but you've of course got Freeze now trying to push this one up. He's got a wave out, but it's going to be met by Vardegs. Let's take a look at how that all happened, that dive especially.
Yeah, so it's a 2v1 dive down the bottom lane on Vardegs. Nice flash around. Just gets to blow off Airwick in the end. Will end up dying, but look at the mid lane here. Power of Evil gets a kill on to Unlimited. The 2 kills for him now early. Dream is still alive. He has a large rod now.
He does.
Dream is still alive. Luden's Echo. It gives so much extra burst early game on a Syndra.
We just need to see that Aether Wisp as well. We'll see if we do. Oh, there it is.
Gonna get it.
Okay, we're gonna see it. First one in the LCS. All right, we'll see how long that takes. But back to the rest of this game. The Wolves have been, up until a moment ago when the Unicorns were really able to just kind of outplay them in a couple different situations, take a decent number of advantages to themselves. They had the 2 Dragon advantage. The next one is going to be up in about a minute and a half, a little over that. But it seems like for all of that, they still aren't confident enough to try to force a fight, to try to get involved in the middle, and they just need a little bit more ramping up. And Soren, he's played, as you said, just so safe, and it could have been so risky for him, but Power of Evil hasn't really been that aggressive this game.
You also obviously have to respect Sejuani once she hits level 6, and if you didn't feel like you had enough information around where the jungle would be, it's better to honestly just sit and farm, wait for 1 or 2 items to complete it, and fight around dragons in the mid game with your comp, than just like keep over chasing for kills on the Karthus. So can't really blame him too much. We have seen Kikis do a good job trying to get in these deep wards here on this Nuno. Now he sets up for another dragon. You're gonna get the speed up. You have a pink ward defensively placed. And this item should be ready for Power of Evil beforehand, depending if he wants to go back or not. Sits on 1,000 gold. And then we can talk more about why it's such a good early item, because the 100 magic damage you get when you proc it, obviously. That's a lot in the early game. It also scales into late game, fairly poor scaling, however, but the early game damage 100 is a lot. And because you will have it at the start of the fight, you should have it on 100 stacks. You get the first proc on your first spell. And you move around so much on Syndra, and you keep spamming your Q, you spam your spells a lot, so it will be ready in terms of like your combo or a small fight. You should get it to proc at least twice, with again the 100 damage every time. Add that in with the already fairly insane burst damage of a Syndra. You can one-shot targets, and you have even more AoE damage. Airwax, though, he's been sneaking in behind Unicorns of Love. They're not spotted. Haven't seen the pick hiding in there.
Dragon's going to get started. There's the ward, and they're actually going to try to clear it away. Not quite enough damage in time. Dragon is proc.
There's no TP for Yamuk.
There is no TP, yeah. They're still around the back, but what really can they do? Absolute Zero is actually being popped just to try and finish off the Dragon a little quicker. Glitter Lance is going to reveal. Not actually doing any damage, though. And here we go. The Dragon should go down. They attempted the steal. Not going to happen when you've got a smite on your side, and the enemy team did not. Dragon number 3 over to the Unicorns of Love.
And now it's getting a bit scary. So early, we're 16 minutes in. 3 dragons already picked up. You can see how as well Vishichachi was just waiting in the base. As we always see, we get these early home guards here. And then you're just sitting ready for a potential fight to break out. And you can always teleport in behind. That's why if you have the vision control around the dragon, place a few deep wards in, because it gives you so many TP options with your Hecarim, and he can just close the gap so fast, and you have so much burst damage coming with that home guard. Really is surprising people very easily. And the Wolves decide not to fight because Jumbo couldn't join. Are heading gold. Still need a lot more time though before Soren can really be impactful. Now he has finally the Seraph. I say finally, we're 17 minutes in and he's hitting on 2 items, but
there's the Ludens. Yep.
Slowly building up towards this late game Karthus. And the Unicorns of Love, they're looking so good right now towards this mid game. This is exactly the spike they want. Once Trinity Force is completed for Vishichachi.
The question is, do they use it? I mean, the problem that the Unicorns have had a good chunk of the split is we've seen their inconsistency in how they use the power that they do build up. They've basically thrown a number of games by just not properly using their item and team composition spikes, and we'll see if they do that here. So far, I mean, 3 dragons to 0 is a great start. Yes, you've given up 3 towers, you've gotten 1 back for your own, but overall, they're skirmishing a little bit better. Let's see what they do now that they have hit a decent power plateau, if you will.
Yeah, and a key thing often for the Unicorns is that Power of Evil has to do well early game for them to win games. He's now 2-0 on Syndra. He's been farming really well, highest farm in the game. You couldn't have asked for a better start, honestly. He keeps pushing down this mid tower here. If someone gets caught out in a combo, he ends up dying. So it's a great start for Unicorns, and they have all the right tools here to do well. There's a flash engage.
Yep, they find the Tibbers. That's Unlimited going down. Power of Evil unleashes the power. Teleport coming in after the fact. Here comes Airwalk's dodge by Power of Evil.
The wall.
He's going to be in some trouble after he misses the flash. And in comes Vishichachi. Youngbuck trying to clean up duty, but his mop isn't big enough. And Absolute Zero will zone him off. The Unicorns charge in, and they take 2 in a tower.
Just a very standard play here, knowing you have all the pressure in the mid lane because your mid lane is that much stronger. You just push it down here. We saw the flash engage from Hillasang, and there was a few quick kills. A lot of flashes blown from the walls as well. Airwax obviously planting his head first into the wall. It's a dead power there. Now Soren.
You said he gets caught, and he goes down. That's going to be Power of Evil shut down as well, but Freeze was able to secure it anyways. Kickus now, can he make his great escape? Yeah, there's a flash, he's fine.
So Unicorns finally heading gold, got the 3 dragons. Why do you slow? Let's see it again. So keep in mind, you have the stronger mid laner, you have the stronger AD carry, so that's why you're forcing plays at this point. You're not afraid to dive in as well. Kickus was in the jungle, trying to get some information. This is a well played by Power of Evil. He dodges the stun first, then he flashes away from Airwax as well. And then we're gonna see...
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. That is good to great. And then another one. I mean, flash into all the walls.
Every one of them.
I want to see with the Power of Evil now, because against the Karthus as a Syndra, if you don't have an Hourglass late game or any way of protecting you from the Karthus ulti, you're going to get chunked down so hard from it. But we might just see him play really safe in the back and simply go for like Void Staff, potentially as a 3rd item. death cap if you can afford it and just like go full damage and then get Outlast as the latest or the last item, because that's obviously one of the annoying things when you build Ludens here is you delay your core items a bit. But it's now one of the core items on the likes of a Syndra, at least for Power of Evil, as we can see here. She likes to move around. It's so good in small and early skirmishes, simply again because of the 100 damage you get from it, which is still effective. Late game, the 100 damage is not going to be a whole lot, and that's where the scaling comes in instead. It makes it still a pretty decent item.
Yes, it does. And now I want to see what Power of Evil's able to do. He has been able to clean up some kills, but then he's had quite a lot of help. The fights have been started really well from Unicorns. They're kind of the skirmish masters this time around. Gold's still pretty even though, but that third dragon buff's really what's helping him out a lot.
Yeah, all they need to do now is just push the mid lane, push the bottom lane, because that's the last out of turret. And once you push the mid lane, it opens up for you to walk into the enemy jungle. Place a few wards here, make sure you don't face check into the Copenhagen walls. Because when you push in the wave, you can see how Soren, he's sitting in now defending at his tier 2 tower. So you have full information at least of one guy. Okay, step 2, you have the top lane pushing, you can see Youngbok. That's 2 people you now have information of Freeze in the bottom lane. Suddenly you know the only thing you can face check is a Lulu and a Sejuani. That's not scary. So it opens up for you to now walk into the enemy jungle, place some of these wards here, because you can see all the carries on the map just by pushing every single lane at once. So just go back, do it again, push in that mid lane, have Soren sit on his tier 2 tower, and then you can slowly move between the lanes, because you want that last tower in the bottom lane to go down.
Speaking of towers, it is 2-3 still on that score. The Wolves, they've taken the 2 in the top, so the middle outer still remains. It was cleared away there by the Unicorns. 20 seconds till the next dragon is available. Copenhagen Wolves, they really need to stop this one. You don't want that early of a potential 5th dragon buff. If this one goes through, it'll be the 4th straight for the Unicorns. So far the games today we've seen, when teams do get those secured up, usually ends in disaster for their opponents. This time, Copenhagen Wolves making a charge in. There is going to be the Ice Bola. Here we go. Kikis, though, zoning away with the absolute 0. And the Wolves have to rethink their strategy. A number of ultimates blown and no deaths here just yet.
And that was the entire engage used by Copenhagen Wolves. Unicorns managed to disengage. That was a very nice stun onto Airwax. Now, Copenhagen Wolves, they're going in again.
Yep, they find Hylissang. The Timbers is down, but so is Hylissang. Vizichachi coming in. Power of Evil picking up Youngbok right at the bat. Airwax is already down. Here comes the rest of the Team Freeze chasing forward, but he is getting blown back. It's a double kill. Going over to Power of Evil. The Karthus ult comes in and takes down Kikis, but the Unicorns aren't done just yet. It is a 3-4-2 in their favor. The Dragon
Wolves should go mid
angry
here.
In the middle.
Just go mid lane. You won't really be able to stop this Dragon in case Power of Evil starts it for them. So just try and see if you can push in for this tower at least. Problem is, Power of Evil, he's reading it. He's going back in there. Another fight won by the Unicorns of Love. They managed to disengage at first when the ulti was popped from Freeze, when the ulti was used from Airwax. So nobody got shut down. Youngbok, though, he's coming in with home guards.
Yeah, they should be able to take this one down, but he is stopped. So Power of Evil is not going to be able to take him out. The minion wave evaporates. They give up a lot for that. Freeze is going to have to pop his spell shield to avoid a lot of damage. Now here comes another teleport. Vizichachi, 2 can play at that game, and it's Youngbok that they target. He gets stunned after he burns his flash. They don't manage to take him out. And now the Dragon's still live here. They're 4 men strong.
That's some horrible TPs.
Yeah, it's some really, really weird decision making, but they are in the position to take the Dragon.
He wanted the Dragon here. He did use his E on the minion though, and Kikis again. Just likes to ult the Dragon. 4 now. Remember that trade the Wolves made earlier, which was a good trade, honestly. Get 2 top towers for the 2nd Dragon. That's not a bad trade. Problem is now 4 dragons. So see here, this stun is so important. Airwax, he gets stopped first. Ulti doesn't stun anyone. Ulti from Kikis is perfect to zone away the Wolves. Now all of these ultis have been blown. Suddenly the Unicorns can kite a lot easier. It's way better for Power of Evil to position himself. We can see the Copenhagen Wolves, they try to go in Righteous Glory. Hylissang will drop. But the point is now there's nothing left to lock down a Syndra, to lock down a Graves. And these 2 guys together can deal all the damage. Vizichachi had a good ulti as well. And that's how you can clean up the fight. Power of Evil just dancing around. Always move. You have Luden's Echo, you always move. Move, 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 move all the time. Stack it up to 100. Sadly for Kikis, he gets died.
Yeah, there's no getting away from the Requiem, and as a result, Soren's able to pick up a 3rd of his. He's still ramping up pretty effectively himself.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, credit to the Wolves, they've kept pretty even in the gold game. They've got more towers to their names, and they have not been sitting idly by while the Unicorns do secure things like dragons and just they're slightly getting out skirmished, and that is just a credit to how well the Unicorns have been able to set up these fights.
Power Feeble at the moment, 25 minutes in, sitting on 516 AP.
Yeah.
His Luden's Echo does currently 177 damage with it, and obviously he's gonna have it ready 2 or 3 times per fight to proc the people's faces, because like every spell gives him 20 charges, and every time he moves, like I believe it's 1 Teemo, he gets 5 or 6 stacks as well on it. So as long as you keep moving around and keep spamming, it will be ready very, very fast. And this simply means for the Copenhagen Wolves, unless they get the perfect engage where they can lock down the Syndra, who's building extremely squishy, obviously there's 0 defense for him. No peel really either, except for the Nuno, and they're going again for Power Feeble. They got him this time.
This time, no problem securing him up, but they have to be careful. Soren was a little bit low. Wild Growth on him to keep him a little beefier. Hylissang gonna come in, drop the timbers. Here comes Vizichachi to pick him off. Freeze is gonna fall next. It's a double kill. After the fact, the Requiem is going to be a parting shot. Vardags very low. Airwalks on the chase, but Vardags blows a buckshot in his face, and that is 4 down on the side of Copenhagen Wolves for only 2 Unicorns, and it's not over yet.
That almost looked too good to be true for Copenhagen Wolves here. They saw Power Feeble, they wanted to get him, but they realized Youngblood wasn't there, and he will die in the end. Ace for the Unicorns of Love. They engaged, they got the Syndra, realized our big tank is not here. Unicorns can out clean it up.
Quite easily. Look at that damage they're putting out on the turrets. Here come the 3 members of the Unicorns still, as the Wolves just getting off of Fountain. The death timer's not too long just yet, only 27 minutes into this game, but Inhibitor turret goes down, playing the safe route, they will get away. So big fight, big towers, and all for the cost of a Power of Evil.
So again, they see Power of Evil here, no flash, and we just talked about how as long as they can lock him down, he's so squishy with his build, you can kill him. There we go. Ulti did get popped on Soren, so that was a lot of damage. And look at Youngblood here in the minimap. He's coming from the top lane, so Unicorns know they can go in. It's still a 4 vs 4, and that was such a sick combo. Flash Timbers into Hecarim ulti, into all the bursts from Graves. Beautiful setup. And obviously nothing Copenhagen can do in the end. Airwax is trying. Vardags is life-stealing on the Raptors. In the end, gets a pour.
Get a lot more than that. Yeah, and of course, finishing off Youngblood after the fact. Looks like they might try to do it again. No, this time he's twisted, advancing right on in. Unleash the power to take him out. Unlimited now. He could fall as well. There is just so much damage. Wild Growth is not going to be enough to save him. As Vardags comes up with that kill, Soren, flash for flash kick is chasing him on through. The snowball to keep him slow, and an absolute 0. Here comes Vizichachi Insurance to pick him off, and it looks like they're peeling over to the Baron with a 2-man advantage. What can the Copenhagen Wolves do to stop this one?
There's been a fun day. A lot of action in our games here. The teams are really using some of these hard engaged compositions really well to force fights. We see so many different picks. I mean, this one, suddenly we have Syndra against Karthus in the mid lane. The last one, we had a Victor against a... Help me out here, Pyra. Corey played Victor.
I can't even remember anymore. It's just been so exciting.
Well, it was 2 other picks. That's the point. Diana mid lane, of course.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Different picks coming in all around.
We have seen a lot of diversity here
got
on this
TP
patch.
now. That's very far back from Vizichachi, but he's coming.
They're still coming, yeah. I don't think they can stop this one. Airwalks, he's going to try to get the slowdown. He's got the dash, and he dodges out the Scout of the Week, but he's going to go down. Definitely going to go down. I don't know what I was thinking. When they get their sights set on something, these Unicorns will continue to chase it down. They've got the Baron buff. They've got 4 dragons to nil. It's 30 seconds on number 5 if they want it, and they have a naked inhibitor here, and they're charging straight for it, going for broke. The Copenhagen Wolves, they have to react to this one, but it's already gone.
Yeah, can't really do anything, and now 20 seconds for the 5th dragon, 30 minutes into the game. Baron already picked up by the Unicorns. Airwax won't be able to join for this fight here. The Wolves are gonna have to try Hail Mary, where you just, I guess, go all in. I would almost just give it up here, because you know the Unicorns have all the control around it, or they should have. Youngblood now will be caught out.
And you can't afford to check that one. Twisted advance back in, but Kekis picks him off. Popping the absolute 0. Dragon should be a no-brainer pickup here for the Unicorns of Love, but they're not taking any
Airwax got to go and try and steal it. I mean, he almost has to, but it's
not going to.
No, it's impossible.
So 5 dragons, they've still got the Baron buff on them. A massive advantage now to Unicorns of Love. And the Wolves are still trying to play like they were on even keel, but this time it's not going to work out.
I was getting a bit afraid in the pick and ban phase when I saw Maokai and Sejuani being locked in. Like, that's, again, two of the strongest picks in the current meta in terms of providing a fantastic front line. But the Unicorns, obviously with Power Weevil leading the charge early game, got a few kills picked up for themselves. And then they've just been so much better playing around Dragons in this game here. The Copenhagen was trying to trade it for a few towers. They needed more time before the Carthage could really scale up. And that's what the Unicorns used. We mentioned how good their mid-game was. And they've done nothing wrong, honestly. They've played it correctly. Force these Dragons, force the fights. Use your Syndra to just one-shot people every time. And use your Hecarim with that early home guards to just run at people.
And there's no way they can really stop them on the side of Copenhagen Wolves too. You can see how hectically they're trying to defend on these occasions, but they just don't have a chance. There we go. Vizichachi is able to bail out after they spend the ultimate from Sejuani on him, but Soren, he's getting blown away. The turret's there. That's going to be Soren able to get a Requiem out to soften up these Unicorns, but it won't be nearly enough to take them down. Inhibitor number 2 surely going to fall down here. The Unicorns are still in the Wolves' base. They're looking for revenge from that last time these two met to even up the score. They do need this game, as we mentioned, to try and make a better run for these playoffs, and they are certainly making a statement for that right now.
Yeah, this is so important. If they win this game here, there's going to be 3 wins down to Rocket, to Giants, to Medium Makers, to Elements, before some of them play later today. And again, yeah, you get a bit of distance to even the Copenhagen Wolves. With Gambit suddenly losing a few games and looking too strong, suddenly the Unicorns are looking towards top 4 in Europe. And it's funny, we often talk about it when they play, because if they win, it looks great, and we're like, oh, they can go for top 4. And then suddenly they just randomly lose the next game. And it's tough with these Unicorns here to predict what they're doing.
It's really hard to pin them down. That's
this game here, again, they had all the right things for them. Power Weevil needs to do well early game. That happened. He got 2 kills. They get super hyped because they get a few early team fights that they do well in, and suddenly they just know how to play the game. They know how to play around Dragons. I guess not the toughest when the team's kind of giving them to you, but the point is you take full advantage of it.
We've seen a number of these several uncontested Dragons really going over today, and it just, you got to wonder, the teams that are giving them up, they're trying to trade and then they just fall further and further behind. All of a sudden they realize they can't really do anything about it. Now every member of the Unicorns is shoving down the last remaining lane that has an inhibitor in it. Copenhagen Wolves trying to defend. There's the Wall of Pain. The minions are cleared out. You gotta wonder if your Unicorns of Love, it's just wash, rinse, repeat. They've got a couple more minions there, and this tower is going to go down really easily. And they keep on charging forward. Kickus in the front. You gotta be careful dealing with him. Not to get slowed down too fast. And as much as the Wolves try to stop these waves, they're gonna keep coming.
More and more. Suddenly someone has to go back and defend, and then Unicorns can move in and get a few hits on the tower. You got the Blood Bowl on your AD carry. It's not going to take him too long to burn through it, and if anyone gets caught by a Syndra stun, he should die at this point here. Superminions are pushing in together with the horse.
Yes, Vizichachi made a long trek down bottom. Superminions really doing a lot of work on this side. Meanwhile, the Wolves have found themselves pinched inside their own base. Airwalks is going down. Here come the rest of the Wolves under Vizichachi and Kickus. Oh my goodness, Soren is going down so quickly with the Requiem still coming out, but he doesn't have enough damage to pick anyone off. Illisang was already down. Youngbuck trying to make the play. He's taken out. It's just Unlimited and Freeze now for the side of the Wolves. Can they save the day? The Super Minions, they're pushing on the last Nexus turret, turn their attentions to the Nexus. Unicorns of Love, they can break the last inhibitor and forget that last one. They're pushing straight towards the Nexus. It's gonna go down oh so quick with the damage they have. The Wolves can't react in time, and the Unicorns of Love have taken the win.
We can really see the strategy coming in here for the Copenhagen Wolves. The lane swap, they try and slow down the game. You go to late game, the Unicorns say, nope, that's not going to happen.
No way.
We are going to fight a lot, and we're going to use our mid game so well. And we see this from the Wolves every time. Whenever they lose, they still get together, talk a little bit, and say, don't worry, guys, we're still in the playoffs for now. And let's just look towards the next game we're going to play.
They certainly have a less strenuous schedule for the last 3 matches, but the Unicorns definitely gave them a run for their money. They, on the other hand, definitely needed this win going forward. as they will have a very, very hard set of matches. But for now, they are the victors, and their fans lining up to greet them here. Very, very, very happy that the Unicorns have managed to pull off such a convincing win.
Yeah, they should be. Power people doing really well in the laning phase. Obviously mentioned a few times how Syndra into Karthus is a really tricky matchup for the Karthus, but this is basically the worst that could happen for the teams outside of the playoffs. Because you're looking at Unicorns and saying, wow, this schedule is tough. So if they lose to Copenhagen Wolves, they're the ones we're going to go for. They're the ones we want to overtake in the standings. But by them winning now, suddenly for Elements and for Rocket and Giants and so on, you look at two teams in Copenhagen Wolves and Unicorns look to basically secure the spot. Because as we said before the Wolves, they have Giants, they have MYM. Teams they should be able to beat and then stay in the top 6.
Yeah, so now it does get really hairy, but you know, that is how we tend to do things here in the European LCS, I feel like. Lots
no ties yet.
Back and forth. No, we don't have the ties, but we have a lot of uncertainty still. For the Unicorns, they are very certain that was a very, very strong game for them. A lot of happiness. He's Sheepy with a big smile on his face.
So really what we've seen so far now is whenever Hecarim gets played in the top lane, not in the jungle, but in the top lane, and you get an early home guards, if you run a composition that does really well in the mid game, you can force fights so easily, and that's really, really scary. Again, we saw the plan from Copenhagen. We'll slow down the game, go late game with the Karthus. That's our setup. Go late game with double tank, Sejuani and Maokai, and we will win these team fights. They just never got to that point because there were so many ways for Unicorns to engage, and because, again, the Syndra did so well in the lane, it gave all the mid pressure to the Unicorns. We saw them push down for that tower early, and then, of course, every single dragon went over to him. That's why if you have the stronger bottom lane, you keep them on the bottom side of the map. So you have that dragon control early, so you can take these early dragons. There was no response from Copenhagen Wolves. The first one, Unlimited stayed top lane to sit in a 2v0 lane with Freeze. We saw how Yombok and Airwax didn't move towards the dragon. Normally you would sit down your support and stop that early dragon from happening. And then the next one they trade for 2 towers. Suddenly 5 dragon is going to happen.
Yeah, they gave it up pretty easily, and then they gave up the game after that one. Let's step on stage and join Quickshot, who's standing by for a look into the Unicorns of Love's big win.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm joined here by Power of Evil. Great performance there, picking Syndra once again as a champion that I think has fallen out of favor a little bit in the bigger picture. Let's talk about why you picked it, what were some of the triggers, and also why are you so good on this champion?
Well, so I really love the champion, her playstyle, the burst. She's really strong in the laning phase. Even so, after the nerfs, her power spike is after 6, and with the new 5.5 change and Luden's Echo, it's giving her even more burst on the. It's like a static shift now, and you can push out mid lane, you can one-shot the enemies, and the movement speed is even better on her because of the mobility, because she has no any gap closers, and that's pretty good on her now.
Well, if you were a salesman, I would buy Syndra instantly. Why did you pick it into the Copenhagen Wolves? It was the last champion you guys locked in. What were some of the reasons as to that decision?
So first, we thought they're going for Cassiopeia because Soren is a really good Cassiopeia player. And I'm a Cassiopeia player as well, so I thought they were going to deny it for me. And I really like to play Syndra against Cassio, so we practice it a lot. Syndra is in general now in the 5.5 patch, I would say tier 1, or at least for me. And that's why I picked it.
Well, congratulations on the win. 8-7 on the split. With the victory against Copenhagen Wolves, you're setting yourselves up for the playoffs. Before we talk about some of the rest of the opponents, how would you respond to people calling Unicorns the most consistently inconsistent team in the league? It's something you guys seem to do fairly often.
Well, it's quite hard. Like, you shouldn't underestimate any team. Like in Euro LCS, everyone can win against anyone. So I would say we need to, well, be more consistent, of course, and get our stuff together. But I think if we get me rolling and get our objective control, how we did in this game, we win every game.
Yeah, this definitely seems to be a case. Big focus on the Dragons. Just before we head back to the analyst desk, I want to touch on the rest of the games you guys have in the split. Fnatic, H2K, and Gambit. You've got what we call one of the hardest schedules going forward. How much does that weigh on your shoulders, knowing you're still not 100% safe in the playoffs?
So first of all, we already won once against Fnatic, so I'm confident that we have another chance of winning against them, and we won the same against Gambit, so we have 2-0 against one of the best teams, and I think we can take a win against them anytime, but we shouldn't underestimate them or overestimate them.
Well, very, very smart onside. I'm looking forward to those matches, especially against Fnatic. For now, we're going to head back to Shocks and Cyanide at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much. Quick shot, smart answers, smart player, and smart play from the Unicorns of Love all around. But I gotta say, when I saw the picks and bans coming out, I was a little bit worried for the Unicorns of Love, especially giving up the Maokai and then not picking the Sejuani. What did you think, and how did it change throughout the early and the mid game?
So I found the picks from Yoel a bit weird, but it worked out really well. Like, they went for Graves Nunu, and they didn't want to go to the late game against the double tank, and what they did is just they used their mid game power spike so well that they could just win the game before the tanks had any chance to get any items. Like Nunu just running in the jungle all the time, warding everything. Like Sejuani is just looking at the Nunu running in the jungle, but what can he do because his mid laner is push at the inhibitor almost, like, and can't do anything to help him. So they just got the vision, got the picks, got the dragons.
But then with the Sejuani, who a lot of people have said is the strongest pick if some of the Nidalee and the Rek'Sai are not on the Rift, was there anything that Airwax could have done? Maybe not mid, but maybe bottom, maybe top lane?
I just don't think he played it very well. Like, it's, of course, Sejuani is a way weaker jungler early game than anything else, and when Nunu, he could just do whatever he wanted because his mid lane was getting completely destroyed. So he just had wards everywhere in his jungle, so there was no point to gank even because they always knew where he was.
What did you make of the Skirmisher's Saber on the Nunu?
I thought it was pretty smart because you don't really need the Racers to farm well, and Stalkers is a bit pointless because you have the slow all the time anyway, so with the Skirmisher you can shut down the ADC or whoever you want to go on a bit better.
Yeah, and that's what they all did. They just ran into the comp. Let's actually run a replay of somewhere in the mid game where the Unicorns of Love are pretty much ahead already, but played this fight also correctly, Cyanide.
Yeah, so CV is actually looking to engage here, but the Sejuani ult is not really good. The slow is pointless here, and Kikis disengages for a bit. And now they're just waiting around all the cooldowns to get the opportunity to go back in. And here Youngbuck pops his item to run fast in, but their follow-up is a bit late, and Hecarim gets a good flank on them. It's pretty much an equal fight here. Could have went way worse for either side.
Yeah, it could have, but Power of Evil doing work once again, and actually throughout the entire game. And the card says it was working a little bit in the beginning, getting first blood, but they didn't allow the Copenhagen Wolves to scale up, and even then, with the Nunu and the Graves, it would have been hard for them to finish it out, I think. Very good from the Unicorns of Love in general. Now, before we take a break, let's look to Twitter and touch base with you at home. Earlier, we asked, which champion do you want to see played by a pro on patch 5.5, and why? And here's what you guys think. The first one is from @DigitalFear, who writes, I want to see Nautilus played in the LCS. He brings so much CC and huge tanky stats to the game for diving towers. Would you play him?
I would not play Nautilus, but I feel like he's kind of a worse Sejuani in a way that you still encounter the same problems, but the Sejuani's kit is overall a bit stronger.
The second one is from @Danatic89. Hoping the pros bring back the Troll Smash. Do we really need a reason to see the Trundle back? And in light of the changes, it could actually work.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Trundle. Why I think he might work a bit better right now is because if people are actually going to keep playing these tanks in the jungle, you can just ultimate them, steal the tanky stats, and then you're a tank yourself without actually having to build so much stats.
Maybe we'll see that come out. Last one is from @Mattis. Please bring out the Rammus, please. They see him rolling, they hate him. Okay.
Yeah, Rammus as well, a huge buff with the Cinderhulk item. You can actually farm the jungle now, and you don't just have to AFK, so we might see him, but I doubt it.
We will see, of course. I'm sure that OK did something to Twitch chat as well. Thank you for sending in those answers. And if you have anything else you'd like to add to the conversation, be sure to tweet it @LL Esports and use that hashtag LCS. Now, coming up next, Ottawamne and H2K Gaming will look to beat Elements for their 9th straight win to tie the standing European LCS record. And while we're away, head over to lolesports.com/tickets for more information on the 2015 Mid-Season Invitational in Tallahassee, Florida. The tournament will bring the top 6 League of Legends teams from around the world to the east coast of the United States to fight for regional pride when the action kicks off on May 7th throughout May 10th. Tickets are available online right now, and we hope to see you there.
The Copenhagen Wolves are looking to beat the Unicorns of Love for the 2nd time this season. Here comes Airwalk's dodge by Power. He's gonna be in some trouble after he misses the flash, and in comes Vizichachi. They find Hylissang. The Timbers is down, but so is Hylissang. Vizichachi coming in. Power of Evil picking up Youngbuck right off the bat. Airwalks is already down.
Okay,
I can flash.
I'm coming.
Kartus, Sivir.
Yeah, BB of Kartus has still ult. I lifesteal. Just a little. You need to have bodies.
I got it. Good job. Meanwhile, the Wolves have found themselves pinched inside their own base. Airwalks is going down. Here come the rest of the Wolves under visit Chachi and Kikis. Oh my goodness, Soren is going down. And the Unicorns of Love have taken the win.
I had 3 different options. I could stay a free agent, stream, and just chill for a bit, play solo queue, and relax. I could also join an LCS team in Europe, but there was another team that wanted me. And then I had the option of joining Elements. For me, I knew there was problems in both the teams I could join, but I understood all the Elements problems, and I thought by leaving, it seemed like they had realized a lot of the problems and are actually working on fixing them, which could potentially be one step closer than the other team. So that's the main reason I rejoined, because I think that they are fixing them right now.
Welcome back to the League Championship Series. While Elements and H2K are busy setting up on stage, I wanted to take a little bit of a closer look at this interesting matchup. You just heard from Wicked saying he had options to join teams, and he's elected to join Elements, a team that is really struggling. Coming into the split, the expectations was for them to be the #1 team in Europe. They had Reckless joining them. They won the summer split last year. They dethroned Fnatic. Whereas H2K, on the other hand, they had 0 expectations. They lost their star mid laner, and this was a challenger team that failed to qualify multiple times. As we stand, H2K are 8-0 and on the verge of tying, maybe even breaking the longest standing EU winning record. Now, before we get to the best team in Europe, let's talk about the team that was expected to be Elements and their downfall from the dominant alliance of Summer 2014. As we've already said, the team that dethroned Fnatic for the first time. After 14 games in Summer, they were 12-2. At this point, they're 5-9 and facing the promotion tournament. We've said over and over and over, expectations for the super team. Why have they failed to meet that expectation? Simply put, they have not adapted to the heavy engaged compositions of 2015. Just look at the last 2 games. Go ham and you win. That farm for 40 minutes and wait for your other team to fall over is no longer viable. It shows in the kills and the deaths per minute. The passive gameplay simply no longer works. Now, despite Elements having a very strong laning phase, it's not enough to keep them on top of EU in comparison to all of these new, hungry, aggressive teams. Let's compare them to one of those squads. It is H2K, a squad that's come in from the expansion tournament that really struggled to get in the LCS, but now that they've landed with Ryu, with Prolly, they are fantastic. Least deaths in the league, highest assists, highest team KDA. They may not have the most Dragons or Barons, but it doesn't matter because it's towers and Nexus kills that wins you games. All of this has transpired since Kasing joined the squad. 8-0, undefeated in Europe. He's got a 75% kill participation, the second highest KDA in Europe, right behind God-given himself. And as a team, H2K have got the shortest average game time in Europe at 36 minutes, 29 seconds. That's including all of these wins. When these guys win, they win hard. The final stat, they're actually marginally down at 10 minutes, 17 gold. But the interesting thing is over the next 10 minutes, H2K finds a way to develop a 2,500 gold lead on average. And it just shows that H2K know how to capitalize on a really strong mid game. They surge into a gold lead, it sets them up for a strong late game, and it's that emphasis on teamwork, on towers and objective play that has allowed them to shoot to the top of the tables. Elements, on the other hand, they are battling just for the right to stay in the LCS and to avoid the promotion tournament. The stark contrast between H2K and Elements is scary. Without a doubt, H2K are the strongest team in Europe, and I'm excited to see them beat Fnatic's all-time EU win record if they can take down Elements today. To talk a little bit more about the specifics of this matchup, let's send it back over to Shox and Cyanide at the desk.
Thank you very much, Trevor. You said a lot about it already, so let's take a look at the lineups for these two teams, starting off with Elements, a team that topped the European LCS last summer, but hasn't been able to replicate the success of that during the spring season. Wicked, Shook, Froggen, Reckless, Crepo, and of course their head coach now, or at least in charge of picks and bans as well, is Nif. Their opponents today will be the surprise powerhouse of the spring 2015, H2K, with Odoamne, Lulex, Ryu, Yarnan, Kasing, and their coach, Prolly. I want to touch on a different thing in Elements that's actually happened. They've added both Tabs and Dexter as subs to their squad. How does that change the dynamic in the team, and then especially the pressure on the shoulders of those already playing?
Yeah, of course, that puts a lot more pressure on the players, and I think it depends how you handle the pressure, if you're going to play better or worse. Like, if you perform better under pressure, then of course you will do better because the pressure is enormous. But if you don't take it that well, you might just go on tilt and play even worse.
Would you not argue that going 5-9 in the spring split is enough pressure already?
Yeah, of course it is, but it just stacks up still. And I think it's a good change because it motivates the players to even play more. I bet they are playing like every single waking moment of solo queue and pre-made.
Yeah, and they definitely will need it here, Elements. They need to win consistently against 4 teams that they have lost to already to reach playoffs. How will they do, you think, on 5.5? Does this favor them?
Well, Elements has these 2 passive players. The carry is Froggen and Reckless, and I actually think if they would play double tank, it would give Reckless and Froggen a lot more room to do what they wanted, because obviously the front line is going to take ages to go down. So I think that would be something they could try, but
as well when you are 5'9", it's really scary to try new stuff when you are already losing doing the stuff you know.
Yeah, seeing those numbers kind of hits home a little, even more than being 7th in the standings, 5 and 9, and they're up against H2K. A surprise to a lot of people here that they are this high in the tables in the European LCS. What do you think it is that makes them so strong, or do you think that it's other factors?
If you would have told me at the start of the split that H2K would be one of the best teams in Europe, I would have laughed. But I guess it's H2K doing the laughing right now because they are just ahead of the curve, mostly in the team play. They do very little mistakes and overall a very solid team.
Yep, very solid team and a big mountain to climb for Elements if they want to beat them. Things are just about set on stage, so we're going to head over to the caster desk to take us into the action.
Thank you very much, Shocks. I realized I didn't introduce myself at the telestrator. My name is Trevor Quickshot Henry. Moving on to the caster desk to join our very own Martin Deficio Lunga. It was a lovely, lovely feature earlier in the day.
I liked it.
And I said it on Twitter, and I'm going to say it live. You're my favorite color caster, Deficio.
I'm also your only one.
So, we're about to jump into picks and bans here as Elements are taking on H2K. We just had a massive rant discussing H2K, lost on a PTL. Yeah. You called H2K the best team in Europe. I just did it on telestrator. I can't shake the feeling.
We completely
I can't shake the feeling that with all the underdog wins at IEM and the underdog win this morning of MYM, I don't know if H2K can close this out.
Well, the thing is, H2K, they love to play tank top lane. Odoam is still undefeated on Gnar and Maokai, so that should fit really well with the new patch here. He can still play Maokai, he can still play the big tanks. Lulix, wonder what he's going to play, because he's been a bit of everything. He's been supportive, he's been the carry, but the real deal here for me is Elements. Because when Wicked looked the best all Season 5 long was at IEM San Jose, it's been a while ago. He played Maokai and he had some very good games against Cloud9. If he can get back into this tanky role, where he's not a carry in any way, he's again just a big, fat front line, I think that's going to favor Elements a lot and buy time for Rex and Frog, the passive carries, as people like to call them, enough time to do well.
Well, we'll find out what strategy works out and if Wicked on a beefy frontliner is the key. Siva, Annie, Rumble taken off the table. Rumble, not a champion I'd associate with H2K. On the other side, Blitzcrank, heavily targeted Crepo, was the champion who played in his first showing here in 2015.
So is it going to be Maokai or Rek'Sai here for Elements? You can see how H2K are banning 2 junglers, saying if you first pick Maokai for Wicked, we take the Rek'Sai. If you don't, we obviously get the Maokai. It seems it's going to be Maokai here for Elements. Again, I think he's the best top laner overall right now. I think he's just so strong in the Kong meta.
And I want to just once again reiterate something Cyanide was saying on the analyst desk, something to Fisher you were saying this week as well. If Rek'Sai is locked in for H2K and Shook decides to go a tanky jungler, you may have that super beefy mega tank on the front line for Elements. There's a few seconds left for H2K to lock in their priority picks, though.
The problem is, though, when you play a tanky jungler into Rek'Sai, you are a lot weaker in the early game, so you give up basically the entire pressure of the laning phase. That's where Rek'Sai can make the plays. That's where Rek'Sai with her, let's say, the mid laner, they can gank the lane, they can invade into the enemy jungle, they can get these deep wards down. So it's basically all about the early game then for the Rek'Sai to dominate, because that's where she's the strongest, compared to, let's say, if Shug is playing a Zac. He won't be able to duel him early on. He cannot duel against the Rek'Sai. And that's where Elements is giving up a lot of pressure. And it's been a problem before, because Elements as a team in the early game has not looked very good. They've always fallen behind, or at least almost always falls behind, and they have to claw their way back in.
Yeah, we'll see what Elements decide to do this time around. H2K, they've locked in one potential ingredient of the Juggernaut. Let's rather call Protect the AD carry, depending on what they lock in. You have to wonder, have Elements been playing with Lulu? Froggen's played it in the past. Is somebody going to learn to play it? The options are there for Elements.
Yeah, they have now. I would honestly have gone for Lulu here instead if you want to run that composition, and you could have potentially Lulu mid. Okay, I guess it is a very low damage comp, but this is a bit new for Crepo in some way, because he's normally been very focused on being the engage, or one of the engages here for Elements, but instead, this is what we just talked about, how this current patch allows you to play like double tank, Nuno Maokai in this case. It allows you to have passive carries who just sits back in a team fight and kills the enemy frontline first, and then you win the fight doing that. Reckless is set up for a perfect hyper carry situation. If he goes like Jinx here, the late game of Elements is going to be absolutely insane. You got protection, you got blood boil, you got Maokai in the front, but H2K can do the same here. They have a hyper carry already locked in, one who can deal with tanks, as long as there's protection for it. So I love the Janna pickup, at least from Element, to take that away from Kasing. Lulu is still an option though. Morgana's going to be an option as well if they want to have some peel.
Well, 2 seconds left on the clock. That Protect the AD carry comp has taken a sharp detour with those disengage lock-ins. A Thresh and Gnar for H2K. Not the Lulu we were expecting, but it could still come in if Ryu wants it mid lane on the assumption Elements don't go Jinx Lulu now and round out their Mega.
They can't
one
do
damage source?
Yeah, it's like late game, that's all about the AD carry. You can do it. You can also go for the likes of, let's say, maybe a Karthus if you want some extra late game damage and an extra threat who also acts as pretty good peel because you're obviously running into the enemy team, you have the wall and everything. And that also means if there's a lane swap going on, suddenly the Karthus, his ulti, is going to make a lot of work onto some squishy members of H2K and just in general a fantastic late game pickup. But that would obviously give again the pressure to Ryu and H2K in the mid lane, which is what we talked about before with the Rek'Sai.
Well, let's be fair, H2K have all the pressure with their team composition thus far, and Elements have got all of the scaling to work with. It was the Karthus, Deficio, so you do have all of that peel, all of that zoning, all of that damage from Elfrogan on the Karthus.
But you also have a horrible early game.
It's a champion they've got a lot of history with, and the last time Elements picked a team comp that was scaling against SK Gaming, they gave up early kills, they gave up the advantage, and SK spanked them.
Completely. Now, it's not like Karthus is terrible in the lane. He can honestly do really well in a lot of matchups. It's just you farm. You don't really go for any kills there. And when against the Rek'Sai, you have to respect that early pressure coming in from Lulix. So what Shug is looking to do is basically be a ward bot and just come in here, ward two sides of the mid lane. Make sure, okay, Froggen can always farm, you can always push the lane in. And then simply try and track this Rek'Sai. You don't have to go for any ganks if you're playing the Nuno, because you don't want to risk a counter gank from Lulix. And then if you look at H2K's composition, yeah, sure, you have a hyper carry for late game, but he's not going to be able to do enough against a Karthus, a Jinx, a Maokai. Like, everything from Elements here is screaming late game. H2K is much more mid-game focused. You got a Trinity Force AD carry, step one. You have, obviously, LeBlanc, who is going to do well unless you ask Froggen, who thinks Karthus is obviously a very good matchup into LeBlanc. It's a counter to everything if you ask Froggen, but the pressure is for Rio here. He has the kill pressure in the lane. Both Froggen and FLICKR said that Karthus beats LeBlanc in lane, so we're going to have to see if he can pull it off.
1 year ago, almost exactly, Karthus versus LeBlanc was the debate, and both Froggen and FLICKR, as you already highlighted, mentioned that Karthus, and the way that Froggen actually did it, spammed all of his mana super early on.
One and level 2. Got
lane control with those lay wastes and then keeps the opponent on the back foot. We'll see if the same rules apply a year and about 40 patches later.
Yeah, we see for H2K here, they do have a good team fight, but it's nowhere near the level of Elements, so it's going to be a lot more about creating picks with the LeBlanc. We'll have the Gnar sit one-on-oneing against that Maokai, because that's where Gnar can still do well. But in terms of pure team fighting, Elements are going to be so much stronger in the late game. So we have to see if H2K here, like they normally do, can push that early lead, get the dragons, and obviously start pushing down these towers really fast, and then simply close out the game before Elements get too late.
I'm going to go right back to the Telestrator segment. Our stats guys behind the scenes were helping work with us. And one of the big things that we've noticed trends for Elements is, as a team, the farm to late game strategy is not as successful. You're about to see the team comms flash over. You guys at home, hit us up on Twitter at LOL Esports, hashtag LWin or hashtag H2KWin. Deficio, I'm not 100% sure that Elements should have given or should have picked such a scaling team comp against. Is that H2K I'm hearing?
Sounds like.
Well, the audience a little bit split. There's some Elements and some H2K.
Bit of everything. Few Deficio chants as well.
Hey, your feature's over, buddy. Don't let it get to your head. Don't let it get to your head.
Alright, so again for H2K here. Really looking to create some picks in the early game. You have Rek'Sai, the strongest early jungler if you ignore the Nidalee, which was banned away. You got the decent matchup for Gnar. Will be able to play around with Wicked quite a lot. And then, of course, Ryu, who can make some plays on LeBlanc. I really look forward to see how Froggen plays the lane. I don't think Karthus really has any completely horrible matchups. I think he can farm against nearly everything. The question is just how far back do you have to sit in your lane to get that farm, and how much pressure do you have to give the enemy mid laner?
Well, Reckless with an early trinket ward placement.
1-0 Ryu.
The Cromp. We'll give the advantage to Ryu already for a little bit of damage. It seems to be standard lanes for the time being. Well, as I say that, looks like Reckless is finishing up his recall. Let's see where they decide to match up. The makings of a 2v2. And let's see whether or not Kasing can start off the magic. The game that started H2K's winning spree was Kasing playing Thresh and hooking Nif's Janna. It was the game that started the spiral, and we have a similar matchup today to Officio, and it looks like we're going to have that 2v2 as well. Krepo definitely has to respect that early play from H2K.
And we see the standard ward here again at level 1, where you place the ward near the Gromp, so you can see if H2K is starting Gromp. So now, see, Elements have the information, so they know, okay, they're going to have Gromp, they're going to have a small XP advantage that way, but you can see how Elements are doing exactly the same, so they're going to be even here. Question is now, who can get back to lane fastest, and how many minions will they lose? It looks like, for now, Elements were a bit unlucky, lost 2 melee minions, so they won't be hitting level 2 before the next wave arrives, while H2K will be hitting level 2 once they kill the last ranged minion. If you only lose 1 melee minions, you just need to clear the entire wave, you hit level 2 for them.
Let's see if...
As long as they got the last hit at least.
Does he want to go aggressive? One more minion to go.
Reckless got all the XP. You see there, level 2 now from H2K. They cleared out the first wave. Elements have to wait for the next one. They also gave full XP over to Reckless, trying to push him towards that level 2. So they don't have to sit and wait. They're not in a bad situation because they didn't really push the lane. If you had pushed the lane right here from Elements, you've been caught in the middle of the lane. Enemy gets level 2, and that's where you have to flash away from a Thresh going for the hook. So instead now, all these minions coming in for Reckless, and not a bad situation for Elements.
And we did see, while all that was going on, Shook actually invading onto H2K's jungle with that Nunu pick. It looks like Lulex is going to try to reciprocate the steal, and it just ends up being a blue buff trade between the two respective lanes.
Yeah, Shook already have the blue buff, as you mentioned. Despite the bottom lane pushing in, he could just sneak in and grab it. Froggen obviously the farm here. He should know that Lulex is on the blue buff. So he has to obviously stay a little bit towards the bottom side of the map where Shook is, in case a gank should happen. And as you mentioned, Froggen with the, I'm going to spam my mana early, I'm going to push in the wave, and then I'm going to force you to use mana on last hitting on the tower as a LeBlanc. It's pretty annoying when you're playing LeBlanc. You really want that level 2 early pressure from LeBlanc. And Froggen has managed to push in the wave.
Small early advantage for Froggen already.
This is great for him. This is 10 CS already. This is very, very good for Froggen, pushing it in.
Yeah, 2 Karthus picks today in the EU LCS. Xiaowei Xiao from North America had some phenomenal performances. He hit 300 CS in 24 minutes. We'll see if Froggen can farm his way up. 59% in favor of Elements. Still the majority, but far and away not the dominant one.
Look at what Sugar's been doing. He's staying in the jungle of Lulex. He smited the wolves to get that small little ghost flying around the face of whatever it is to spot Lulex again. So he's making sure they have information on the Rek'Sai, meaning the lanes can be safe and just focus on farming at this point. Even all across the board except for this, except for mid and top, I guess, which is in favor of each team.
Reckless gets hooked, he gets flayed. Hyana's not in range to auto-attack until a moment ago. Manton gets put down, and relatively even trade as far as I can see. Now Lulex coming in, Froggen with a very early flash. And all of that presence, or pressure in lane rather, has been somewhat countered. That's going to make life more difficult if Froggen wants to keep pushing that wave so aggressively.
Yeah, very much so. And we see H2K, knowing they can make plays in the early game, already have a pink ward placed around the dragon. That was the route Lulex took to gank this mid lane here. You don't really have to be too afraid of a Nunu counter gank. Nunu Karthus is not going to be the most scary 2v2 lane for the likes of Rek'Sai LeBlanc. So that's why they can play around it, try and put some pressure on Froggen. Wicked, as we mentioned with this Gnar here, has been pushed down. All he wants to do is just try and farm and avoid his tower taking too much damage. That's literally all Wicked is going to do.
Well, there's one thing I do want to highlight with Wicked playing the Maokai. This is a little bit of a harsh statement. Oh, we'll get to that in a second, actually. Shook, moving down into this bottom lane, does have that
Lantern.
Nice blast and early Lantern. That really comes from it. But what we learned from IEM is if you have a fairly weak top lane or somebody who's not the most mechanically sound, put them on Maokai.
Yeah.
And it negates a lot of those weaknesses.
It's a point-and-click champion, basically. Now Lulex is going for Wicked.
Another early flash. Lulex follows up with a flash. There goes Odo1. They're down to 80 hit points, and Wicked is going to get away. Odo1 there, Lulex burning 2 flashes for 1 and not getting them killed.
2 flashes will be able to push the wave down. Wicked really wants to wait for this teleport to be ready before he recalls, so he doesn't have to lose the entire wave. H2K, they're staying. They want to force him away. That's all they're doing here. Now they're going to get some damage on the tower. Wicked won't be able to TP back in time, but Shook, in classic Nuno style, has been able to solo the dragon, seeing as Lulex was on the top side.
So well played by Elements to get themselves an early dragon kill. And yes, H2K invested an additional summoner spell in that wave top. But they did deny a bunch of gold, a bunch of experience, and Odoame picking up the Hex Drinker against the multiple AP damage threats from Elements. I actually quite like that pickup. It makes a lot of sense in this particular game.
Oh yeah, for sure. You're also looking to bully your lane. That's where the Hex Drinker comes in. Very handy. Reckless having to flash away.
Would have been the second hook to Fisher.
Would have been. Very true. But yeah, I like Hex Drinker. You want to bully your lane. You're against the Karthus as well in this case. And then he's just going to go tank after anyway. Rio though keeps trading with Froggen. Froggen just want to farm.
Yeah, very well played there by Ryu.
Look at the farm difference though. 60 CS. Like this again, what Froggen talks about when he mentioned this matchup. If he pushes early on, uses all his mana, LeBlanc is not the best at last hitting on the tower. And simply by doing that, it created such a big lead for Froggen. Flash has been blown now. We're not going to see the tier start. You're going to see Rod of Ages instead for him. So he needs a bit more earlier Rod of Ages, a bit more combat stats in his situation against LeBlanc.
And you want to give some props to Elements here. We're approaching 8 minutes on the clock. They're going even or ahead in lanes. And despite pressure from Lulex's Rek'Sai top and middle, you know, blowing Froggen's flash, blowing Wicked's flash, they're keeping themselves relevant. For one thing to keep track of, Shook is a little down on CS, spent some time in H2K's jungle, but falling a little bit behind.
Nono is one of those junglers, though, who doesn't really need to upgrade his item very fast. He can go for an early sidestone, and he's still extremely useful, because your main objective is getting down vision for your team. Cinderhulk, of course, is going to make him tanky later, but we very often see Nuno players just delay upgrading their jungle item. Go for that sidestone early, go for a potential locket. In this case, I do expect him to go potentially sidestone Cinderhulk, and then he can look more towards other items for himself.
We'll see if that works out. Kissing with those Moby boots is hanging around, does have flash available, throws the lantern out. He connects with the death sentence, but here comes Crepo. Crepo knocks him away with a monsoon. Kissing was out of lane for long enough that Crepo saves the day.
Yeah, again, they read it really well here. Saw the roam coming from Kissing and started moving as well. Had to blow a flash. But again, you keep Froggen alive. He's still farming in that mid lane. And Flash will be ready for him very soon. Lulex is picking up a blue buff. Unless Shook won't be able to get in there in time. But this is again what happens when you don't have the pressure in let's say, the mid lane. And you're against a jungler like Rek'Sai, who's so strong early game. You often have to give up certain camps in your jungle, or at least allow them to get in there. Blue buff, however, I feel like it could have been defended with Crepo being nearby from Elements. I don't think they expected Lulex to be there, honestly.
Well, smart play then by Lulex. Going to take a small advantage, but H2K, they are keeping up the pressure in lane. Pushing top, pushing bottom, and then I psych out by Kissing.
Yeah, Kissing with the mind games against Reckless, trying to force him away from all this farm here on the tower, but Crepo has returned. Back to farming, basically. His bottom tower down to 50%. That's good for H2K. They are a team who likes to play around lane pressure, a bit like SK Gaming does, where you take down an early tower in the lane and then you rotate your AD carry. So let's say the top lane, and you push down the second tower, and that's how you create a massive gold advantage. And then you get into team fights in the mid game when you already have an item advantage.
Well, we did see Reckless sidestepping that death sentence. As we flick back to mid lane. 79 CS to 67. The fact that Froggen didn't have that flash and was ganked by the roaming Kissing has bought some time for Ryu to farm up. Of course, that was when Crepo jumped in for the flash monsoon to save the day. But Akarthus going even in lane, holding his own, is setting Elements up relatively well. But we are still waiting for those item spikes here for Odoamne and for Hyanan before H2K goes super aggressive.
And also even better for Elements, they got that early dragon, because Shook went into soloed once he saw Lulex in the top lane. The reason I mention it is because the game we just had before here with the Unicorns, where they had a strong mid game, they got the early dragons. They got to 5 dragons at 30 minutes. Elements are stopping that by getting the first one, and buys even more time for him to basically sit back and farm. This gank is going to be nearly impossible to pull off, especially because Lulex has now shown himself. Oh, well, because he's now in the bottom lane. So if Shook goes in, it can go horribly wrong for Elements.
Remember, there is a Requiem to follow this up. There's a teleport coming down from Wicked. Elements have initiated. The Requiem gets first blood. Lulex was in retreat in what was a 4.5 versus 3. Elements get the first kill. They're gonna get the first tower, and there's a minute until the next dragon.
I thought it was going to be Shook running in first here, then pulled back by the Thresh, and suddenly he would have been caught up. But instead, it was H2K who started the game. Flash engage from Kasing. He ends up dying. Tower Elements. TP was used for Modoamne in the top side, so he's going to try and push down the tower here, because Wicked joined the bottom lane. Should have probably cancelled that teleport, but just wanted to be really safe. It will cost him a lot of damage up here, so only one small mistake. But H2K will try and capitalize on it.
It's Officio. This is looking like a cost to curse is real situation. H2K were 8-0 coming into the game. And if they had won today, they would have matched Fnatic's 9-0 record from 2013. Set themselves up to break it tomorrow. Intel Extreme Masters had all of the underdogs winning. MYM picked up a win earlier. And Elements are starting off strong.
Let's remember that, let's just look at Shook first.
I think Shook might die here. Ryu seems to be jumping on Ignite, will pick up the kill. Flash away to safety though.
As we saw in your Telestrator segment here, H2K at 10 minutes tend to be behind just a little bit. But at 20 minutes, that's where suddenly they're 2,000 or 3,000 gold ahead of the enemy team, because again, they play around taking down these early towers, and you don't really do that pre-10 minutes. So I'm still feeling comfortable in terms of H2K and the way they want to play this mid game.
Well, look at the way they've grouped up in middle. Ryu's found Frog and he's jumped onto him, decides to jump away. Kasing connects with a death sentence, follows up. Ryu jumps in, and it's a last hit from Hyanin. May set them up for another tower. Kasing drawing attention from Wicked, gets dropped by the Super Mega Death Rocket. Lulex solos the Dragon, and we'll keep track on their hit points in the middle lane. H2K, 600 gold lead, first Dragon on the board.
First Dragon, yeah, we see the play here. It's all about early towers. They took Hyanin, they moved him to the mid lane, pushed it in. H2K already took the top lane because Wicked failed that teleport in the bottom lane, where Modoamne got the tower from it. They're looking for one more. No Trinity Force yet for Hyanin, but he has the Sheen. That's all you need to walk in, press your W, click once on that tower, and you do a lot of damage to it, and you just slowly grind it down though. But Reckless getting an early kill is very important for Elements. Can they hold this tower?
Doesn't. Ooh, well, minion wave is
close.
dying.
They got the shield.
Eye of the Storm's going to help out, of course. Crepo throwing down the E. Just trying to take a quick look at itemization. Wicked working towards the Righteous Glory. Looks to be a Cinder Hulk next here for Shook. And of course, Modoamne currently stacking that HP. Kasing and Ryu got to be careful now.
I don't think Wicked should go instant Righteous Glory. Just sit on that Catalyst. Get some MR, get some armor now first. Because you're going to have these mid-game fights where it's not going to be you engaging, it's going to be H2K trying to engage on you, trying to pick you off. So that Righteous Glory here, I think you should just honestly get a few tank items. Then you can complete it later, because you're not the one, again, as I said, looking to create the fights.
Well, we'll find out what Wicked decides to do. Currently finds himself down 30 CS in what is a tough laning matchup. And obviously, it was an early gank from Lulex, even in the mid lane. Advantage to Reckless as far as AD carries are concerned, and I actually think I prefer Jinx as a late game AD carry in comparison to Kog'Maw. I think more power, and I like the mobility from Get Excited.
That's true, that's very good points. I really preferred when you have a Nunu buffing it and a Janna. So yeah, Jinx is gonna do a whole lot more in this game if again Elements get to that point. Now they're gonna get the first move up over to Froggen. Mid tower gone down, bot lane tower is already down to about 40% as well. We can see how H2K are moving around these lanes here, getting that goal lead, or trying to get it at least. Trinity Force is now completed for Hyanin. Froggen has the Rod of Ages, so again, no tier. Need that earlier Rod of Ages. A bit of a safer lane for him.
See what Froggen can continue to do. Has had that Rod stacking for a little while. We've touched on some of the items. Lulex already completed that Warrior enchantment. But you noticed as soon as we hit 12, 13 minutes, H2K, you know, starting a fight bottom, it didn't go their way. Starting a fight middle, it did go their way. Got their hands on a Dragon. It really feels like H2K found, you know, the timing that they wanted to play aggressive, and they make use of it.
You saw them again make the proactive move. They moved Hyanin to mid lane before Reckless was there. That was why they could go on to Frog and kill him. As soon as they had the Sheen completed, they started pushing down towers. Now, bottom lane is gonna die. Already been poked down a lot. Rio's built up a wave. No reaction yet from Elements. They put Reckless top lane to get a tower here, but they have to be careful because it's 4 guys in the bottom lane from H2K.
And look at the vision. H2K have got complete control over Elements' bottom half of the map. They are going to start
should be able to defend.
Looking to get some hits. Hyanin playing very, very safe. Scared of that point-and-click route from Wicked and actually backs off. So it ends up being a tower trade, which again, Elements is going to be relatively happy with. They're only 1,000 gold down and continue to stay even. Righteous Glory was in fact completed by Wicked, so if he wants to go aggressive, he can.
Shouldn't really be looking to do it though.
I think they want Froggen. And it looks like they do. Ryu doesn't have flash available. Froggen's being chased down. Look at all of the support from H2K.
A lot of
damage in reply onto Ryu. Those lay wastes were massive. Heal looks like it's going to keep Ryu alive just barely. Wicked forcing away. Does look for a target and unable to find one. Odo1, there's Meganar. And we did see the Super Mega Death Rocket fly way wide. H2K invested a lot and may lose pressure and control in the middle lane.
That was such a good play by Froggen here, kiting around, poking Ryu down, now allowing his team and the Jinx to get close to a tower. When you have Nunu and Janet to buffer Jinx, you destroy towers. So that's what Elements can do to really gain some global gold here. If H2K makes another mistake, that mid tower ends up dying. And all these wards we saw placed beforehand, this buys time for Elements to go back in here and take control of their own jungle, because these wards are going to expire from H2K. Weren't really able to play around them. Credit to Froggen, keeping it very cool in that mid lane.
Yeah, and the rest of Elements, they did respond in time. Look at the minimap again. H2K grouping up. H2K smell blood, and they want it. We do see Ryu, Lulix, Odo1, they're moving in. Lulix flashed for that, got the Chilling Smite down. The zap comes up from Reckless. He's going to be the sacrificial lamb as H2K pick up another kill. But it's just, I'm gonna say this, tell me if you agree or disagree. It almost feels desperate. H2K keep throwing absolutely everything at Elements, and it's not garnering as much success as H2K would want.
Oh, tough one. I tend to disagree a little bit, because they got the 3 outer turrets already down from H2K, and the play right here is simply saying, okay, we can see how you have a lot of guys who's gone back to base. None of your lanes are pushing. So if you show up in one of the lanes, we're just going to run down and kill you. And that's exactly what they did, because Reckless showed up on his own while Crepo was there. But mid lane and top lane, nobody was in top lane, there's just minions. Mid lane had already been basically pushed out because Elements had recalled. So that was just a very easy kill to pick up. And now set up for this dragon here. Ryu, he's in the bush, he's going to try and assassinate Crepo.
Well, Crepo's going down here, does get dropped by Ryu. Some assist kill from Kasing with 15 seconds until Dragon. That is a mistake that may cost them another objective. H2K putting some more wards and setting themselves up for a strong Dragon play.
You can see what Elements tried to do here. Walk in, set up a few wards before so they wouldn't get assassinated by LeBlanc waiting in a bush. However, the sneaky Ryu hiding there and basically doing what you should do on an assassin in the mid game. Hide in the bushes around objectives where you know the enemy team is going to walk in and just destroy them if they face check you.
Well, we are 19 minutes, 20 on the clock. Ryu finds Shook to get some damage down as the second dragon falls. We'll keep track of the fight as it progresses. Remember that mid lane tower was hit pretty low the last time these two teams engaged. And Elements have now set them sights on a tower. Look at Hyonin. He's in the river and he's going to be late to this fight.
Ryu is spotted now, so Elements will get a bit of damage on the tower, but we might see a fight here. Lulix has no flash to engage. Kaseng going in.
Wow,
we got Reckless.
They call Reckless. Can he get taken out? Ryu is trying to find a target from the side. Reckless is still alive on the back line as Ryu forced to go back to a clone. Kaseng is the first one to drop as the tower takes out Froggen, but the Requiem should get more. That's a triple kill for the king of mids in Europe. Elements go 1 for 3, take down the tower, and H2K, who traditionally have a gold lead at 20 minutes, are behind Elements.
Now you can say your point here, Trevor, because Elements, that was such a good fight for them. Reckless got caught out at first, but he flashed away. The ulti bomb shoot was beautiful. They kept him alive, and Froggen was just going crazy. Karthus, that is his champion, because he's not afraid of diving in and dying on it.
Deficio, they got so many kills, as well as 2, maybe 3 towers. H2K were able to defend.
Lulix comes from the side.
That's a flash that was interrupted from the Howling Gale. Crepo, have you saved your team? Monsoon knocks back H2K momentarily, and Lulix is unable to find more. The disengage after the monster control play. Elements are in the lead in the mid game.
Such a turnaround. I can't wait to see that fight again. With Kaseng flashing in. H2K going straight to Baron. Most of Elements are still around. Froggen can move from the side lane. They have Scrying Orb on Reckless. He can check this one. There we go. They see the Baron. they have to back away now from H2K.
Well, what can Elements do to follow this one up, if anything? They do manage to at least avert the Baron. And Deficio, I said it 10 minutes ago. I'm gonna bring it up again.
Okay,
well,
okay.
Let's do replay first.
Right, so let's see here. Reckless is gonna be the target. There's no flash for Lulix. There's no Mega Knife for Odoamne, so the only way to engage is by flash hooking from Kasing. That's what he's gonna do, and he gets Reckless. That's perfect. The problem is, there's no follow-up. Lulix, no flash, so he can just only go in with the tunnel, nothing else. Odoamne, there's no Mega Knife. Ulti from Shuki zones 3 guys, and Ryu jumps in. Crepo is there, Wicked is there to help Reckless, and now look at Froggen. He's just saying, you know what, I'm just gonna go straight for your backline. I have so much AoE damage already, and then a perfect ulti comes in. Simply not enough summoners or Mekanar to dive onto Reckless there and use that hook from Kasing.
And you go back a few minutes, Ryu blew everything just to kill Crepo in the river. You go a few minutes before that, Lulix flashed to kill Reckless in the bottom lane. And every single time that happens, it's just putting you a little further behind for those fights. So H2K, maybe for the first time in 4 weeks, have to play from behind against a team that is terrifying.
Oh yeah.
To play in the mid to late game, and especially from behind.
When you press tap and you see the enemy Karthus, 22 minutes in, has 200 farm, almost completed his 3rd item, which is going to be a death cap. Then you start becoming a little bit scared because that's going to hurt. I mean, if he ultis now, that's like 60% of Ryu's HP. This is gone. Well, that's it.
One thing I do want to say, Froggen, please. Xiao is Xiao, probably with the highest CS in the 2015 season. Froggen, you're about 90 short, buddy. I'm going to make that up in a minute. I'm not forgiving him for that. I'm not forgiving him for that.
But he did do well in his lane matchup.
I did.
Him and FLICKR agreed on it. Yes, okay, H2K could make some play around it, but the farm went over to Froggen in this case. So Wicked for him. We just saw that last team fight as well, why I dislike the Righteous Lore as the first item, simply because Wicked is not there to engage, he's there to peel for his carries. And that's why it doesn't offer him a whole lot. But because they won the last fight, he's now been able to go towards the second tank items, and it might not matter for him at all.
We'll find out. Elements playing very well around their team composition. Dragon spawning in a minute 40. And the last time it was secured by H2K after punishing Elements for trying to get vision control.
But last time there was a mid tower, stopping Elements from pushing the waves all the way into the tier 2 and then walk into the Dragon and place these wards safely before Ryu can get in a position to assassinate them. So now Elements can get the proper vision control. You don't have to see Crepo walk in and get killed in one of the worst situations as a support where you don't really feel like you can do anything. You did your job, you place down a few wards, and then you just get assassinated from behind by an assassin. Because they do assassinate people, Trevor. That's how it works.
Really?
That's how it works.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that. But glad to have the explanation. Do you want to just go back to that? I had this unnerving feeling, despite all the praise on H2K, that this was the game that was going to break their streak. And it's looking like Elements have the recipe for success. But I do want to remind everybody, Elements had a 10k gold advantage over Giants not too long ago. And some poor positioning in the late game cost them that matchup. So
and a Baron.
And Baron. I think if H2K had a different AD carry, I'd be more inclined to feel it. But Kog'Maw is also equally as effective at taking down tanks on the condition H2K can keep him alive and keep him attacking with that Bioarcane.
Just no buffs for him to make up for the damage the Jinx can do with her help. But this is a bit of a misplay from Elements right here. You have teleport on your Maokai. He should have, Wicked should have gone back way earlier, met the wave Ryu was pushing down and just stopped him from taking that tower. That was a free tower to H2K with a mid laner with no teleport. Like, that shouldn't have happened from Elements. So there's still a few things for them, but they are in the gold lead. They have set up wards around the Dragon. There's no bush for Ryu to sit in and snipe them this time around. So Elements can suddenly fight where you know where the engage is coming from. If there's no Mega Knife from Odoamne, I don't see H2K really going for it because they need to get to Reckless. Otherwise, it's a problem.
Well, look very quickly at the item differences. Death cap completed for Froggen. He's got nearly 500 AP. We do see the Thornmail for Odoamne. Some armor and MR in Wicked's hands. Dragon secured, uncontested, as H2K do not opt to blindly face check a Karthus Nunu absolute zero defile combination. So 2 for 2 on the Dragon front. Blade of the Ruined King just picked up for Hyun, and I think that's a very important item that still needs to get armor penetration if he wants to get through the very, very beefy front line of Elements. Shook, nearly 3k HP. Wicked, 2,500 HP. It's a lot to burn through for the AD carry on H2K.
Especially also when you're going to get an ice blast in your face, reducing your attack speed by like 30%. So not gonna be the most fun game here for Yanin. He's really gonna be the target, but I mean for Elements in these fights, it's gonna again just be so much about kiting around. You see the Mega now, okay, you back away. You pop the ulti from Crepo, you just run away. Once Mega now is gone, you're not afraid of H2K any longer getting to your backline. Only Ryu can really jump there. And that's where you stay with the exhaust on Crepo, where you have Wicked to like lock him down. And all you want to do is just have your front line buy time for the Karthus, for the Jinx, to make the big plays. So as long as they have the vision down and they can see Odoamne, H2K doesn't have a lot of ways of engaging. We're slowly but surely getting towards that late game. I think we can safely say it for Froggen already. On 3 items, he's already in late game.
I think that's fair to say, Deficio. Elements have got a massive minion wave up top. They're going to try
They
push
gotta
it
ward
into
the
the
flank
inner
here, though.
turrets.
Have to ward the flank so you can see how Odoamne is engaging. Mega Knight is going to be popped very soon for him. That's why he's sitting on the side. He just wants to get a last bit of rage. And then he has Flash ready as well, so look for Reckless. You can see how he's positioning himself as far away as possible from Odoamne, simply to have enough time to also flash away once his Mega Knight arrives.
Mega Knight is up, tower relatively untouched, lost a couple hundred hit points, if that. H2K trying to make use of the giant monster that is Odoamne. He's got a lot of tanky stats against Reckless, but not the most against Froggen. And H2K defend their tower. Got to reiterate, at this point in time, H2K are 10-4 on the split versus Elements, who are 5-9. Elements, one win behind the Unicorns of Love, thanks to Unicorns picking up that victory a moment ago, and actually still out of playoff contention. Elements need these wins, and they need their opponents to lose to even stand a chance of making the top 6 for the playoffs, Deficio. There's so much on the line here for Elements.
Obviously, you're also playing to avoid relegation, honestly, because number 7, that is a safe spot. You don't go to playoffs, you don't go to relegation, you just prepare for the next split.
Yeah.
Which wouldn't even be the worst for Elements with all the problems they've had so far in terms of the roster. They've made so many changes, picked up Dexter and Taps now as subs, so there's so many things they still need to work out. Having them just sit in the safe spot and just prepare for next split, again, it might not be the worst for them.
Yeah, I'm really glad you bring that up, actually. With, you know, Dexter and Tabs and Nif on the substitute roster, I think it's fair to say that the first European team that's gone as far as to say, you are replaceable, we have official substitutes, and if you don't step up now, more changes will come. For Elements, it seems to be working, but it is still only a marginal lead. But it's Elements that are dictating the tempo of the game. We're about to hit 30 minutes, 600 gold separate, even on towers, even on dragons. But it's Elements that are saying, you dance at our beats.
And you're in a game where your composition is going to be so much stronger in the late game. So this is very good for them being even. As long as they can keep getting to objectives before they spawn, place enough wards to make sure Rio doesn't have a bush where he can jump in on the likes of Reckless and just kill him, then you can keep fighting him. They also need to be careful they don't just run into the slow from Jan here, because there's a lot of damage. H2K might look to fight. No Mega Knight, though, once again for Odoamne. He's just standing here hitting on Wicked.
Stacking it slowly. Death Sentence is just short of the giant oak tree. Wicked is in full retreat. Does manage to get away.
I guess he's hitting Wicked, not hitting on him. But that's fine as well.
If you didn't draw attention, I wonder how many people caught it.
Enough.
Enough. The one thing I do want to say is that vision is going to be so important. If Kasing can find a hook onto Reckless, or even Froggen in an inopportune position, remove him from a fight, at the end of the day, it is still a double damage threat from Elements, so they need everybody alive, everybody working together. H2K defending this middle lane. We're back to 5-on-5. But Mega Knight's popped.
H2K now should walk down to that dragon. They don't have any pink wards, however, but they need to get at least a few wards behind the dragon pit and then put Rio in a good position to get one of these picks we've talked about so much. They're doing it now. You can see how Kasing is moving in, warding in the jungle around it, and simply allow yourself to fight for this dragon. Because the last one, they had to give it up. They lost control of the dragon. They couldn't face check Elements. They couldn't get the right flank, and therefore they couldn't win the fight. So they wisely decided to back away. Now they have all the deep wards they need. Elements, what they're trying to do instead is draw attention to Baron and say, if you go to that dragon, we're going to start that Baron and we will take it extremely fast. So you have to stay in this mid lane now. Wicked, however, needs to follow the waves. He needs to follow Ryu a lot better. You cannot allow Ryu to push on all these waves here, get so much damage on the towers when you have to teleport on a Maokai.
Yeah, Wicked was pushing out that top lane, but Ryu wisely pushed down the bottom lane. And we do see H2K, they seem to have backed away. Dragon spawning shortly. Ryu, again, moving to that bottom lane, Deficio. It looks like if Elements commit to an objective, Ryu's going to play the partial split push, but it's going to give Elements position on the Dragon. Ryu's going to be late to this one. Still no home guards. He is recalling, and it looks like H2K have given this one out.
Again, as soon as elements get to go into that Dragon, H2K has to give it up completely. Unless they assassinate them on the way, you have to give it up. This Baron has been started now. Elements, they are moving. It's still on 8k HP here. Elements will be able to stop it.
And the problem is, if H2K stick around, Requiem is going to put so much damage down, it will guarantee a follow-up team fight victory. So H2K back away. Now it is H2K on the defensive. Elements pouring down the middle lane. They've got the numbers to back it up. They did a lot of damage on this turret earlier.
They have no charges on the side stones, however, so they can't really ward the flanks here. That's an opening for Ryu if he wants to go in. You can see him there on your minimap, dancing around that base gate for himself. But because H2K had to recall as well, couldn't set up anything, and now Elements can make sure, first of all, you don't all want to recall at once because you don't want to risk H2K rushing that Baron. So you can see them pinging it. Some needs to stay, but you also need to get your side stones recharged here from Elements' side, because it's going to be so much about warding your flanks all the time. Finding that LeBlanc here, finding that Gnar, not allowing any engages. You see again how Elements, they're staying around the Baron, at least with some members, making sure H2K knows, okay, we cannot just start it, because there's still going to be enough to stop us.
Well, Elements have cracked open the H2K base. There's 5.5. Doesn't give us much gold or XP anymore. Just an aside, anyone keeping up with the patch notes. Game-changing right there.
Better than the base gates.
Better than the base gates. But for Elements, with an extra tower to their name, an extra dragon to their name, and the fact that, you know, Froggen was already late game, but Reckless is getting there. Almost got that Bloodthirster completed. Been sitting on that QSS for a little while. Crepo with the Locket. You've got Frozen Heart on Wicked's Maokai. Warmogs on Shook.
Wicked needs to be careful. Ryu's just jumped over the Dragon Pit. They're going for him.
Well, let's see what happens. The chain's going to root him down. Ryu does jump over to Wicked. Vengeful Maelstrom is going to keep him alive a little while longer. Ryu and Odoam, they're trying to chase him down. Look at the rest of Elements. They're moving up to the Baron with Karthus and Jinx. This will get melted. H2K moving their way up. Odoamne does have teleport available, and it looks like Ryu has got himself in position. Kasing eats away waste. Froggen, they want to chase. That's a defensive flash from H2K. We do see the Prey Seeker going up. Box has already been used. Teleport coming down. Follows up from the Requiem. The Mega Death Rocket gets one. Kasing is down. H2K now with a full defensive play. No mana on Hyanin. Mega Gnar's close for Odoamne, but I think Wicked will be in place. He is with the rest of the team at the moment. H2K on full defensive. Froggen is going low. Odoamne is about to go Mega Gnar, but I don't think he'll have his ulti up. Exhaust comes out, and Hyanin is trying to dodge the lay waste. Baron goes to Elements. Reckless is chasing Hyanin. Look for the zap. Defensive flash. Hyanin dodges. The end of the day, it's a 1-for-2, a Baron and a defense.
Make it a 3-for-1.
Elements are not done. Odoamne is going down, and Deficio. Elements look to unsettle the 8-game winning streak from H2K.
That was such an important play in the bottom lane from Wicked. They're staying alive, allowing him to recall and teleport into the fight after Elements had started that Baron with 4 members there and simply force H2K into such a bad situation. Ryu, he's still looking for Reckless. Won't get him this time.
Chains don't collect this time around, and with the burst damage, it actually looks like they defended their inhibitors. I think that's a very important stall tactic, but it is a very, very small victory for H2K.
You can also see for Wicked here, normally you would love home guards, but he's gone for Distortion. Seems to have teleport more often, as he knows he's the guy who's defending these sides. So look here, Wicked survived. That is so good, because now he can teleport in, and that allows Elements to basically say, okay, we can fight here with Wicked coming. Mega Gnar also just ran out for Odoamne, so that's gone. He's not going to do anything. Beautiful setup, ulti from Froggen into Reckless here with the big rocket. Picking up the first one, back to Baron. No mana for Yana, and Ryu is extremely low. That means you can pick this one up. Just such a good play around the 2 guys showing bottom lane. Wicked staying alive, and then knowing your composition, how strong it is when there's no proper engage from H2K's side. This Gnar has done absolutely nothing in terms of team fights. It's always been a mini Gnar, because Elements play so wisely around it. It's not just Odo Amne here, it's Elements saying we know when to fight and when not to.
Well, what a fantastic game this has been. Elements keeping the dream alive. 5-9. If they win this, it's 6-9. They've got Baron buff up. Odo Amne about to go Mega Gnar. Look at Ryu. He's being zoned by Wicked. The warding that you touched on, Deficio, not in place, but Wicked is playing a human ward. Elements still playing. They're playing with fire at the moment.
At the ward there, you can see both flanks from Elements. Now they got these side stones perfectly warded up, so Ryu doesn't really have any openings where he won't be spotted, and that's where you can be ready to position around him and potentially even knock him away. Look at the side lanes as well. Massive one in the bottom lane. Once Elements take this inhibitor here, they can go straight to that bottom lane, catch the wave, because you know you can move into the jungle. You can see all of H2K's members. Mega Gnar being popped, Elements backs away. Now they can go back in here. As soon as it's gone from Odo Amne, take inhibitor, go bottom lane.
Well, inhibitor still standing, about a third of the hit points taken off. Ryu still dancing in the jungle. Elements, if they decide to rotate bottom, they can use those charges to get even more jungle wards. Reckless, 2, 3, 4, 5 auto attacks on the inhibitor. Continues to look for it. It's down. With the Get Excited going to move bottom, Elements may not even need the minions to take the tower, but it will allow them to siege up the next inhibitor turret. More vision, more control for Elements, as they're going to take an uncontested tower.
Then you get Dragon, and then you go back to base. You have earned a lot of gold already. And then you look towards the last outer turret in the top lane with all the super minions pushing in the mid lane. And the good thing about pushing a side lane is there's only one flank you got a ward, so it makes it even harder for H2K. They want to try and stop the Dragon. Oh, they're gonna face check.
So scary.
Oh,
This connects, but what can H2K do? Wicked's gone in. There's 5 members on top of each other. The Mega Gnar throws everyone backwards. Odo Amne's wreaking havoc. Froggen's down, but here comes Requiem. Let's see if Yanin can survive. I don't know if he can. He's been shut down by Froggen. Reckless is running rampant. Ryu gets Reckless. Odo Amne's down in reply. Crepo, Shook, and Wicked looking to clean house as Kasing is in full retreat. It is a 2-for-4 trade, and the death trap from Elements is elementary at taking down H2K.
It's the same setup as always here. You keep Reckless alive, and they're fighting in a choke point against a Karthus and Nunu and Maokai. That's nearly impossible. But this time, H2K did have Mega Gnar, so they did manage to get at least a few kills in the fight. We'll still lose the Dragon. Let's see it. So yeah, they're going in. Kasing ping it, he lands the hook. Odo Amne gets a good Mega Gnar coming up for him now. Ryu side led to Distortion out of the fight, so he's not there to assassinate anyone in the back line. Good ulti from Odo Amne, pushing them back. But look, Nunu ulti, Karthus, everything, all this AoE in a choke point makes it nearly impossible to do anything. And that's why Elements, despite H2K having probably the best fight for a few minutes, will still end up winning it.
Great positioning from Froggen. Just gets himself right in the middle of everybody. And Kiana doing the best he can, but there's just simply not enough HP. Simply not enough survivability. Elements come out on top. They get their 4th Dragon. They're in absolute control of this game, and it's just a matter of closure now.
Before they go top lane, they should send someone down to push out this bottom lane. It's coming double cannons from H2K. Get that slow pushing again like you did before, because you can see once these waves are in your control, you can very easily rotate between the lanes, pick up a free tower. So once this bottom lane has been pushed back, and Elements feel like they can move away from their own base, because now it's H2K trying to set up a few traps. There's a good pink ward to spot them, however. You can also see some of them in the mid lane. They're simply trying to push Elements away from their own base, because they know what's going to happen. If Elements get to group around the top tower, there's nothing H2K can do to engage. So now they're trying to make the play themselves, and it's going to give them a tower. Or
oh, just not enough. Yana decides to back away as Elements got themselves grouped up. Everybody looking to try to reset this map, but for H2K, Baron's up in a minute. Can they defend that and deal with supers at the same time? There's waves pushing in their favor bottom. And a teleport available for Odo Amne as well.
Yeah, but Wicked has teleport as well, so he can walk down. Ryu is sitting here because he's expecting someone from Elements to go bottom lane through the river here to clear that wave on the bottom lane side. So he's hiding here, hoping it's going to be the likes of Froggen, but why would you send your Karthus at this point when you have TP on your Maokai? Instead, they ping him out. The wave is still pushing in. Will give a tower to H2K if it happens, but obviously you don't want to give up this Baron control either. Now Wicked is coming down to clear, takes the safe route. They spot him, but he has teleport ready, so he doesn't really care.
Mega Gnar popped for Odo Amne as well. 40 minutes on the clock, 12 kills to 8. 62k to 58k. Elements, 2 towers in the advantage, and after all of the chaos and the excitement in the mid game, it's Elements that have been in control the entire time. You look down the itemization, just tank, tank, tank from Wicked and Shook. More AP coming out of Froggen. Abyssal and the Death Cap, 658 Hourglass completed, and he's still got a Void Staff to go. If he wants to wrap that one up, it is a terrifying position to be in if you are H2K to look down a 42-minute Karthus and Jinx.
And really looking at Lulix here on this Rex side. He tried to make some plays early on, but he's also now been completely handicapped by his own items in some way, because he's building so much for the team. You got Locket, you got Sidestone. Like, this is not a strong Rex side. It's not a big tank at all. It's all about the teamwork. So unless you manage to snowball with that early on, it doesn't really do anything in these fights. So he's extremely weak at this point. And then Nuno, I mean, you sit on Frozen Heart and you sit on a Warmox, and you already have built-in, you know, zone control and removing attack speed of the enemy AD carry. Shook is so much better now than Rek'Sai, or sorry, than Lulix in these fights.
Well, something you do have to highlight, it is patch 5.5. The theory that everybody was wondering, is the tank jungler meta setting in? H2K were the best mid-game team in Europe, and they have been unseated by the shakiest team in Europe at the moment. Elements, the tank, the double front line, play safe until 40 minutes. We said it didn't work, ironically, up until this point, and now it is.
Now it works, yeah. I mean, that's what we talked about before the game even started, how this patch should favor Elements, because if you do have passive carries, you build a double tank setup and you just have super long team fights where you allow your carries to just hit the nearest target every single time. That's what they're doing. And also, if you put Froggen on Karthus, all he has to do is literally walk into the enemy team, and if they focus him, you still lose the fight because it's the Jinx you gotta kill. So this setup is just so good late game. We know Froggen is fantastic at controlling the lane, and that's also why he's had such a massive impact on his Karthus.
Good damage coming out of Ryu onto Shook. At least one of those frontline threats has been partially mitigated, but it's going to do nothing but buy time. Inhibitor has respawned in the base for H2K. A minute and a half till Dragon is up. Baron respawned relatively soon. Top wave pushing against the Elements base. So somebody's going to have to deal with that, but Wicked's still sitting on his TP.
Wicked. It's fine.
Should be able to jump on H2K if they want to. We'll see what happens here as H2K move into the Baron pit. Not brave enough to start that one. Ryu's doing the best he can to find somebody.
Yeah, but as soon as Ryu shows himself, Elements move forward, because now they know there's no threat of him killing them from the side. So if H2K wants to set up anything here, and now you get in that awful situation where you have to choose between, do we take a Baron and potentially give them 5th Dragon? Like, what do you do? Where do we invest our wards to prevent them from doing anything? You got to choose one of them, and you got to choose your LeBlanc to say, okay, you're going to go to Dragon, because we are hoping they're going to move to that Dragon, and you get that one pick. But if, as you see Elements do here, they're not really looking to go straight for any of the objectives. They're moving, place a few wards, prevent the assassination potential. And as long as H2K can't trade objectives, it's a win for Elements.
Well, H2K a little bit split up. Ryu's way on the flank. You do see that Void who's coming out. Wicked has chased Ryu. Ryu's forced to dash away. Look at the background. Meganar is charging up for Odoamne. Wicked gets rooted away from his team. Needs to be with the rest of Elements. You can see Ryu doing the best that he can to keep everybody at bay. Meganar pops. Odoamne eats a lay waste. Position on Dragon, sort of in favor of H2K, but far too risky to start it at this point in time. Look at the minions on the bottom half of the map. Elements, can they time the team fight to work with a massive minion wave that's built up?
Well, as long as Elements again can see where H2K are, they can move forward. Ryu is trying to come in behind. Look at the minimap here. He's on the other side of the Dragon. Let's engage.
Well, let's see. Ryu is instantly exhausted. He's pulled Wicked all the way over.
Got him.
Super Mega Death Rocket gets one. Without the damage from Ryu, this should be a convincing win on the team fight for Elements. 5v4. They've turned away. They've pulled middle, and they get bottom to push as well.
Such a good setup again from Elements. They slowly move forward. They need all the information. You saw Ryu jump in, you saw Wicked say, point and click on you, I'm going to follow you, rocket from Reckless, that's Inhibitor.
Well, Inhibitor secured. Elements, they've set their sights on more. This minion still pushing in with them. They're onto the Nexus turret. Requiem is being channeled now from Froggen.
Oh,
that's going to delay the recalls of Hyanan and Kasing. Nexus turret is down. The second one's about to fall. Elements are unseating H2K, dropping their 8-game winning streak and keeping their playoff hopes alive. Massive, massive smiles. Maybe sighs of relief a little bit on the Element side.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Again, we talked about how last week they looked better. They just couldn't close out the games against Copenhagen Wolves and the Unicorns, and they lost two very important ones in the race of playoffs. But now, early game was set up simply for them. Well, now all the fans here, but by them surviving that early game and having such a good late game comp and playing around Vision so well, they fully deserve this win.
Excellently played. Absolutely excellently played. H2K did everything they could, and it resulted in some outer towers and the odd kill here or there, but it never gave H2K control of the game. It never gave H2K... Actually, hold on a sec. At 19 minutes, H2K were 2,000 gold up. One bad team fight in the middle lane and then losing 2 towers.
That was it.
At 20 minutes, they were 500 gold down.
Yes, that is the key one. Because that one team fight, if you guys remember, no flash for Lulix, so he couldn't do anything on Rek'Sai. No Mega Narfo to Ame, so he couldn't do anything. It was Kasing flashing in, starting the fight, but there was no follow-up. So Reckless was standing in the back line, Froggen went into the middle of the team, they got to clean it up, and that was really the big point for Elements, where you have now prevented falling behind when the enemy team was stronger in the mid-game, and you will get to late game now with your composition. And this game really also showed why Gnar has fallen out of favor for so many top laners after the nerfs, after how it's now, there's more cooldown before you can get Mega Gnar again and so on, because they played Elements so well around the Mega Gnar every single time, making it nearly impossible for Odoamne to do anything.
Yeah, and I think you have to give props to actually both teams in this matchup, because despite the fact that H2K came away with the loss, they did everything that they have been doing. They played the mid game, they tried to push towers. Elements were just better. They responded in a smarter way. They punished Elements' lack of cooldowns better than I think Elements has done all split long.
Agree.
Every time
Mega
Gnar was around, as you said, they kited back. When flashes and ignites weren't available, they looked for fights. And from fairly early on, Elements, they gained control, they grabbed the reins, and they were making H2K respond. And H2K, for the first time in 4 weeks,
we jinxed it, man.
Couldn't do it. Could not do it.
I think they're going to look at this pick and ban phase, though, and say that was not what we were looking for here. Because there's nothing to protect your hyper carry in the late game in any way, and you can get a lot better in terms of like fast pushing AD carries here for Hyanan. At the same time as well, like LeBlanc and Gnar, or well, we can say in this case Gnar and Rek'Sai, that's tough to start fights if you are not in complete control of the map. So I don't think they're going to run that combo again. And maybe they even got baited a little bit into Rek'Sai by being open and Elements, there was the trade, it was Maokai or Rek'Sai for Elements. Whoever they didn't pick would be picked up by H2K. And they simply couldn't really play around it.
So for anybody that's keeping score at home, Cinder Hulk junglers are currently 3 for 3. Tank coming up ahead of damage.
And
if you can play around it. If you can play around it. This was a game that was an excellent demonstration of that. Shuko Nunu, despite falling a little bit behind, despite not having the same ganking
That's what Nuno does.
Ended up coming out ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Nuno is a fantastic pick on this patch here. So get ready for the long late game Nuno games here where the enemy where your hyper carry gets blood balled and you just win fights from it. Because he does so well in terms of, as long as you have proper vision control down, you can prevent, the enemy jungler from making these ganks here, let's say a Rek'Sai, and you get to these team fights where as long as your AD carry is doing well, he will win it for you. And also just credit to Froggen on this Karthus pick. We know it's his style.
Yeah.
And he played it so well. He died once in the laning phase, and then everything else was basically him just dancing around them, farming. Won the early game against the LeBlanc as well, like him and FLICKR said they would.
The thing that frustrates me so much, if there were like a lemon meringue pie here, somebody would throw it and hit me in the face. Because if you replay the Telestray segment from the beginning of the game, we touched on how the reason Elements are 5 and 9 is because farming for 40 minutes was the reason that they... And now they farm till 46 minutes and end up winning. Yes, it's a different patch. Yes, tank junglers
and they played better earlier.
Are a reason.
That's a big difference.
It is just very interesting to see that in terms of play style, Elements played much more intelligently. They pushed the towers, like that 19-minute team fight into multiple turrets, into like 50% of the inhibitor turret. That's an element we've not seen before.
It's almost like 2 extra weeks of practice have done a lot here with the new players, and it looked good. It looked great, sorry.
That's why it was such a good cast.
Thank you.
Right, for an expert eye on Element's record-stopping win, let's head back to Shocks and Cyanide at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. As we're joined here by Froggen and Krepo after that win, which safely puts Elements out of relegation territory for now, that is. Guys, start by telling me what happened in the week that you guys were on break, essentially. Is it a shift in training mentally that you show up totally different here?
Yes, Froggen, did it shift?
Nah, I mean, I think it was just good because we could have a couple of more days off, which I think we all needed. And then we just practiced a lot of new stuff and tried to work on comps that we're all comfortable with, and I think it seemed to work pretty well.
We asked a question here beforehand if 5.5 might favor you guys. It seems that it does. What's your opinion on it and the picks you guys could play because of it?
I'm not sure if we can go as far as, hey, Elements is the king of 5.5, you know, so you only play one game. Thing is, we just had more time to prepare on this patch. A lot of teams took like small breaks or went to Katowice even. And we just stayed at home, had a couple days off, and just started practicing as much as we can. So we have a good feel for the meta, but it's still gambling. In scrims, you have no idea who's going to play what, and you don't know if they're cheesing you, whether it's actually meta, or whether it's just like oddball, curveball. If you scrim UOL, for example, you don't know if it's a Vijichachi champion or if it's actually a meta top laner. So a lot of question marks, but I'm just happy we came in with a strategy. We knew our draft all the way. We had compositions prepared, and it worked to an extent.
Yeah.
Froggen, do you think it gives you and Reckless particularly more room to do whatever you guys do to win the game when you have like a double tank front line to absorb all the damage and then you can just do whatever you want?
I think it does give more room for us to deal damage, but at the same time, if we play with double tank, we have less damage than if we had like a carry top lane or something. I think it just depends a lot, and it depends what you're running it against too. In this game, for example, it's very easy just to pick Jinx, and then we just protect Jinx and try to kill everyone because they have to run through basically 3 tanky champions because Karch is kind of tanky too once he gets Hourglass and he has 3k health. So it just allows us to deal a lot of damage while we have a lot of CC on our team.
Yeah, I guess the Nunu playing all the game on the bot side was part of the plan as well to get Jinx ahead and rolling. So.
Yeah, it was.
All right, so you talked about Jinx and protecting the Jinx. Let's get a replay up on the screen of a moment that Jinx needed protection because she did get hooked under the tower, but you guys turn it around.
What's happening, Froggen?
Well, basically, just Jinx getting flash hooked by Kissing, and then we're like, oh, not getting our AD carry, and then we try to kill everyone. And Ryu jumps in, gets instantly Maokai snared, and basically leaves her to die once I use my ultimate. That's why I'm going in to basically suicide, to get as many people as possible because I'm low mana, so I need the death to have mana enough for my ultimate, and then I just end up getting an easy triple kill because they overcommit on the Jinx.
Actually, this is the first time I saw the top end of the fight because I was focused. Basically, me and Wicked were constantly looking at LeBlanc, not allowing her to flank because that was the one counter they could do. That's why the game was very slow at points because we just had to 100% be sure that she couldn't flank us. At one point, she found me, you know, when I was face checking full wards, and then it did show like how vulnerable we are to the LeBlanc. And having Cardus just go in, suicide, and then whenever LeBlanc W's out of the fight, she's always 50% HP. Having Cardus ulti come in then is really good for you, especially if it doesn't have Zhonya's yet. And I think that fight really snowballed the game.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys just kept going from there. The Karthus pick, I do want to get back to it as it was so essential here as well. And you have talked about it a lot in the past versus LeBlanc, and it seems like you didn't pick for the lane, but somehow you did end up, he picked for the lane, but you ended up doing super well in lane as well as mid-game. So what happened?
Basically, Karthus just on the LeBlanc one-on-one, and then they tried to camp me, and then I just went deep and I had my ultimate to help out. So. Like at one point I was up 23 CS, and then they started camping me, but I think
camper dogs.
Like going into the picks and bans, I'm like, okay, if I pick Karthus here, they're 100% gonna pick LeBlanc, and that's ended up happening because they would have too much AD if they pick Zed, which is like just makes the draft very easy and predictable for us.
It's actually really good that Froggen drew aggro mid lane a lot because we screwed up bottom the way we did our Krugs. I'm not gonna say what happened, but something went wrong. I guess land jitters. So we came to the lane slower than they. And actually, I think Jinx Janna can really outpush Thresh Kog'Maw from the first wave if you have the creep even. but we were on 1 CS down, so we got pushed in early, so I was actually getting really scared. But then I looked at Frog and 20 CS up, and he's drawing direct side aggro. Shook was giving us the special cam treatment bottom to get us back in the game, and then we had these good fights, so it was a good feeling for once.
Yeah. Also, you guys stopped H2K's winning streak. Was that, you know, to help Cyanide out so the Fnatic winning streak would be preserved? Is that some collegial nod or?
Yes, exactly. It wasn't at all to avoid possible relegation.
Yeah, not
just for
at
you,
all.
Cyanide.
Thanks.
Yeah. And actually, Cyanide had something to say to Crepo as well for the thing.
Yeah, like I was really looking forward to seeing you on the desk because you're my idol in this analyzing thing, but I was afraid you guys wouldn't win a game, so I wouldn't get my chance, but I'm happy you guys made it.
Thank you. You just got to work on your analysis. You should have known that we would come back.
Well, all jokes aside, because as you said, this is very important for you guys to get away from relegation. The casters were actually discussing that maybe it would be good for you guys if you focus on the safe spot, maybe the 7th spot, knowing that you don't go to playoffs, but you also don't go out and kind of take it as a work in progress. But I'd love to know your vision on it.
From my point of view, we should just take one match at a time because we haven't really won a lot lately. So it's more important that we actually win some matches than other teams start winning and losing and thinking so much about, oh, what if all this stuff happens? Rather think about what can we do to actually just win the games, and then we take it from there.
Yeah, it's actually pretty daunting. You know, when I first joined, it was, okay, we're 6th tied, you know, okay, 7th tied. Oh, that's fine. If we win so many matches, we're still 6th place. And now it's like, oh, it's getting less likely. So right now, you just, as Froggen says, you want to focus on yourself. You want to make sure that you have good, like, mechanism, like, the stuff that you can do every game, that everything runs smoothly. And then you still want to start winning games. Because it doesn't matter if you slowly crawl your back into 6th place, only to get smashed in playoffs. You know, you just want to play well every game. And we just really hope we can make this weekend go 2-0. And the first step is made, so hopefully tomorrow the next step.
Yeah, one game at a time. Congratulations, guys. Very nice to have you here. And great win. In just a few minutes, we'll be back with our final match of the day between Giants and SK Gaming. Giants, they need every win they can get to stay out of the reach of MYM. But can they pick one up versus the #1 SK? Stay tuned and find out.
What is the sign saying? I cannot read it.
I mean, Liv, go over everything again.
He's turning away.
Liv.
The other one says, welcome League of Elements.
Welcome to the League of Elements.
Oh god.
Where everybody else is trash.
Still alive on the back line as Ryu forced to go back to a clone. Kasing is the first one to drop as the tower takes out Froggen. But the Requiem should get more. Froggen is going low. Odoamne is about to go Mega now, but I don't think he'll have his ulti up. Exhaust comes out and Hyanan is trying to dodge the lay waste. What can H2K do? Wicket's gone in. There's 5 members on top of each other. The Mega Gnar throws everyone backwards. Odoamne is wreaking havoc.
Oh, he's
That's going to delay the recalls of Hyanan and Kasing. Nexus turret is down. The second one's about to fall. Elements are unseating H2K, dropping their 8-game winning streak and keeping their playoff hopes alive.
cambio mucho a LCS a Scrims. En Scrims juegas tu juego, aquí en LCS tienes muchos nervios y a veces te vas de la partida, mentalmente te vas y no juegas como tienes que jugar bien. Yo llevo 3 años yendo a eventos y no sé qué y cosas y sigo teniendo los nervios. No sé si es ahora tengo nervios, pero no sé si es porque ya es la LCS, es Europa y no sé qué, o es porque nunca los voy a perder, no lo sé. O sea, yo creo que si llevo aquí un año, pues sí los perderé, supongo, o espero.
Welcome back to the European League Championship Series as we load up for our final match of the day between Giants and the first place SK Gaming. You just heard there from Giants talking about maybe being here in a year. It starts with picking up wins now. SK are coming home from a disappointing IEM performance, and while SK learned some very hard lessons, Giants were given a very clear roadmap on how to take down the European Titans. Let's quickly take a look at their team composition. Team composition for the players for Giants. It is, of course, Werleb, Frederick, Pepinero, Adri, Rydell, and Lothar, the coach. Yes, SK exposed Giants 2-8 versus top 6 teams. Can they pull off an upset win?
I mean, it is Europe, so yes, they can. But I would say on paper, no. SK Gaming should still be able to adapt to what Giants have been doing beforehand. They are a team who's struggling in pick and ban phase. They are a team who's basically been relying on Pepinero to be the big carry for them. And also, when they play like the top teams, they've only won 2. Well, teams above them, they only won 2 games, which is obviously nothing. But they're sitting down there in bottom of the standings. MYM, for some reason, started winning games, making it even harder for Giants now to avoid relegation. They are, as we've said so many times, fighting to simply avoid it.
So, 2 things to keep note with Giants. Their schedule in the coming weeks is going to be relatively tough. They play SK today, Roccat tomorrow, Elements, and the Wolves. This is a difficult set of games. And if Giants lose today, they'll be tied with MYM. Whereas if they win, they will then be tied with Roccat and remain ahead of MYM. It's interesting to note that if Giants lose, in the head-to-head, they're 1-1 against Meet Your Maker, so it will force a tiebreaker at the end of the split.
And it really is the thing. If you look at that schedule here, so Elements just picked up a win against H2K. So suddenly you should really take them serious. It's Roccat that's going to matter for them tomorrow. SK Gaming here, again, if you are Giants and you look on paper and say, okay, which games do we have to win? It's not exactly the SK Gaming one, unless there's still some problems after IEM, new patch, less time to practice. The upset, it can happen.
Well, let's take a look at the roster on the red side of the Rift tonight. It is SK Gaming, who have returned from that recent trip to Poland. Freddy, Sven, Fox, Forgiven, and Rated, and Inner Flame, the coach. We've touched on how they need wins to avoid the tiebreaker with H2K or Fnatic. This is SK as a team. They've already beaten Giants in week 4. And if we look at SK as a team, we've touched the mistakes and the weaknesses that were exposed by the international squads at Intel Extreme Masters.
Yeah, it was very clear there, hey, we need to win our laning phase to get a dominant early game strategy from SK. Were very easy to exploit. Teams simply banned them out. Forgiven obviously was banned out quite a lot. And honestly, new patch, Freddy and Svensson has never been the big tank players, per se. That's a lie on Freddy, sorry, because he used to play a lot of Mundo. But Svensson, at least, never really been the big tank here. Will he adapt to that kind of style? Will we see Forgiven change up his champion pool? Because the likes of Graves against 2 tanks is not going to do a whole lot late game.
No, it's not. Let's actually look at that recipe to defeat SK Gaming, as was so clearly exposed. It was the Graves being banned away. It was the Lucian being banned away, and the Lulu taken away from Enrated. You remove those 3 things, all of a sudden, SK Gaming are at a loss. 1 and 2 because Enrated's Annie was weak and Forgiven didn't have the same impact on Corki.
No, it was very clear they hadn't practiced enough with these new kind of champions, but again, they have had some time now. They've obviously known this is going to happen at some point. The big difference, however, is that Giants as a team, do they have the players to punish SK Gaming no matter what composition they do pick? Because if you look player for player, only in the mid lane is where we can say it's somewhat even, because Pepinero has been a big star player for Giants, but that's not even a winning matchup for them. And suddenly, you can't really punish just by banning these 3 champions. And obviously, a lot of new picks coming in. Suddenly, every team is trying to figure out their own style. It is still tough for Giants.
It is very tough. And, you know, something that SK have always done is won that lane and then they end up winning the game. At IEM, they were behind in 2 out of those 3 games and proceeded to lose them. In the LCS, they've only been behind in gold at 20 minutes in 4 out of the 14. And actually, they managed to win 3. So it's quite interesting to keep track of that. SK and their strength in the laning phase. Deficio.
Okay.
We are into picks and bans.
Already a change.
Zed removed from Fox, and it seems to have maybe tricked or confused SK for a moment.
Well, this is simply again because Giants is trying to get Pepinero a good matchup in the mid lane. Because he's going to be the guy they want to carry. Graves is coming in. I wonder if Lucian is going to be the next one from Giants, or Lulu against N-Rated, but we still see Graves being banned. I think Forgiven has been playing a lot of different champions now. I don't even think he minds that Graves is being banned away, because it is really the whole we gotta win early game if you pick Graves now with his mid game into double tank. But we're gonna have to see. Rek'Sai is open for Frederick. He's been a Jarvan main beforehand, but obviously Jarvan has fallen quite far down the list after these recent nerfs. Rek'Sai, if that doesn't get locked in here, I will still assume Sven's going to pick it up for himself. And we know he can make the plays early on, despite him having a pretty awful IEM tournament, honestly. He admitted himself he didn't play well. And that was one of the reasons SK Gaming lost.
Well, we'll see what SK can do today. We looked at that recipe to beat SK. 2 out of 3 ingredients followed here by Giants, with the Graves and Lucian being removed. First pick, we are expecting it to be this Rek'Sai.
Oh yeah, there's no Jax.
If not, you could go for that tank top. Wonder how Jax would do in the current meta. Willip, this might be the first game in many that Jax is available.
Yeah, I like that he doesn't first pick it at least. The problem is, however, Willip, while he looked good in the start, that was because people got surprised that they would camp the top lane. And that's not going to happen anymore. So I don't even think Jax is going to be a good pickup for him, per se. I think you would rather put him on a big tank instead. Because we've seen how if a top lane has been struggling, if you give him the likes of a Maokai, not in this case because SK might take it away, he can do pretty well. And then your 2 carries are still going to be Pepinero and Atri. We have to see if they want to go for this Jax. I mean, you can do it into Maokai, you can force a split push, but you got to snowball that Jax early on. And if SK Gaming does not expect that, then it's their own fault.
Well, Deficio, this is the 15th game Giants have played on the stage. Jax has been banned in 12. The first 2 games it wasn't banned. Giants went 2-0. We will see. You have already highlighted the strengths and weaknesses. Freddy, not a weak top laner. He's got his hands on Maokai, one of 2 big tank champions for the front line if they want to go that route. And Fox, same mid lane champion that Ryu just ran previously.
And while Maokai obviously, while Freddy has been mainly focused on lane bullies, we know he used to play a lot of Mondo. We know he can play the tanks. He can play these different styles. So Maokai is going to fit in fine for him. We got LeBlanc. Often, as we see when Zed is being banned away, LeBlanc doesn't really have any counters left, and then you can just safely pick it. SK Gaming, his team likes to do it, even first picked it in the past. We are going to see the Jax. Now, will SK Gaming here, they already locked in Maokai, so that simply means step 1, we might see a lane swap coming, because you don't want that one-on-one lane where the Rek'Sai is going to be a lot stronger than whatever Svenska is going to pick. If he goes for a tank like Sejuani in the jungle for him, then SK Gaming again really is going to look for that swap and slow down the Jax. Don't allow the Maokai to be camped.
Well, it'll be important to see if Giants were paying attention to IEM, because SK Gaming in the traditional lane swap push those towers quickly. And Deficio, you highlighted multiple times when teams froze the lane against Freddy, denied him early farm, it gave their opponents such a strong lead, a strong foot up in the game. For SK, they've locked in Nami, they've locked in Lee Sin, despite the fact Lulu was available.
Well, you do see here that SK Gaming is adapting to, okay, you got a Jax, we know you're going to camp it, so we pick Lee Sin. A very strong early game jungler as well. No tank yet for Svenska, and I quite like this Nami pickup from N-Rated just because it's not Lulu. That's the main reason. He's played Nami once before, he had a fairly decent showing. It's a good pick into the likes of Jax, because if Jax tries to join a fight, you tidal wave him, you can bubble him after, and the way to him is shut down a Jax in teamfights is just CC him. There's nothing else he can do. Once he jumps in with Leap Strike, his mobility is gone. So just lock him down and he won't do anything to your carries. So obviously Giants are looking mainly for split pushing. If they do lock in Jinx here, you're going to need a static shift to become a bit of a wave clip bot in the mid lane. But they have a lot of peel now for Adri in this case. So you got a 1-4 setup from Giants here. You got peel, protection from the Morgana, from the Lulu. You got the late game hyper carry. You got decent wave there through Jinx with the static shift potentially. And of course the Lulu, while Frederick will do, or Willie will do all the work on Jax in the side lane.
Well, we'll see how Giants can handle themselves. A lot of ingredients here that could cook themselves up a very, very strong mid to late game. Can't afford to fall behind too far in the early stages, especially against the Lee Sin and LeBlanc from SK.
All right, different style. So Forgiven, taking Tristana, an AD carry which is the complete opposite of what he normally plays. Tristana is not very strong in the laning phase anymore, especially not after her changes. She needs to get that BF sword. She needs to get some AD to make her E really strong and get in towards the mid game instead. So SK Gaming, with their setup here, if they do lane swap, you get to shut down the Jax a little bit, and also you get Tristana to get to a BF sword point if you fast push the lane. Then you swap down to the 2-on-2 lane where Nami and Tristana can become a good lane.
Yeah, and also important to note, the way SK likes to push early towers, Tristana's going to be fantastic at that.
For sure.
Get the explosive charge on, get some early tower damage. So we'll see whether or not SK Gaming can make an impact in this laning phase. They've given Werlib Jax. Is Werlib's Jax enough to unseat the #1 team in the standings in Europe?
This is the game that will show it, because again, it's been banned so many times against them. Once we go back to standard lanes, so if it were going to be standard lanes, we know Frederick is going to go to that top lane. It's going to happen. Svenska should be ready for it, have a few early wards, be ready for potential counter gank. It's not like Jax is fantastic in the early levels. No, he needs time, he needs Trinity Force, he needs Blade to become really, really strong.
Well, you're about to see the team comps, guys. As per usual, lock in your votes. Who do you feel will pick up a win here? Will it be Werlib on Jax with the rest of the Giants? Or is it going to be SK Gaming after we see Forgiven on a new champion in the European LCS? As we load up into game. I'm interested to see how the lane swap plays out. You feel that SK would be looking for it, and we'll see whether or not Giants will let them have it or play around it or play to counter it. A lot of options and decisions to make earlier.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the end of the world if they don't get the lane swap, because you can set up some fairly easy ganks on a Jax with the Maokai. So it's more just, if you look at the way we know Giants wants to play, that's a way of shutting it down. And we also know Tristana wants to get to a BF sword, which is what Forgiven always does. That's why he fast pushes the wave and takes the tower, so you can back with around 1,600 gold, get that BF sword, then he swapped down to the 2-on-2 lane. So Tristana can do it for him. And as you mentioned, he's fantastic at pushing towers in the late game especially, when you put your E on the tower. Now you might have to be a little bit careful.
Oh, Audrey is going to look Forgiven, forced to have an early flash. And that's going to give up a lot of lane presence if Forgiven has to play defensively.
That's pretty good scouting though by Giants. Whenever you see teams have someone walking in the lane, hog the bush here, and then move towards this small bush in the river, that's because you know or you expect the enemy to have someone standing there waiting, and then you try and force a summoner like they just did here. We get the ward on the Gromp, as we've talked about so many times today, to spot if the dual lane is starting it. It does look like SK is setting up for that standard lane. Obviously, Nami is a fantastic laner. Should make up for some of the weakness of Tristana, and let's see how the two junglers then will play around it.
And we'll see which lane gets rolling first. We can expect Frederick to show his face with Werlib. Pepinero takes a little bit of a larger chunk of damage than Fox in that particular trade. No big surprises as far as itemization is concerned. Werlib with a very defensive Flask sustained start. The Little Raptors secured by Freddy, so he'll get himself to a early level 2 once he hits that top lane.
Werlib is always doing Raptor camp himself though when he's playing Jax, so he gets instant level 2 because he does the whole camp as we can see here. Then he recalls and teleports back to the lane. So he's gonna get that instant level 2, but if Freddy can get a few minions down, he might be able to catch up before Werlib can do anything, because he obviously wants to TP to the tower as well. And we can see Freddy's gonna get the small minions here. And once he gets one more ranged, he will be fine. So no real surprise for him once Werlib shows himself. And a TP advantage very early on now for SK.
Oh, look at that. Caught by the Flame Chompers and caught by the Dark Binding. Archery and Rydell put some early poke damage onto Forgiven. And that's actually a very scary CC chain that can be comboed one after the other if Rydell can be on point with those skill shots.
Another thing about this bottom lane here, I think for SK Gaming, they say we don't really care what you have in the bottom lane, because we know we can outplay Audrey and Rydell, who's not been one of the strongest laners, honestly. So SK Gaming, we see it already, pushing it in, get a bit of damage on the tower with the Tristana. You can still do your 1-3-1 setup, where you just have Forgiven in the mid lane. You put obviously the Maokai with the TP in one lane, and you put, as they always do, your Assassin in the other side lane, and you just push up these lanes. So they can play exactly the same style, despite having a different AD carry. Just less early pressure from Forgiven. He needs more time before he's going to be relevant in the game, and that's where we're going to have to see the change.
Well, on the bright side, the fact that Audrey's playing Jinx also means there's going to be that sort of I don't want to use the word dip, but it's going to be a slower scaling ramp up, I think is a more appropriate phase. We'll see who can make use of that. Fox jumps onto Pepinero, misses the ethereal chains. Passive gets pop. Pepi is looking for the kill. He flashes forward. Auto attack will give him first blood. But Sven with the reply, and Pepinero with the outplay of Fox in the mid lane.
Look at the top lane though here. Freddy might be in trouble. They're trying to force his flash at least. Frederick, can he get it?
Well,
yeah, there we go.
Doesn't need it. No flashes blown from Whirlip or from Frederick. And Giants with the early aggressive plays coming out a little bit ahead.
And the same setup as always with the Jacks. Obviously Pepinero trading his own life here for killing. LeBlanc at the mid lane, Forgiven. Jumping in. I mean, Rydell and Adri here. Not that Jinx and Morgana is not exactly the best lane itself in the early game. And really just because of this Nami pickup, SK Gaming have been able to take fully control of it from Raid, and of course Forgiven also being such a good laner.
You do see the CS advantage building up as well. Forgiven and Enrated taking advantage of these first 5 minutes. Forced Adri and Rydell to back away and play super, super defensively. And of course Fox, no flash in this middle lane, so let's keep that in mind if Frederick wants to sniff around, and it looks like he does. Fox is going to clear out vision of the bottom half of the map. You can see Sven moving towards that area. And the Wolf Camp to clear out, as well as Gromp in a moment or two.
So it seems like the strategy from SK is going to be focus on the bottom side instead of, you know, warding up for Freddy top lane, because that pink wolf was placed down towards the dragon from them, and Svensson also took the route down towards the dragon when he ganked the mid lane. No way of trying to spot Frederick. So Freddy just has to play really careful in his lane. See, Enrated here. There's no binding from Rydell yet, but Freddy just needs to sit back and not do anything in this lane, because they're not warding for him at the moment. Now Svensson is moving in, trying to spot it up. There's a pink ward down the top side placed by him. Okay, so they have pink wards on both sides. We're trying to see, okay, where's Frederick moving? Can we stop him from getting into our jungle and obviously get up towards the top lane?
All right, we'll see what decisions those wards work out for. We do see Rydell roaming on the minimap to help out Pepinero, but Fox, is he going to decide to go in? No, because the Black Shield revealed Pepinero had support. But Pepi's really trading very, very aggressively with Fox. It's not costing CS, despite the fact that Pepi's forcing Fox to go on the back foot.
Right, but Lulu is a good pick into LeBlanc because you can just basically sit back and shield yourself and farm. Now, Rydell is still here.
Doesn't connect, but Pepi's going to chase. He's got the movement speed. One more Glitter Lance. Wild Growth is going to slow Sven, and Sven's going to ward hop. We do see him forced to flash away. Giants, 2 kills to 1. The roam from Rydell pays off, and it's going to give Giants a little bit of time to get damage on this middle lane. It's a decent start, and it's getting Lulu to the...
Oh, it's a great start.
The mega utility position Giants wanted to be in.
The stronger, obviously, the Lulu is going to be, the better your mid game will be, and also the shields you're going to provide, the Whimsy, scaling so well with AP. But this is really just SK Gaming playing over-aggressive in that mid lane, not respecting Pepinero and the damage he can do early on in the laning phase, and that's why they get punished for it. It is a good matchup again for Lulu. But it's not one where you're supposed to get 2 kills.
Yeah,
like, it's supposed to just be a farm lane. You basically force LeBlanc to get a farm lane where she doesn't really have a lot of pressure because you can always shield yourself and like trade back. That's what Lulu does normally. And therefore you kind of nullify the assassination potential of a LeBlanc. But now 2 kills. This is looking great suddenly for Pepinero.
Yeah, actually very low amounts of farm between those mid laners thanks to the fairly high number of trades between the two of them. Fox 39 to 40, despite maybe underestimating Pepinero, is still staying close on the last hitting, but obviously the additional gold from the kills is going to work into Pepi's favor. A matchup that we've not looked at all is Whirlip and Freddy up top. Whoa, Fox is feeling the pressure and just goes all in on Pepi. Once his ultimate comes back up with Ignite, yeah, Pepi should have well got this. It's going to be an interesting one.
He's trying to bait it now. He knows there might be another attack, so Frederick is sitting inside. Fenscon again showing him. There's still that pink ward on the top side at least for them. Red takes quite a chunk of damage. Both junglers around the mid lane. Instead now Frederick looking towards the top side. There's no flash for Freddy. Diving him is going to be a bit tricky, especially because Whirlip only sits on double Doran, so that should not be the strategy for them. Also spot Frederick, so as soon as they see Frederick here, and okay, he's going to sit and wait. Svensson goes down to the dragon. You know the top laner is on the top side. Yes, Frederick has ulti, so you can try and come down and stop it, but they have to move in now.
Well, let's see what they do. Dragon to less than half hit points. Forgiven is responding. There's a numbers advantage here for SK. They're grouped up. Frederick has committed. has managed to dodge the Aqua Prison and should be able to take the tunnel out. Early Dragon to SK, very smart play, and also got the Void Rush from Frederick. So
yeah, just a little bit too easy.
A little bit of breathing.
A little bit too easy because Frederick showed himself on the top side with the ward. Obviously, he was trying to get a bit of extra gold, but still, when you show yourself there and you know there's no threat of your top laner diving, it's very safe for you to just start that dragon. Because worst case, if Giants try and collapse, you just back out around your own blue buff and you just walk away from it, and you didn't really lose anything on the side of SK. So an easy dragon for them. Freddy still farming pretty well despite losing that early flash. Slightly ahead of the Jax pickup for Whirlip. So SK game been happy doing standard lanes.
Yeah, 9 minutes on the clock for Given, still with a small CS advantage. If we actually take a look at the gold that he's got to spend, sitting on 1,600. So got enough for that next BF sword. Audrey a little bit behind at 1,360 for the time being. So if Forgiven can, when he eventually gets the next back, we'll be able to have that big spike in damage, which is what Tristan is looking for.
And it's already a change in style from SK because they don't really have any straight up winning lanes. And that's why they're not able to fast push down any towers in this standard setup, which is so different from when they play Graves and they play all in the laning phase. When, you know, they try to get kills in the mid lane, they have a strong lane in the top lane. That's where they pressure all the towers. They're not doing it this time around. They're just farming. They're happy just sitting back and waiting for a few items before they start making the plays. Svensson is now sitting here. He's hoping for Frederick to show himself in this top lane. So you now have the option of counter ganking, or if Whirlip goes in for any kind of farm, you can obviously kick him back on the Lee Sin.
Well, we'll see between these two junglers, as you mentioned. Svenskaren's Lee Sin got that warrior enchant on the Trailblazer completed a moment ago. Skirmishers got upgraded to warrior there by Frederick. Let's see if we can run amok and cause a nuisance in Forgiven's face.
Okay, so we do see for Frederick, he's aiming to split push. It's the only reason for that skirmish is Saber for him. So obviously you use your ulti as your TP, and you set up for a 1-3-1 setup instead for Giants instead of the 1-4 we mentioned earlier. Because obviously Frederick wouldn't add a whole lot of value sitting in the mid lane. He just doesn't really provide anything. So instead just having him in the side lane, so the skirmish is just going to make him a bit stronger in the one-on-ones. Otherwise, it's not going to do a whole lot else for him if he doesn't use it in split pushing.
Well, we'll see if Frederick can make that work. 1-3-1, a recipe for success. SK leading up to week 7 of the LCS before IEM happened. Rydell's going to get a Dark Binding onto Forgiven, but the Rocket Jump had already started channeling, so he gets away. And we see Whirlip going in on Freddy. Vengeful Maelstrom is being channeled. He gets stunned by the counter-strike. He pops the Maelstrom, ends up trading a little bit evenly, but I think sustain somewhat in favor of Maokai, especially with that extra armor.
And once we get a BF sword on Forgiven, that's where we can start seeing SK Gaming make some plays. You really need that one of the first items, or almost the first item completed beforehand, but you don't want to wait too long because against the Jinx and the Jax going late game, that's very, very scary for them. So we need the BF sword on Forgiven, and then I would like to see Svensson come down to the bottom lane, fast push in the lane in a 3v2, and just start poking down his tower here with the Tristana. Create a power play that way. He's once again on the top side. Frederick now moving in behind Freddy. Spotting Svensson now with the Tremor Sons. Frederick and Freddy.
Yeah, I know. It
long lost brothers, man.
It messed me up once already. And we'll see if Frederick can find Freddy. In fact, he's turned his attention to Fox in the middle lane. Fox gonna dash away, Sven with the flash forward, tries to get the Dragon's Rage kick and actually knocks Frederick to safety. We do see Pepinera now running low on mana, and Sven and Fox unable to make a kill. But oh, super mega death.
Oh! Thank you, observers, for following that. That was awesome. Hey, remember, this mid tower, tier 2, doesn't give a shield anymore. That would have saved him. He just died from it. Thank you, Patch Nose 5.5.
Rito, please, costing Fox a death. And now Frederick plus Pepinero take down the first tower of the game. Give Giants a small gold lead. And with a kill from downtown, Audrey is going to be sitting pretty. Giants making the more aggressive plays. And it's mostly been centered around Pepinero.
It's all been about Pepinero in the mid lane, winning his lane matchup. That's also why Freddy could go for fairly aggressive dive from obviously SK Gaming's Raptor camp. And still no, even in a 2v2 right now, we're going to be stronger because Pepinero had such a great start to the game. See, as a whole blasting one on the head at this point. So Dragon in about a minute's time SK Gaming is setting up for it again, but it's not like they're in a super strong point here because they've given up a few kills. And you can see both top laners. Oh well, Freddy won't have his ready in time.
Yeah,
Svenskeren again looking for this top lane gang. Yes, okay, Maokai can set up really easily, but he's spotted. He's gonna get baited into this one.
Yeah, Tremor Sense is revealing Svenskeren's position.
Coming, though.
Is looking for the fight. Look at the minimap. Rydell's gone over the wall. He gets booted backwards. Sven is trying to get away with his life. Now Fox, we see on the background. First victim is going to be Svenskeren. Now Fox is in full retreat. Freddy is on the hunt with Frederick. And we do see Freddy jumping onto Whirlim. 3v1. Freddy's going to get dropped. Pepinero 4-1-1. They get 2 kills, but lose a tower in exchange, meaning SK is still keeping themselves relevant.
They can push him for next one as well.
Yeah, pushing that bottom tower to Fisio. I think Tristan's going to do a lot of damage to it.
Those 4 guys set into the top lane. You can never leave a Tristan alone near your own towers. He will destroy them already. But yeah, we saw the bait. Again, the Tremor Sense doing work for Frederick here to spot Svenskeren. But then was a 4v3 up there in the top lane. And yes, it was a few kills for Giants, but losing that bot lane tower and potentially losing control of the dragon as well. None of the kills went over to your Jax. Right now, you need your kills to go to your carries.
Yep.
Yes, Lulu is fine, but you want the Jax to get the kills. Frederick is going in.
Does not manage to get the knock-up. We see the Flame Chompers coming down. Adri is going to secure the crab in favor of Giants. Whirlim is going to reply to the bottom turret kill by taking out the top tower. Remember, Freddy's TP was slightly delayed, but it is now available. And you can see Freddy moving up top. Whirlim still sitting on a lot of gold, 2,300 to be exact. And we'll see him backing to pick up some items. And the rest of Giants grouped around. They're going to have vision of this dragon. We'll see if they want to start the fight, Officio.
Well, they do have the minions pushing for them, SK, so they have knowledge of Jinx being down there. But Giants, they're moving in. It's only Rydell here at the moment. So they're giving up the second dragon. Will they try and fight?
They're looking for it. Look at Pepinero.
Sneaking from behind pieces, that little lens. First one.
Okay, first one. I'll give him that one. Trinity Force complete for Whirlim on that last back. Giants, a little disconnected maybe. They were obviously going to be late to the dragon anyway, and they were unable to find SK Gaming for a follow-up team fight. So SK Dragon number 2 at 15 minutes, still on set for a relatively early 5 dragons if they maintain control. But you have to feel they're not going to have that many easy ones in the coming minutes.
I think Giants just wanted to play it safe here. They didn't want to risk anything because they're doing well in terms of the laning phase. Now on to Freddy, no flash.
Wow, that's a Trinity Force Jax that's running down
Rydell's nearby as well.
Despite the frozen heart, Freddy is staying alive and gets dropped after one more leap strike. Giants with another kill and what looks to be another tower, accelerating their gold lead to about 4,000 after this is dropped. Giants, we remember the recipe. Ban Lucian, ban Graves. Is it enough?
It really just seems like SK Gaming doesn't really know what to do at this point because they haven't run their lane phase so hard. Well, I guess Forgiven knows what to do. But when it comes to that top lane here, when you play against Giants and you give them Jax, you have one job. Don't let them get any early kills. Just move back to your own tower, let him push in that wave, deep ward, or place wards in your own jungle on the top side around your own red buff. So if he's moving from the lane down to the mid lane, you're going to see him move at least. And just make sure you never get caught out, at least when you don't have a summoner like Freddy here, and die. So SK Gaming, they got the bot lane tower, but that's it. They haven't won the laning phase, otherwise lost the mid lane. They've been losing the top lane lately as well. And this is basically where SK Gaming normally has no clue what to do, cannot use the 1-3-1 split push, and ends up getting forced into team fights. In this case, if Giants keep playing like they do, that's not going to go well for SK.
So we'll find out if SK can bounce back. Fisio, you sound a little bit uninspired at the possibilities. We are only 17 minutes in the game. And just as an interesting note, for SK, when they've been behind at 20 minutes, they've lost 3 games. When they've been behind at 20 minutes. I made that statement in the previous matchup. Just before 20 minutes, H2K's lead was obliterated. We have 2 minutes left in this one. Let's see if SK can make a power play. And also, look at all the tunnels for Frederick in the top half of the map. It's very clear where he wants to respond to.
I think it was very clear for everyone before the game even started, before the picks came in, where his focus would be. So it simply means he can go bottom lane now, start split pushing that in the 1-3-1 setup, and he can always join on the top side if any fights happens. And SK Gaming, when they look to stop that split push, it's not by going and killing the Rek'Sai, because the Rek'Sai itself is not really doing too much. So you want to just let him push in the wave and then force a fight somewhere else. And that's where these tunnels can be very helpful for Freddy, because it's going to be the Jax you're going for. He's the guy who can destroy your towers extremely fast.
SK Gaming at 11-3, only marginally ahead on the public poll against a team that is currently 4-10. Forgiven does get caught out. Rydell doesn't connect with a Dark Binding. Buster Shot knocks Frederick away. Soul Shackles will keep Forgiven in place, and Audrey will secure the last hit. Set that one up. SK respond with a 3-man push in the
TP
middle
behind,
lane.
yeah.
Look at Werlip, he's teleporting behind them. This will become a 2-on-3. TP from Freddy to join the fight. Now it's a 4-on-2. And with the numbers advantage and the TP for TP, SK again trade kills for a tower.
That was a good trade by SK Gaming, and somewhat back to the standard style they do have, where they leave at least a pressure in 2 lanes at once. So in this case, it was the mid lane with the members, so as soon as you saw 3 guys bottom lane, you just push it in and take a tower. So good response from them. Giants really wanted to make this play. Sadly, Pepinero just gone back to base to complete his death cap. Had he been in the mid lane already to clear the wave, that would have been a perfect play from them to punish Forgiven for sitting and farming with no tower to go back to. But just a little bit of a missed timing with Lulu being back in base when they go 3 bottom lane.
Yeah, and I like the opportunistic play from SK. Making sure that once they had that numbers advantage, it is something they actually do relatively well. When one of their top or bottom lanes
But they always do well, yeah. Always.
You know, they respond with, in theory, one of the best scenarios. So you do see some vision being put in place in the Dragon Pit. Some relatively defensive wards, I think, from SK in the mid lane. And it looks like Giants should be able to clear out the river to set themselves up for the next Dragon. It's a minute 10 away. The Giants have not secured either of the 2 previous Dragons.
Oh, but you do have a mid laner who is ahead at this point. These shields is going to do a lot, and even the damage of Lulu, you have to respect it. Only problem is a Maokai is going to do a lot more than a Jax in a 5-on-5 team fight. So obviously Giants are not looking to really force anything here, but they might have to simply because the 2 Dragons already has been picked up by SK Gaming. Ideally, you just wanted your Jax to sit and split push. No TP, however, so Freddy will be able to push this wave in and walk down towards the Dragon. This is still where SK Gaming can do really well. You got item advantage on your AD carry. You have a massive top laner who's been getting a lot of farm. This might not be what Giants is looking for.
It just feels like Giants have been dawdling a little bit. They moved in to put some vision into the jungle of SK. 15 seconds before Dragon is up. You see Audrey pushed out that bottom wave, and the rest of Giants dancing on the crab movement speed. Werlip actually leaped onto Sven as the Dragon spawns. Now, SK, do they want the full 5-on-5 versus the very, very scary Lulu? That will be the question.
Yeah, look at the position here from Giants. They push the bottom wave, so if they win the fight here, they can go straight bottom lane and take another tower. So SK Gaming have to be careful, but they're going in for this one.
So Freddy jumps onto Frederick with a twisted advance. We do see once again the tidal wave is now thrown down. Here comes Frederick from the side. Dragon's down to 2,000 hit points. Frederick kicked to the back line. The Giants are 1 man down. SK Gaming continue to fight as the wild growth is thrown onto Werlip. Forgiven, forced to rocket jump to safety. Dragon has not fallen in and amongst the chaos, but a lot of key ultimates used from Giants. SK, do they want more? We did see the Mega Death Rocket flying by and hitting nothing. Look at the middle lane. Forgiven's pushing out. Werlip, he's leaped over the wall. Dragon secured by Giants, but it was a clip to lance that Dillard. Now Werlip in the skirmish scenario, looking for a target, and Sven's going to use that Rangers Trailblazer again. Tower falling in favor of SK despite losing the objective. You see Forgiven now trying to get away. That's a good bubble from N-Rated. Werlip, the bomb's gonna pop in a moment. He leaps forward with flash over the wall from Forgiven, and Frederick, he wants more. The unburrowed doesn't connect. Flash forward into the bite. Forgiven still alive. Rooted in place by Freddy onto Frederick. He's down. And an over-aggressive play from Frederick gives a kill to SK.
He unburrowed too early, so he flashed after. There was no knock-up on Forgiven there. Didn't end up killing. But Audrey, we talked about that wave beforehand. Moved down and managed to pick up that tower while Forgiven got the mid lane. Bit of a weird fight from Giants. One guy going in first, then the other guy joins in once he's dead already. It was a good play by SK though, kiting back to single out the jungler. It's one of the things about Rek'Sai is you tend to be building for your team where you get Sidestone, you get Locket and so on, so you don't really become that tanky, which means once you go in, teams just focus you and just burn you down extremely fast.
A lot of props to SK. Every time they're under pressure, every time Giants are being proactive and setting up ganks or pushing one lane, SK have responded with a tower. It's 4 towers to 3. And that gold lead that was, you know, quite sizable 10 minutes ago is now becoming slightly less relevant.
True.
But the scary thing for SK, how do they handle a Jax that's been relatively uncontested for 25 minutes?
I mean, Giants can be happy, honestly, with that trade beforehand. Even though you gave up a tier 2 mid tower, just by stopping SK from getting to the 3rd dragon and potentially the 5th one, that was like all they did. So they decided to say, we don't mind losing a tower just to get that 1st dragon on the board. And now we're going back to split pushing. TP is ready, ulti is ready for Frederick. He should go down to his side lane himself, just at least to pick up some farm. He might just be the wave clear bot. He goes down, clears the wave, joins his team again, not really looking to do too much aggressive pushing at this point for himself, but still he has the skirmishes for it. He's not really been using it for anything else. But
it's that 1-4 push you touched on during picks and bans, Deficio. You can see with teleport, Whirlib is up in the top lane. Look, there's a teleport here from Freddy. It's going to come in behind Giants. Fox is looking for Frederick, but the Black Shield's going to keep him alive for a moment or two longer. Audrey is able to sidestep the tidal wave, but Rydell's been jumped onto. Soul Shackles is going to keep Svenskeren and Freddy in places. Rydell forced to flash away. Keep your eyes on Whirlib. What can Whirlib do? We see Enrated is going to be actually getting away. It was Rydell that's dropped. Now Freddy being focused down. Jax out of the fight means SK leap forward. The rocket jump forward. The bomb's going to blow up. Frederick is down, and SK win a convincing team fight. 0 for 3.
It's, well, I guess we got
1 for
kill.
3. 1 for 3.
But it's kind of the same deal again for Giants here. They're going like 1 by 1, and one guy's dead. They all got Giants in. Don't really find any success in these fights here. Baronbeast out there very low, but Peppernell has already shown himself in the bottom lane. I think Giants could have gone to stop this with Jinx and Lulu together, or at least made it a lot harder for SK.
Baron secured, and all of a sudden, SK regained control.
All right, so look at the fight. We see the teleport coming in. Whirlib is not reacting yet. He's waiting for a wall to teleport on. He's going in very late, so Rydell gets all the focus now. Once he's about to be killed, that's when the rest of Giants really start joining in. Whirlib comes in, doesn't kill Enrated, and it's just very messy from a bit of a late TP and then randomly kind of being caught out. And obviously a Jax, we said this before, a Maokai versus a Jax in a team fight will always be heavily in favor of the Maokai compared to what he brings. Simply just a poor team fight when you don't even have to, because you're the one with the split pushing advantage. And obviously Enrated gets smack in his face here, but play the split pushing game. That's how you're gonna win if you're Giants.
Well, you touched on it as well. What is Rek'Sai gonna do in a, you know, 4-man defense while Whirlib is split pushing? The answer was not a lot. Frederick got caught out, and SK all of a sudden even up the goal. They've got Baron, they've got some pushing power might to help defend against the theoretical split push that Giants could put down. Just like that, 25 minutes of positive, strong play from Giants is undone. And it's SK that can regain control of this map.
Yeah, now we're getting to that point where Tristana, if she ever gets to a tower, it's going to take her just a few seconds to burn it down from a given side. And she's still a strong late game carry as well, obviously. So SK Gaming are looking great. You're going to have that Maokai diving on to Adri. Jax can kill a carry, but won't be able to soak up the same amount of damage. That's going to be the big difference between these two top laners in the late game. As long as Forgiven plays it safe and like jumps out, or Enrated is there to help him and lock down the Jax, Whirlib will die fairly fast to a late game Tristana.
You know, something else we also have to touch on is that SK played from behind. SK were down in gold. They were falling behind, but they pushed all the towers. Traditionally, when SK's been down at this stage, they've not been punished. Despite all the positive plays, you know, SK are showing a little bit of growth. Ooh, don't know if it would have killed him, but the heal does come in, and Enrated stays alive to fight another day.
It does mean Enrated has to be very careful here. One hit on him and he's gonna drop dead. Whirlib is pushing, there's no TP, so Giants is giving up this dragon here. They can do it because they got the first one, or they got the one beforehand, so there's no like 4th dragon suddenly for SK, but they gotta get that tower, at least some damage on it. Freddy's gonna move up there now. So you see how they're pushing mid and top instead of going for dragon? to force Freddy to decide where am I going to defend. Obviously, Jax is the one you got to hold.
Well, Freddy is going to jump up top, hold Whirlib off as best as he can. The rest of SK dealing with the minions in the middle lane. There is some support coming from N-Rated as well as Svenskeren, but Giants are in the river. That's a flash from Freddy. He really wants this one. He's gone in with the Vengeful Maelstrom. The rest of Giants seem to have backed off for the time being. Frederick's going to be late to this fight as Rydell is jumping in. The bubble throws Whirlib up in the air, and now Frederick has joined. It's going to be a kill onto Whirlib as Frederick is in full retreat. Dark Binding will connect, and that's a flash away from Frederick. Giants seemed late, despite the fact they were barreling up through the river. And SK do get themselves their 8th kill of the game. Onto the split pushing Jax.
And got that Dragon as well. Really the big deal for them. So the game is far from over in any way. Very close here between teams. So it's really been all about SK and just punishing Giants for every mistake they've made the last few minutes. This one as well. You're the one setting up the split push. You're the one abandoning the Dragon. You should be in a position to join in if the Jax gets jumped, but they were not. And instead it was SK picking up a kill. And you see, like, look at the gold here from Giants.
It's just taking off.
And just in the very, very end, SK Gaming gets the lead.
Yeah, it's just really smart play. That team fight, you know, that team fight about, what was it, 5 minutes ago in the middle lane. SK punishing Giants. And you know what, actually, if you step back and you look at the league as a whole, Giants have always done well in the laning phase. You know, I think back to their matches against Fnatic in particular. They read Rain over like a book. They had counter ganks, they were in the right place. But the problem for Giants has always been after the laning phase. Yeah. They seem to fall to pieces. They seem to just unravel. And the early game and the planning and the prep seems to be in place for, you know, one of the newest LCS squads. But unfortunately, as it's shown, they just get caught out. Whirlib has got some good damage onto Freddy. Did you see the Buster Shot knocks him away? That's a wild growth onto Frederick, and Whirlib jumps back in. The tank is down. Whirlib forced to flash away as Svenskeren eats some rockets. Kill on the board for Giants. Will it result further? Dragon's Rage is used there by Svenskeren earlier. Giants commit to the fight. They get a kill.
Yeah, SK Gaming's turn here to make a bit of a mistake. LeBlanc was in the side lane. Giants saw the opportunity and jumped in. Oh. Slowed in correct part. Frederick is coming.
Oh, bubbled a little bit too early, and Rated is out as the tidal wave gets thrown across the Giants roster. 2 kills for Giants. What will that equal? Dragon is not up. A minute and a half till Baron, and it looks like Giants set their sights on that mid turret.
Yeah. Only thing they can really get here. Minions are pretty far away, however, so gotta wait for them. Same goes for Paper and Arrow, but just a few good kills for them. They saw the split push had started. There was an opening to go for a 5 versus 4, jumped for it, killed Freddy first, and Rated joined him after. So I like that little setup for Giants, just getting some gold back.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note the defense of that inner turret cost Freddy his teleport. So Whirlib now has the teleport advantage.
Should have a Blade as well.
As the split pushing threat, and there you go, Blade of the Rune King completed. So Giants, use your split push power if you want to regain control.
Just put him bottom lane now, because if SK Gaming goes down to try and kill him like they did before with 2 or 3 guys, Giants can run straight to the Baron. And that's really how you want to use this Jax at this point. And then you have Frederick who can take control of the top side in terms of the wave management with his ulti. And you still have this Jinx who's sitting on a static shift. You got the Lulu, so you got great wave play in the mid lane. You got great disengage with Morgana and Lulu to control the map basically like that. For now, though, it looks like Whirlib is just running around the mid lane. Just take the wave bottom lane here. You have TP ready. Not a whole lot of hard engage on the side of SK. It's going to be a right to slow him Maokai, so you have time to react and like teleport in before the real fight breaks out.
Yeah, well, Whirlib's last teleport was particularly late. There was no wards down for him to jump onto, and that cost Giants their control early. Even on gold, even on towers. A couple extra kills for Giants, but they don't have presence or even real vision in this Baron pit. So Giants making the play. Whirlib, Black Shield has been popped. Grandmaster's Might is out. Rydell will be the first one to fall before Soul Shackles can even get proc. Wild Growth onto the Giant Jax. He's looking for Fox. Svenskeren is going to zone them away. We see a trade, 1-for-1, jungle for top. But Morgana was already down, and where is Forgiven? Untouched in the back line. Audrey still looking for more. The fight goes 1-for-2, but Giants need to be careful. They gave up Baron after not looking to defend it last time around. They seem to have learned from that mistake.
Yeah, staying in. TP already blown by Whirlib. Could have saved that one and just start running back, seeing as SK Gaming Hadn't even started that Baron here. I guess they didn't have any vision on it, so that's why he tried. But now, he's dead.
Not a whole lot to say about that one. After you knew they'd fallen. And Pep, look at the play cam. I mean, Pepinero's crushed. He got dropped and absolutely threw his hands up in despair. Giants have given up their second Baron after 2 massive misplays.
Basically, yeah. Nothing really else to say here from Giants. It looked so good in the early game, but simply the shot call and the decision making is not working for them, and that allows SK Gaming to get the lead back. This one trying to stop a potential drag, but remember that TP from Whirlip just kind of wasted before as well on trying to stop that Baron. Oh well, this Baron that never happened.
Yep.
Trying to stop it, then Morgan ended up dying. I think what he was trying to do, so they didn't have any wards on the Baron itself. Let's just talk about that after, because now Frederick's trying to steal here. Has to back away, but there's no wards on the Baron. I'm not sure if Scrying Up was on cooldown for Adri or not, but if they didn't know if SK were doing it, he teleported in to run in and try and stop it. And then once he realized they were not on it, he wanted to place a ward in the tri-bush to see if SK Gaming had left, like recalled and start a potential Baron from Giants. You got a Jinx, you got a Jax, you can take it down extremely fast. So he was basically looking to see if SK had recalled or not. Had they recalled, there could have been a Baron for Giants. Seeing as they were still staying around, knowing, okay, we're not going to just give a free Baron, it ended up in more kills for SK.
So SK Gaming down at 20 minutes, managing to turn their fortune around thanks to a great team fight in the mid lane and then following it up with some very, very decisive Baron plays. And of course, calling out the elephant in the room, punishing mistakes from Giants. The split pushing monster of Jax has not been allowed to split push. And that's a defensive flash from Rival. Oh. SK set up in the middle lane.
He's had plenty of openings.
Yep.
Just decided not to take them. But we still do see from SK. I mean, they are #1 in the standings in Europe. They got into, they went into IEM, and we looked at them and said, okay, they should be able to make it out of groups. I mean, you're here, you've been so good in the LCS. It's still not been a good game for them. It's an easy game, I think we can say. They've struggled against Giants in the early game. Now they've managed to come back in the game itself, but this is not the SK game we're used to seeing. They're still trying to change up that playstyle their teams are trying to take away from them. Now they've gotten to late game. We know Forgiven is an absolutely insane carry, so I trust him on a late game hyper carry more than anyone. And that's why SK Gaming can play this style, but then the early game has to go a lot better for them.
Yep, that's definitely the case. If a team like Giants is able to punish early game, and you've made a few misplays. Giants not had the strongest showings all year long. We did see that Wild Growth was forced from Freddy. Whirlip is trying to jump in. There is an exhaust in him. He's forced out of the fight as Forgiven blows him up with an explosive charge. Frederick is going to get another massive shield from Peppinero, but it won't be enough to save his life. Fox sets his sights on Rydell, but it's Forgiven that tastes the blood. Now he's jumping onto Adri. Auto attack after auto attack. Peppinero's down. Rocket jump forward. Forgiven's looking for the ace. He finds the ace. SK Gaming drop Giants and set their sights on the base. Just hop off the hop, reset off the reset. That is what Forgiven likes about a Tristana, that mobility that he gets from those dashes and jumps.
We just saw it, how easy it was for him in the fight here. Okay, Jax jumps in, everyone just focuses. 5 man, he has no real defensive items yet, just picked up a cowl for him now. Focus that man down fast, you get the first kill, you move on.
Oh, look at this. How many towers can they get?
Tristana.
Nexus turret is dropped. Giants are just respawning now, but it's going to be too late. SK have dropped the Nexus turrets, and they've set their sights on the Nexus. One team fight, and you're done. SK hold on to the top of the standings.
Got Forgiven to the late game. We had all these talks about Maokai Jax against each other. Obviously, the Maokai is going to win out in terms of team fighting, and that's exactly what happened for the last 20 minutes. Team fight after team fight, SK Gaming got back in the game, got the lead. Forgiven got to become a late game hyper carry. And SK Gaming picks up another win. Bouncing back, I guess we can say.
That is fair to say. Going 1-2 at IEM, you know, we talked so heavily and so often about the Lulu, the Graves, the Lucian. And I think a little bit of growth in SK's playstyle. You know, putting Freddy on this mega tank, different style of AD carry from Forgiven in terms of the way you execute in-game.
Different style, yeah, but the same Forgiven.
Yes, same Forgiven.
412 CS on 37 minutes.
Interesting to note, Forgiven's only been down in CS at 20 minutes in 4 games this split. This was the 4th. And ironically, when he was down, he actually won those games. So interesting to note. Not that it really matters, because he more than made up for it by the end of the match. But yeah, SK, again, back to the drawing board. There are some things to talk about. There are some things to look at. For Giants, on the other hand, that loss means they are tied with MYM. They are tied for the 10th position, and they are 1-1 in the head-to-head. So we may have a tiebreaker. There are still 3 games to play. There are still things to happen. MYM looking better. Giants still the same problems.
Still the same problems, and just a very annoying game to lose. Because you had the early game. You won it. Your jacks had become bigger and bigger. You could start split pushing, and then you simply didn't use it. That's the problem, because they could have won this game easily, honestly. They played well early on. So now you're going to look at this in the schedule and say, that was one of the games we didn't expect to do well in, but we did anyway, and we didn't get a win. Now we have Rocket tomorrow. If they lose that game, they're almost out of hopes of getting out of relegation. And this is a team who always talk about how staying in the LCS is the only goal they have. They want to be here for summer. They want more practice. They want more time in the gaming house to improve as a team. It's looking scary for them, at least right now.
It really, really is. And the scary thing is, their mid to late game decision making is what is costing Giants. You know, we consistently talk about their laning phase. There is also quite a big weakness, I think, in their picks and bans. They don't have the most versatile players. There is a big difference between Giants, tier 1 pick performances and tier 2 picks. So as a squad, they need to work on both their mid to late game decision making as well as upping their level, because Pepe Nero, he's the only one that's showing consistency across a multitude of champions, I feel.
Yeah, and it's going to be hard for them to fix this mid to late game because it's so hard to suddenly find, oh, you're going to be the shot caller and you're going to do great. That's not how it works. I remember talking to Rydell about the communication on the team. He said, well, everyone kind of provides information, and then we kind of have to make a decision on the spot between 5 guys saying 5 different things. And that's why it can go really wrong, because they all have different opinions. And then it's so tough because you can't just assign one guy to be the shot caller all of a sudden near the end of the split. That should have been done beforehand if they felt like they had problems communicating or problems with the decision-making for them. So I don't see how they're going to fix this issue in the remaining games. I don't think they will. I think they're going to have to rely on winning that early game and just try and completely snowball it out of control and not get in these situations where suddenly it's a 50-50 fight and they end up losing it because they have a weaker setup. Again, when you pick a Jackson to Maokai, you want to split push, nothing else.
Well, it's a battle for survival now. With Giants, they are now 4-11 on the split. 2 games behind Rocket as far as the wins are concerned. The complete opposite end of the spectrum. SK Gaming are now 12 wins, 3 losses. So they've got an extra loss avoided than Fnatic. So SK have still got this tiny buffer to maintain control of first place. For Giants, 3 games left, or they run the risk of dropping down to 10th position and going to auto-relegation. So guys, our analysts will definitely have something to say about SK's win. Let's check in with Shox and Cyanide.
Thank you very much, guys. We're not alone, of course. We're joined by SK Gaming's and Rated, whose team is still alone at the top of the tables halfway through week 8. Of course, I want to talk to you about picks and bans because there's been a lot of talk from us as well about banning out the Graves and the Lucian. You must have seen it coming, and how did you react to it in this game?
So we kind of try to develop a strategy where we have 3 top picks available, and we just try to kind of get into the role and create a new top pick. That was in this case Maokai. So when Kog'Maw was out, Maokai was really hard to contest in a way, because whenever Maokai is in the game and there's no hyper carry available that you can play against it, just the Kog'Maw could have shredded it, and any other AD is just struggling getting through all that HP.
So do you think it hurts you so much that when Lucian and Graves are banned because you don't get to snowball the bot lane in the same way and extend your lead from that to every other lane?
I guess there was some kind of strategizing problem in that way. We had more prepared also for IEM, but we didn't show it. I think that was just a mistake of our side, and we should have already picked, for example, Tristana earlier, just to kind of avoid the whole situation.
Yeah, you do mention IEM. That's where that Graves Lucian thing came from, as well as the Lulu, focus or taking it away. This time, you guys, though, you let it through and you went for your Nami. Is that something you wanted to prove, or just, be comfortable with knowing that in the future you might have that Lulu picked away a lot of times?
No, we never felt that Lulu was any problem for our team, at least. We felt more like, because of the AD diversity, I think there were not many ADs similar to Lucian and Graves available at all. And while a lot of supports, we played way more supports in scrims, we didn't actually play Lulu almost at all, but we fell back to it in like tournament situations because we felt there's so much power behind it. And you also saw it at IM, a lot of other supports picked it up in the end. I just feel like we have a lot more to show, and whatever they ban, we will handle it this way.
Yeah, you do mention that whatever they ban out with the AD carries now, as Cyanide touched on as well, it was a little bit harder for you in the early game. Do you think that you can remedy getting better in the early game fast enough in time for playoffs, knowing that you'll be facing teams that are better in the early game than Giants, and better especially in closing it out mid with a lead?
Yeah, I think we had a lane that was not supposed to win in general. I think there was at best a 50-50, if not a bit more in their favor. So what we did was we were trying hold onto our CS lead and just try to snowball it from there. And we felt like Justana mid game is not the strongest, while Jinx kind of has a bigger power spike in that sense. But Justana just like has a higher ceiling when it comes to late game. So all we did was just waiting out for Justana to like hit the point where she was really hitting hard, and that's what we did. I think just keeping a CS lead, getting a CS lead is enough, even against good enemies, just to get Justana rolling.
All right. Well, it's funny you mentioned that, because Forgiven was actually down in CS by 20, but he picked it up right after and made it work. So it is testament to how you guys like to play. Congratulations. Good on you picking it back up after IEM, of course, as well.
Thank you.
All right, with only 3 games left for each team this split, here's how the standings lie. Alone in first is SK Gaming, with Fnatic just a win behind them. H2K rounds up the top 3, with Gambit a few games back in 4th. Elements are now alone in 7th, just 1 win behind the 2nd place playoff spot. And Meet Your Makers have tied Giants in last place, refusing to go into relegation without a fight. A lot of crazy stuff here today. For me, definitely MYM coming out on top was one of it. What was interesting to you today?
Yeah, MIM was, of course, a slight surprise, but Gambit's performance at IM not really the best, so it was kind of to be expected. Also, Elements coming strong today, actually playing a really good game, just double tank and running in, even though their warding was worse than H2K's, but they just worked out the problem by just engaging and crushing them in fights. Like, you don't need wards if you just destroy them.
Yeah, that's a good point. Now, with day 1 of week 8 coming to a close, we have to recognize a player that packed up their bags and carried harder than the rest. With 6 kills, 11 assists, and a 89.5 kill participation, our fantasy LCS points leader is the one and only Huni with 32 points. A great game from him once again, and cool to see him on another champion than the ones we expected from him.
Yeah, Hecarim was definitely a pleasant surprise, although not so pleasant because now people will play it even more in solo queue. It's completely disgusting to play against, but still happy to see him do so well.
Make sure you get that on your team. Now, Elements' Froggen also put on a show today, and @StankVicious took notice. He writes, "Super Mega Death Requiem. This is your LCS big play of the day."
You see the Prey Seeker going up. Box has already been used. Teleport coming down. Follows up from the Requiem. The Mega Death Rocket gets one.
Beautiful setup. Ulti from Froggen into Reckless here with the big rocket.
Yeah, from @StankVicious. I actually worked with Saint Vicious a couple of times. It actually smells quite nice, so I don't know if that's accurate. And anyway, keep sending in those plays by tweeting @LL Esports with the hashtag LCS Big Plays, and we'll check out some more of your favorites tomorrow. Now, tomorrow also brings the conclusion of Week 8, starting with Meet Your Makers versus H2K. The Unicorns of Love will face Fnatic, SK Gaming will take on the Copenhagen Wolves, and we'll end the day with Elements versus Gambit Gaming. A key match for Froggen & Co. if they want a shot at the playoffs, and honestly, I think they can take it.
Yeah, if they play like they did today, they have a good shot. Just a solid strategy, and like I said, if you win the team fights, it doesn't matter in the end what else happens.
Yep, we will see. Our coverage continues tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central European Time, and until Daylight Savings Time kicks in here, that is 10 a.m. Pacific. Now, sadly, we have to sign off until then, but for myself, our guest Cyanide, and the entire broadcast team, thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you back here in Berlin tomorrow.
We're back into week 8 now. Every game counts. I'm really excited to see what happens here. Oh, there is going to be a big combo as JWoww comes up with a pick. A teleport in for Combo Shard, leading the charge in. It's Diamond, but do they have the damage to take him out? The Wild Growth to keep him alive, but not for long. And Meet Your Makers could still make the playoffs. Yeah, he's isolated, actually. He's going to dodge out the skill shots. The chains are on him, however. Timbers is dropped, but so is Yellowstar. Rainover bouncing all around. And Fnatic, a dominating performance over Rocket.
I can flash.
I'm coming.
Kartus, Sibin. Lulu. Kartus has still ultimate on it.
I lifesteal.
You need to have bodies.
I got it. And the Unicorns of Love have taken the win.
What is the sign saying? I cannot read it.
I mean, Liv, go over everything again.
He's turning away.
Liv.
The other one says, "Welcome, League of Elements."
Welcome to the League of Elements.
Oh God.
Where everybody else is trash.
Still alive on the back line as Ryu forced to go back to a clone. Kasing is the first one to drop as the tower takes out Froggen. But the Requiem should get more. What can HTK do? Wicket's gone in. There's 5 members on top of each other. The Mega Gnar throws everyone back. Elements dropping their 8-game winning streak and keeping their playoff hopes alive. But Super Mega Fox sets his sights on Rydell, but it's forgiven. That tastes the blood. Now he's jumping onto Audrey. Auto attack off the auto attack. Pimpaneiro's down. SK hold on to the top of the standings.